Chapter 875. Ming King left this Emperor clan ancestor's dwelling, the expression on his face continuously changing. He wasn't sure what this individual's attitude was, but from his current words, it was clear that he didn't want to get involved in this matter. This meant that there was no way the Emperor clan ancestor would appear in this world within a short period of time. He was worried that if he appeared too early, it would trigger a reckoning. However, in this world, what kind of existence could deal with, threaten the undying Emperor clan ancestor? At this moment, Ming King thought of the distant boundless land. Didn't that mean that there were actually many powerful existences from the ancient times who were currently returning from that type of place? The foreign realm and immortal domain recombined into one, this was an irresistible trend. Forget about the Emperor clan ancestor, even immortal kings could vaguely sense that type of aura and direction of the heavenly Tao. The great trend couldn't be reversed, not even immortal kings could say that they wanted to defy the heavens, or else they would definitely be crushed to death by the terrifying karma, body and soul erased. In that case, is the immortal king going to be abandoned? Ming King's face sunk, feeling like the Emperor clan ancestor actually felt restraining fear towards that taboo existence. Even though he knew that the taboo existence wasn't at his peak state, he still didn't dare face him head-on. He wanted to always maintain his peak state to avoid encountering a terrifying reckoning in the following period of time. That is why I personally watched as the foreign realm's immortal king was reduced to food and nourishment. Ming King really was unwilling to accept this, especially when he had the imprint left behind by that individual on his body. It was equivalent to a set of coordinates that could be used to descend at any time, and then find his location. Even if he escaped from the foreign realm, there was no way he could escape from that individual's grasp. His fate was just like what the Emperor clan ancestor said, long set in stone. Is there really no other way? Ming King felt anxious, extremely uneasy, really not wishing for things to end like this. Those who reached the immortal king level were all main characters of every era, dominating an era, looking down on all others, so how could they be willing to die miserably like this? After returning to the cosmos he ruled, Ming King began to give out orders, doing his best to find a way to continue his inheritance. At the same time, he also received news from Ming Yi's side, that she already handed the decree to Luo King. As for what would happen next, that would depend on how Luo King and the others considered and made their choice. This caused a glimmer of hope to appear in the Ming King's heart. However, when he learned that the Buddha nation of the southern immortal realms was destroyed in a single day and that the entire universe had collapsed and decayed, he was stunned. After that, a bitter expression appeared on his face. It was as though he had seen his own ending in the future. He felt that this was definitely because the Bodhi king chose to oppose Guchanga, leading to such an ending. Even the Buddhist kingdom he established was destroyed, reduced to ruins. How familiar was this scene? It was as though the cycle of reincarnation was playing out. The immortal palace that once ruled over the immortal realms, wasn't this how it was destroyed? Then, the Ming King began to look for the other immortal kings in the foreign realm, wishing to join hands with them to discuss countermeasures. The higher the level of the creature, the more they would feel that type of pressure and fear. Especially when they found out that Guchanga had directly devoured celestial kings as nourishment, they were even more unwilling to resign themselves to death. Half a month's time was neither too long nor too short. In the eyes of an immortal king, it was like the snap of a finger. Regardless of whether it was immortal domain or the foreign realm, they all entered a rare type of peace after several tens of millions of years, rarely fighting. Recently, everyone even more so felt like time was like a blade, hacking down every single day, wishing to wipe out the souls of all cultivators in the mortal realm. Because of this type of premonition, everyone felt even more anxious and alarmed, every part of the cosmos filled with uneasiness. A corner of the future's great curtains had already been pulled open. They knew that there was a terrifying change happening, that the heavens might become ruins, that there wasn't much hope. However, everyone still made preparations for this, regardless of whether it was immortal domain or the foreign realm. the younger generation were also silently making preparations. Under this type of atmosphere, the hearts of all clans and inheritances were shrouded in a haze. The central immortal domain even more so became much quieter. The more time went on, the more nervous everyone became. Some of the old immortal kings who had previously been in hibernation woke up. They either came from some forbidden lands that had existed since ancient times, or came from secluded ancient families. They relied on their intuition to wake up from their slumber. It was because they vaguely sensed that there was a massive and terrifying unmatched creature that was currently slowly opening its eyes, about to observe the heavens. Now, they learned that the world-wiping out taboo existence had returned to the world, making them even more shocked. Once this type of figure appeared, especially in the present world, who could go against him? Forget about the present world, even in Immortal Domain's most prosperous period, no one could contend against him. Back then, Immortal Domain was precisely destroyed by him. Those ancient heroic spirits who left before, the undying war gods, will they return? Just like before, they will save the world again, stop this terrifying world-wiping out calamity from arriving. The ancient existences of all clans sighed, feeling anxious and uneasy. Too much time had passed, those experts who had previously disappeared from Immortal Domain. Where were they now? Could they descend into Immortal Domain, stop this endless disaster? Time is pressing, there are only 3 days until half a month. We have to come up with a countermeasure. Otherwise, we will end up like Buddha country. That individual is destroying Buddha country at this time precisely to show them. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey is nothing more than this. In the cosmos where Wang family was, there was an expanse of immortal mist curling about, like a holy land. Divine mountains, immortal islands, silver waterfalls fell, boundless prosperity. Within the most majestic palace, the 2 surviving immortal kings of Wang family were currently discussing countermeasures. In the central immortal domain, Wang family could be considered one of the clans with the deepest foundations. Their inheritance was extremely ancient, basically never-ending. For other powers, at most, they only needed one immortal king to oversee the situation, but Wang family had 2 immortal kings, both of them at the peak. No matter what, our Wang family has to send an immortal king. However, even so, it might not necessarily be safe. Do our best to preserve our foundations and inheritances, have the younger generation leave, find a way to find a remote small world to hide in. If a great battle really happens, then our Wang family's seed can still be preserved, won't truly be extinguished. That existence shouldn't bicker with the younger generation and care about these things. In the end, after the 2 discussed, they unanimously decided to have a portion of their clansmen leave with their foundations and inheritances, including this generation's younger generation. They were all Wang family's future hope, especially a few whose talents were extremely outstanding. After cultivating for tens of millions of years, it wasn't necessarily impossible for them to become immortal kings, restoring Wang family's glory. Meanwhile, the 2 of them already made plans to never return, feeling like even if they left behind an immortal king in the family, there wouldn't be many changes. On the contrary, it might anger that existence because of this. Soon after, Wang family's 2 immortal king old ancestors' orders were passed down. All of the clansmen received it, their faces full of grief. A strong feeling of great sorrow spread through Wang family. Who would have thought that an undying immortal king family that had stood tall for countless great eras would one day face a situation of collapse, facing the danger of being wiped out? Of course, this wasn't just a family. This was an entire era, perhaps even the entire immortal domain was facing a great calamity. Perhaps in the endless long river of time, this type of change was as insignificant as a speck of dust. However, in this era, it was a great mountain that could crush everyone to death. Even someone as profound as Wang Wuxiang remained silent, the fists under his sleeves clenched tightly. He was extremely unwilling. Everything happened too quickly, simply caught him off guard. He didn't even have time to take control of Wang family, stand at the peak of this world. Now, he had to face the problem of how to survive as much as possible under this situation. Even the undying Wang family was trying to figure out how to continue their legacy. Unfortunately, he was only of the younger generation, not truly achieving immortality yet, let alone the unreachable immortal king. Towards this, he didn't have any methods, only endless powerlessness left. As for the other Wang family younger generation members, they all had similar emotions as Wang Wuxiang, feeling great sorrow and unwillingness. I am going to attend the banquet with the two old ancestors. It was Wang Zijin who was exceptionally calm, and then she spoke. She didn't want to hide. Just the thought of that kind of life made her feel fear. If this really was a great calamity, then she might as well be buried together with it, better than hiding like a mouse. Wang Zijin's decision left many Wang family clansmen stunned, extremely confused. She was an immortal king seedling that an immortal king old ancestor personally brought up. As long as she didn't die, she would definitely become an immortal king in the future. With such a great future ahead of her, she was actually planning to die with the two immortal king old ancestors at a time like this? Wang Wuxiang also frowned, somewhat unable to understand Wang Zijin's decision, but he didn't say anything. At a time like this, he couldn't possibly persuade Wang Zijin either. Moreover, she wouldn't listen to him anyway. After that, the other true immortals also decided to follow the two immortal king old ancestors to the Moon Prince mansion. Even though they knew it was a treacherous banquet, they didn't care. They wanted to live and die with the old ancestors. Zijin, why do you have to do this? After knowing Wang Zijin's choice, the immortal king old ancestor's gaze became gentler, but he still shook his head, feeling a little helpless. She looked like a benevolent old woman, her silver hair as white as snow, and she didn't have the overwhelming aura of other immortal kings. She was very gentle. Wang Zijin didn't explain anything about this, only smiling. Actually, she had had enough of this canary-like life. She was brought to the immortal region's Wang family, but in the end, she didn't have as much freedom as she did in the upper realm. At least at that time, she could do whatever she wanted, and no one could stop her. However, in the immortal region, she would be watched closely by the Wang family's maidservants even when she went out. They wouldn't allow her to do anything. Moreover, the Wang family planned to use her as a tool for a marriage alliance with the Luo Prince mansion. In the past few days, she had flipped through many ancient records in the Wang family. She especially wanted to know many things about the Forbidden Era. Although some things were taboo, and there would be great repercussions, she didn't care. She was very curious. When she was in the upper realm, she had only learned a few words from the records in the human ancestors' hall. They weren't very detailed. Now that she was in the immortal region, she could find more detailed records. According to the records, that taboo existence was said to be the source of all disasters, the main culprit of the Dark Ages. He was extremely evil, had 3 heads and 6 arms, fed on immortals, and was the lord of all demons, and so on. However, Wang Zijin felt that these records were a little similar to the unofficial histories she was familiar with in her previous life. However, they were written by the later generations based on various assumptions and guesses. There wasn't much evidence. If they were really as recorded, then how did those who had seen his true appearance write these unofficial histories? Chapter 876. This was only Wang Zijin's opinion. She knew that even if she said this, not many people would believe her. There were many people in this world who indeed had conflicting views with her. Towards the various historical records that were passed down, they believed in them quite a bit. This was especially the case when it involved this type of taboo figure. Any random discussion would trigger tremendous karma, so they even more so didn't dare speak recklessly. Moreover, what Wang Zijin felt the strangest was that if that taboo existence really was determined to destroy immortal domain, why didn't he just do it? Why didn't he take action, instead waiting for everyone to make their preparations? Was this purely a game of cat and mouse? Or was it that he didn't care at all? Or perhaps he didn't have any thoughts towards this aspect at all. There were many things that couldn't be easily concluded before one personally saw it. As time went on, situations like Wang families happened all over Central Immortal Domain. Many clans were thinking of ways to migrate, wishing to leave behind some inheritances, fearing that they would be wiped out. Everyone was alarmed, all of them feeling alarmed and uneasy, worried that this type of day really would come. Many immortal kings were preparing a path of retreat for their clansmen, making preparations to lose their lives and become nourishment. In the depths of some deathly still life-restricted regions, there were fluctuations that were released. Some old immortal kings who had been sleeping for a long time appeared in this world. Only, when they appeared, the situation didn't improve in the slightest, instead making it even more uneasy, feeling like even the old immortal kings were roused awake. They had slept for countless great eras, many people unaware of their existence. However, because of this decree, they were roused from their slumber, about to face everything together with all life in this world. Of course, at this time, there were many cultivators who were frantically searching through ancient texts, searching for the remains left behind from the ancient Great Era. They wanted to know where those supreme existences who had previously disappeared were now. In a place extremely far from Immortal Domain, there was a mysterious land called the Nine Heavens. There were previously clans who migrated here, but they didn't leave behind a path of retreat, making it impossible for later generations to find the exact entrance. Under the current situation, quite a few immortal kings were also thinking of ways, wishing to contact the Nine Heavens, seeking help. In the end, many immortal kings gathered in Central Immortal Domain, coming here to discuss the situation. Eastern Immortal Domain and Northern Immortal Domain's immortal kings also hurried over, wishing to find a way to break out of this situation. There are no movements from the other side. I reckon that the foreign Emperor clan ancestors don't plan to take action, wishing to watch Immortal Domain suffer this disaster. Sadly, in this era, the immortal realms no longer have any existences that have surpassed the Immortal King realm. If not, we might have the qualifications to converse with him. He shouldn't have recovered his full strength yet. Actually, we still have a slim chance. An immortal king who woke up spoke, carrying a bit of regret. However, he already saw things clearly, not feeling despair. The world of origin is the true origin of our world. That place is filled with dense vitality. If there is an existence that surpasses the immortal king realm, it can only be from there. Another old immortal king spoke. He had once established a supreme immortal art. Even many immortal kings had to respectfully address him as senior in front of him. However, at this time, he explained that the peerless immortal technique he created was actually picked up by accident near the realm of origin. Once upon a time, his mind wandered the heavens and came into contact with a vast and boundless world. There, he was suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. He also picked up an immortal technique nearby. Later on, he understood that that was precisely the realm of origin, just that it was cut off from Immortal Domain. When they heard this explanation, all of the immortal kings here were shocked. They knew how formidable the peerless immortal technique this individual established was, yet it was actually picked up near the realm of origin. This left them shocked, all of them couldn't help but become silent. Immortal Domain now couldn't produce existences that exceeded the Immortal King realm, or to be more precise, no one could take that step. Wasn't this also related to the realm of origin? The realm of origin was mysterious and ancient, far from when Immortal Domain was first born. There was a saying in the ancient times that Immortal Domain was originally a boundless continent in the realm of origin, but later on, it was refined by unmatched existences through divine abilities, and only then was it separated from the realm of origin. However, in that era, even if cultivators didn't achieve immortal status, they could still live in Immortal Domain. Immortal Domain was actually just another way of saying things. It didn't mean that apart from Immortal Realm cultivators, there were no other creatures. One had to understand that even if it was an Immortal Tao cultivator, they would still produce later generations. No matter how great their father's talents were, the children they produced couldn't just be born at the immortal realm. Moreover, the more powerful one's cultivation was, the more difficult it would be to produce later generations. Luo Wang sighed, speaking the truth. If we don't have existences that exceed the immortal king realm on our side, there is no point in thinking so much. Tomorrow, we will head to the Southern Immortal Domains banquet. If Dao friends have the time, why don't you all think about how to leave behind some last words for the younger generation? His words were extremely impolite, just short of telling everyone to make arrangements for their last words. However, the immortal kings here didn't retort, instead becoming silent, inwardly sighing. A day would come when they would actually be like fish on a chopping board, their hands and feet bound, and then sent to their deaths. This was simply like a fantasy story, but this was the reality everyone faced. What a pity, after Bai Chuan left the central immortal domain, he returned. Otherwise, we could have asked him about the Moon King Manor situation today. Then, an immortal king said with a sigh, thinking back to Bai Chuan who came to transmit information before. Many people felt like Bai Chuan might know some things. However, that very day, a terrifying scene happened. It wasn't just an immortal domain, it could also be seen in the distant foreign realm, making many cultivators' bodies immediately go cold, feeling endless fear. Many people's legs even went weak, unable to help but tremble, kneeling on the ground. At the limits of the heavens, a strange mist began to appear, as if it floated over from an endless distant land, overcast and gloomy. Large amounts of cloud-like gray mist appeared, incomparably thick, immediately covering the limits of heaven and earth. There were immortal kings who vaguely heard the sounds of waves, as well as the rumbling sounds of an ancient realm shattering. What is that? Who is this? Are they going to destroy immortal domain? This doomsday-like scene made all of immortal domain's creatures horrified. They didn't know what this was, but they could feel a boundless might crushing over from that direction. Many ordinary cultivators trembled, feeling like under this type of fluctuation, they were like ants that might be obliterated at any time. At this time, this type of feeling was even more clear for immortal kings. The heaven seemed like it was going to shatter, unable to endure that boundless and thick gray mist. That isn't a scene that truly exists, but rather a void image that was projected from a very distant place. There is something that is approaching immortal domain. Then, an old immortal king said with a sunken voice, his mind immediately becoming stifled. Apart from immortal domain's side, the other side also saw this type of scene. It was as if it was projected from the cosmos, radiating over from a distant place, as if it was trying to foretell something. The aura of the boundless sea, who is it that discovered the shattered coordinates of the true mountain and sea realm? Within the shining cave dwelling in the other side, the awakened Emperor clan ancestor opened his eyes. His gaze was deep, many terrifying scenes changing within. Stars sank and moons were destroyed, the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting apart. He was trying to make a deduction. In the end, he shook his head with a sigh, muttering, at most 10,000 years, at most less than 100 years. Moving through the boundless sea was an incomparably dangerous matter to begin with. Even immortal kings had to be careful, there was a 90% chance of dying. However, those who could travel through the boundless sea had inconceivable cultivations, indescribably deep. Countless great eras ago, after the true mountain and sea realm shattered, the aura of true spirits that scattered was like a bonfire in the endless darkness, illuminating this place. Many of the living beings in the boundless sea immediately noticed the shattered coordinates of the true mountain and sea realm and wanted to travel over. They either occupied it or swallowed it up. Among those living beings, there were terrifying existences who had lived since the ancient era, but they had always been trapped in the boundless sea. There were also existences whose true worlds had dried up and wanted to migrate. There were also people who wanted to hunt true worlds and strengthen their own true worlds. In any case, the terror of the boundless sea was unimaginable. Even the Emperor clan ancestor did not dare to rashly step into it. He did not have a 30% chance of surviving. Moreover, since they had lost the protection of true spirits, the true mountain and sea realm was instantly exposed to the endless boundless sea. As long as they were not too far away, they would be able to see the coordinates of the true mountain and sea realm. The boundless sea was already filled with terror and calamity. Due to the existence of true spirits, a true world was protected, its coordinates were hidden, and the light was hidden. That was why a true world would not be exposed to the boundless sea. That was the source of darkness. Since ancient times, there had been many true worlds that were destroyed because their coordinates were exposed. Truly, misfortune never comes alone. The Emperor clan ancestor sighed. He could not hide the worry in his voice. Due to the sudden appearance of the terrifying abnormality, the immortal region and the other expanse cosmos, which were originally filled with panic and fear, became even more chaotic. Countless cultivators sank into despair. They believed that this was a sign that the universe was about to be destroyed. It was a sign that the apocalypse was about to descend. Gu Chang'e sat cross-legged on a cushion in the Moon Prince mansion in the southern immortal region. At that moment, he looked up. What is that? By his side, the Empyrean deer mystic maiden also looked over in shock. She saw that at the end of the world in the distance, light and shadow seemed to be about to fade away, turning into a substance that looked like bubbles. Something was gradually becoming clearer in the endless distance. Then, it approached the world and continued closing in. In fact, it even gave off a momentum that sounded like waves. Perhaps normal people would not be able to hear it, but the cultivators who stood tall in the immortal Tao would definitely be able to hear that terrifying momentum. No one knew how far away it was from the immortal region. That's the outline of the boundless sea. After countless eons, someone has finally found the coordinates of the true mountain and sea realm, perhaps it wants to descend here. Gu Chang'e spoke. His voice was very calm, as if he was not surprised in the slightest. Is it the boundless sea that connects to the other end of the boundless battlefield? The Moon Prince was extremely shocked. She only knew about the boundless battlefield. It was a gap in a universe in the central immortal region. Many immortal cities that had existed since ancient times stood guard over it. There was also a path that led to the battlefield. It was known as the ancient road to the other expanse cosmos. It was the only path that the living beings in this world could use to leave this world. However, the path at the back was occupied by many immortal king clans in the central immortal region. They were used to guard the boundless battlefield. Every once in a while, the younger generation of each clan would head to the battlefield to gain experience and fight in search of fortuitous encounters. This was because there were often mysterious objects that were sent over from the boundless sea in the boundless battlefield. They were objects that even the boundless land could not destroy. She had heard that the Luo Wang of the central immortal region had once obtained a mysterious bronze tablet from the boundless battlefield. Apart from this, there were also quite a few immortal kings, all of whom had obtained mysterious objects from the boundless battlefield. There were pieces of flesh from unknown creatures, as well as indistinct ancient mirrors 657, clothes from unknown epochs and universes. Even she felt extremely envious. What would happen if the beings from that place descended to this world? The Empyrean deer mystic maiden could not help but ask. After coming to the central immortal region, she suddenly understood that this world was far from as peaceful as people thought. There were many secrets hidden here. Great karma was involved at every turn. At this moment, the Moon Prince also looked at Gu Chang'e with her beautiful eyes. She wanted to know the secrets of this matter from him. She could see that Gu Chang'e was not as terrifying and cruel as the outside world thought. Instead, he was very easygoing. She was not as fearful as before. Many things were just rumors. For example, in the past few days, the outside world had been saying that Gu Chang'e had destroyed the Buddha kingdom. However, the truth was not like that. He had only stepped into the Buddha kingdom and did nothing. The destruction and collapse of the Buddhist kingdom was only the reality that was revealed after the facade dissipated. If they descend, they will sacrifice this world so that the true world behind them will descend. Then, they will annex this world. All the living beings in this world, all the things in the world, from ancient times to the present, the universe, will be sacrificed. Gu Changa opened her mouth unhurriedly. Her tone was calm, as if she was describing an ordinary matter. What? The Moon Prince was stunned on the spot. Her entire body turned cold, and she found it hard to believe. Sacrifice everything? The Empyrean dear mystic maiden was also shocked. She could not believe her ears. On that day, it was the same in all the worlds. The people in the ancient universe all trembled in fear. They were frightened by the terrifying sight and felt that a shocking change would happen very soon. Although the strange phenomenon didn't last for long and disappeared very quickly, there were all kinds of rumors that spread. Someone is crossing the boundless ocean. In less than a few hundred years, they will arrive in the mountain and sea world. I don't have much time left either. In an incomplete universe, Ni Chen, who was gathering soul fog, opened his eyes. He had also sensed the ripple. His entire body was enveloped in fog, and his presence was continuously changing. The entire universe began to collapse, as if it was being absorbed into his body. This was the terrifying aspect of the Abyss Defiance. They could possess even universes and use them as their bodies. With just a thought, they could control their lives and deaths. At that moment, when he sensed the abnormal sight, his heart sank. He was pressed for time. If he could possess the mountain and sea world before those people arrived and take over the dissipated true spirit in this world, then, he could hide the coordinates and light of this world so that it could escape this disaster. Otherwise, all of his plans would be for naught. Chapter 877. The entire immortal region and the foreign realm fell into a state of panic because of the terrifying phenomenon that suddenly appeared at the end of the world. Many ancient cultivators kept flipping through ancient books, trying to find relevant records. Those ancient immortal kings who had awakened from the ancient era were also searching for the reason. In the end, they concluded that those terrifying phenomena were related to the boundless ocean. To ordinary cultivators, the words boundless ocean were extremely unfamiliar. They had never even heard of it before. However, those ancient families knew about it very well. They had ancient books that specifically recorded that place. Those who knew about the existence of the boundless ocean trembled in fear. That's a place that immortal kings dare not cross. Under such an atmosphere, the entire immortal region felt even more uneasy, especially when many tribes were planning to migrate. However, compared to the other immortal regions, the southern immortal region was strangely peaceful now. The tribes ruled by the Moon Monarch were not as uneasy as the other orthodoxies. This was because the Moon Monarch had personally appeared and passed down a decree outside the Moon Monarch city, telling the tribes to come and pay their respects 3 days later. Moreover, she told the tribes not to worry. The true master of the southern immortal region was not her, but the new master was tolerant and kind. As long as they were willing to submit, they would not make things difficult for them. With the Moon Monarch's personal guarantee, the tribes of the southern immortal region felt much more at ease. The Buddhist kingdom's destruction was right before their eyes. Although they did not know the truth, they knew that something incredible must have happened in the southern immortal region. The next day, outside the Moon Monarch manor, multicolored light rose, and immortal chi surged. The Moon Monarch personally appeared and ordered her servants to prepare a banquet to invite the various immortal kings of the immortal region. There was a vast Tao field in the Moon Monarch manor. It was where the Moon Monarch had once lectured. However, she had now vacated it as the venue to invite the various immortal kings of the immortal region. This place was shrouded in immortal mist, with majestic divine mountains and immortal islands. It was a holy land of immortals. Near the Tao field, there was a large patch of immortal bamboo. Pavilions and prayer mats had long been placed there, waiting for the various immortal kings of the immortal region to arrive. The moon monarch stood on the green rock in a cage-colored robe. Her figure was blurry, and Taoist rhymes flowed around her. She was like a flawless moon goddess. Waiting for the immortal kings of the world to pay their respects, she stood there with her hands behind her back. She swept her gaze over this Tao platform. There was a sense of peerless elegance. Her entire body seemed to be carved from immortal jade. The moon monarch's emotions were not very calm. Although she was also an immortal king, she had never thought that there would be a day when all the immortal kings in the world would worship her. If not for relying on Gu Changa's might, the other immortal kings wouldn't have cared about her orders. The entire southern immortal region was shaken by what had happened today. Many ordinary creatures only knew that the Moon Prince was going to invite the immortal kings of the various immortal regions to a banquet, but they did not know the reason. Compared to the other immortal domains, the overall strength of the southern immortal domain was actually not very high. On the surface, there were only 1 or 2 immortal kings overseeing it. Now that King Pu had fallen, the Tao had disappeared from the world. The Moon King was the only ruler left. It had been tens of thousands of years since any immortal kings from the other immortal realms stepped foot into the southern immortal realms. Compared to the other immortal realms, the southern immortal realms could be said to be incomparably desolate. It could be said that this was the only time such a lively scene had occurred in countless eras. Streaks of divine rainbows appeared one after another. These figures could be seen almost every moment. The world rumbled. Many ancient chariots crossed the cosmos and descended, bringing along the upper echelons of various ancient races. They all arrived at the cosmos ruled by the Moon King. The Tuoba ancient clan is here to pay their respects. The hidden immortal lineage has come to pay our respects. The immeasurable immortal mountain pays its respects. The servants outside the Moon King Manor kept receiving important figures from various races. Those who could come here were at least Tao attainment immortals. Apart from them, there were also ancient true immortals who were already standing tall in the immortal Tao. They could be considered the true elites of various races. After all, not every force had an immortal king overseeing it. Just like the vast southern immortal domain, there were only 1 or 2 immortal kings. However, there were quite a lot of true immortals. As long as a race had a slightly longer history, they would have the time and resources to produce a true immortal. Currently, those who had arrived outside the Moon King Manor were the various great races of the southern immortal domain. Some true immortal patriarchs brought their juniors over personally. Their attitudes were very respectful, and they did not dare to ask too much. They could only enter the manor. Under the guidance of the Moon King Manor servants, they arrived at the immortal bamboo forest. Will we really be able to see that legendary taboo existence today? I heard that he's the new master of the southern immortal domain. Even His Majesty, the Moon King, has to listen to his orders. Some young people were very bold. They followed behind their seniors and could not help but look into the depths of the Tao platform curiously. However, there was a vast expanse of chaotic aura surging there. It was like a great fog that covered the surroundings. They could not see the scene inside clearly. They could not even see the Moon King's figure here. There were only the busy servants and maids of the Moon King Manor. When they heard their words, the expressions of the older generation changed slightly. Then, they sternly scolded them to keep quiet and not speak too much. Before this, the Moon King had appeared and said that the new master of the southern immortal domain would not make things difficult for them. However, if they casually offended him, it would only bring unnecessary trouble to their clans. They had only come here to understand that person's attitude. Then, they would be able to make a choice in the upcoming chaotic situation. Just as the guests were speculating, a terrifying pressure as vast as the sea swept over from the horizon in the distance. However, just as it was about to approach, it suddenly withdrew. A middle-aged man who seemed to be in high spirits walked over from the sky. He wore a black robe. He had dragon horns on his head, and his eyes were very deep. Even true immortals did not dare to look him in the eyes. However, there was a sense of space and time distorting around him. It felt like the laws were shattered. It made one tremble in fear and shock. The Eastern Immortal Domain's Immortal King Aod has arrived. As the servants at the entrance of the Moon King Manor reported this person's origins, the guests finally reacted. They were extremely shocked. This was the first time they had seen this Immortal King's true appearance. It was said that Immortal King Aod was related to the true dragon bloodline. He ruled the Eastern Immortal Domain's boundless sea region and had countless water tribes under his command. He was a force that could not be underestimated in the Eastern Immortal Domain. There were a few true immortals behind this Immortal King Aod. They were a few young men and women. That's Princess Ao Ling. It's said that she's an outstanding prodigy of this generation in the Eastern Immortal Domain. She has the potential to become an Immortal King. I didn't expect Immortal King Aod to bring this descendant here. I thought he would move his descendant away like the other forces. Many guests looked at the enchanting young girl with a pair of small and crystalline dragon horns who followed behind Immortal King Aod. She had a faint smile on her face. She wore a light blue flowing dress and had a charming smile on her face. Compared to the solemn and serious people around her, she formed an extremely clear contrast. However, the few clansmen beside her were all protecting her. They followed closely behind Immortal King Aod, not leaving him by more than 3 steps. Many people could see her importance. Otherwise, the Ao clan would not have protected her like this. Where is the Moon King now? Immortal King Aod had the appearance of a middle-aged man. However, he exuded an awe-inspiring aura. When he opened and closed his eyes, it was as if the universe and stars were evolving in them. He opened his mouth and asked the many servants of the Moon King Manor. There was a hint of anger in his expression. As an immortal king, the Moon King did not come to welcome him personally. Instead, he had a few servants wait at the entrance. There was not even a shadow of a true immortal. Immortal King Aod, please calm down. At this moment, a figure walked over. He wore silver battle armor and had a handsome and young face. It was the quasi-immortal King Baichuan. He cupped his hands and then used his eyes to signal Immortal King Aod to come to the side. It was obvious that he and Immortal King Aod were old friends. Their relationship was not ordinary. Baichuan, Immortal King Aod nodded slightly when he saw Baichuan. The anger on his face dissipated significantly. Then, he ignored the many trembling servants of the Moon King Manor and followed Baichuan to the side. Many guests were confused when they saw this scene. They had a feeling that something big was going to happen today. Quasi-immortal King Baichuan had disappeared for several days and only appeared today. Many people thought that he had left the southern immortal region. It seems like what you said is true. The Moon King is being controlled now. Immortal King Aod and Baichuan conversed at the side. The space around them was blurry. Outsiders could not see them clearly at all. Moreover, they were conversing with their minds. They were not worried that other existences would spy on them. I've been back in the Moon King Manor for several days, but I've only seen the Moon King once. No one can get close to the cave abode where she usually cultivates. Not even I can. Baichuan shook his head. His originally cold face also showed some suspicion and doubt. He had a close relationship with Immortal King Aod. He had become acquainted with Immortal King Aod when he was training in the Eastern Immortal region. They even secretly called each other brothers. I think you don't have to worry too much about the Moon King's safety. Judging from the current situation of the Immortal region, that person should have other motives. It's unlikely that he will destroy the Immortal region so easily. Immortal King Aod knew Baichuan's feelings for the Moon King. He could only comfort him. Even so, I'm still worried that he'll use some method to control the Moon King, that's why I'm asking you to help me use the 9 profound divine mirror during this banquet. Bai Chuan sighed slightly. He could not hide his worry in his voice. The 9 profound divine mirror he spoke of was a supreme treasure of the Eastern Immortal region. It was endlessly profound. It was incomparably ancient and could not be investigated. It was said that it was brought over from the outer region. It was once controlled by an immortal king. That supreme treasure could illuminate all demons and see through the void and future. Then, it fell into the hands of the Sea tribe. Now, that supreme treasure was in immortal King Aod's hands. Therefore, Bai Chuan planned to ask immortal King Aod to help him use the 9 profound divine mirror to see through Gu Changa's situation during this banquet. He wanted to know his current condition. Immortal King Aod fell silent for a moment. Then, he nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll think of a way to help you. Now is not the time to talk. If there's anything, you can talk about it another day." There were many living beings in the Moon King Manor now. He was worried that the other immortal kings would notice something was off. Bai Chuan nodded. Then, the two of them separated. They did not talk anymore. He naturally did not dare to attack Gu Changa. However, he planned to do something else. He was determined to save the Moon King from this disaster. It's better not to interfere in this kind of thing. Don't forget, we're only here to watch the show. After immortal King Aod and Bai Chuan separated, he did not follow the other guests and head directly into the depths of the immortal forest. Instead, he found the girl in the blue flowing dress who was leisurely strolling around beside a deep pool. She had a smile on her face. She looked very lively. She had a white and tender hand behind her back. She seemed to be in a good mood. She was the Ao clan's precious daughter, Ao Ling, who had the potential to become an immortal king in many people's eyes. There were no outsiders here. Immortal King Aod's attitude was even somewhat respectful in front of her. He acted like a junior. But little ancestor, if our Ao clan does nothing and just watches from the sidelines, won't that person be displeased? Immortal King Aod asked respectfully. No, if it's really that person, he's not as scary as the rumors say. I really don't know how the taboo era that you people speak of came about. Back when my father was still here, I even met him a few times. I even secretly admired him. Unfortunately, I was too young back then. He probably doesn't even remember me. Ao Ling tossed a stone into the cold pool in front of her. Her tone was very casual, even a little careless. However, the amount of information it contained made immortal King Aod's heart surge. He only knew that this little ancestor before him had a terrifying seniority. It was unimaginably terrifying. She could trace back to an era even older than the taboo era. She called it the innate mythical era. However, he did not expect her to have met that person a long, long time ago. Chapter 878. Innate mythological era. This was an era not recorded in the slightest in ancient texts. It could be said to date all the way back to when heaven and earth were first established. Before the taboo great era, it could still be pushed back countless great eras, as if there was a layer unknown to all. If it wasn't for the young lady before his eyes, Ao Ling, informing immortal King Aod, he wouldn't have known that there was such an ancient era in this world either. Moreover, the young lady before his eyes came precisely from that era, always sealed away. Only in recent times did she awaken from Ao clan's innermost forbidden land. In terms of seniority, it wasn't excessive for immortal King Aod to call her little ancestor, to the extent where it could be said to be his honor. It was because Ao Ling was Dragon Ancestor's child. Dragon Ancestor was known as the ancestor of all dragons. The current Ao clan only had his blood flowing through their veins, not pure dragon race at all. It could be said that even Ao clan's first-generation ancestor, before Ao Ling, had to respectfully call her old ancestor. That was why even though she was an exceptional immortal king, Aod still treated her with incomparable respect, never leaving her side, protecting her safety. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, this was because he doted on this younger generation greatly. It was because not even his clansmen knew Ao Ling's true identity. If little ancestor recognizes this one, then I won't have to worry anymore. Immortal King Aod said respectfully. Even though Ao Ling looked weak, she was actually deep and immeasurable. Extremely terrifying power was sealed within her body. When she displayed it back then, his knees almost weakened, directly kneeling down. Moreover, from the information Ao Ling revealed during this period of time, many creatures from the innate mythological era were about to return. Even though Immortal Domain's current situation was chaotic and uneasy, it wouldn't affect the future greater situation. Outside this world, there were unmatched existences watching everything, currently waiting for a suitable time to descend. I really want to meet this one. All ancient times are empty. In this present era, I can still meet someone from the past. Ao Ling shook her head slightly, clapping her hands. Then, she headed towards the depths of Immortal Bamboo Forest. White mists floated there, pavilions and buildings located there, guests long waiting. However, the depths of the Tao platform were still hazy with radiance, unable to be seen clearly. There was chaotic energy that scattered down, blocking one's line of sight. The Moon Prince had already arranged for the maids and others to prepare tea for the guests. If one ignored the atmosphere here, it would feel a bit like a Tao discussion gathering in the immortal ancient era. Some friends who had not seen each other for many years were reminiscing about old times here. Many true immortals revealed rueful expressions. Who would have thought that there would be a day like this? I heard that even powerful immortal kings would be dealt with. On the contrary, we have a higher chance of survival in this chaos. As for yesterday's heavenly anomaly, I found out through ancient texts that it seemed to involve the distant boundless lands. In the future, the immortal domain might face some major event. However, when they saw Immortal King Aod and Ao Ling walking over from the distance, their expressions changed and they shut their mouths. On the other hand, there were many people who were rather curious. They felt that Immortal King Aod was treating this descendant of his too well. He actually allowed her to follow him all this time. It could be said that she never left his side. There were also many cultivators sitting cross-legged on top of the various mountains. They were all heroes of their own regions, especially the cultivators of the human Tao domain. They were all outstanding figures of their respective races. It was like those who towered above the immortal Tao domain. They were all closer to the Tao platform ahead. As for Immortal King Aod, he had a pavilion specially for resting. He brought many of his clansmen to wait there. Until now, the guests still hadn't seen the Moon King's figure. Instead, outside the manor, more and more streams of light descended. They were all great figures of the present immortal domain. Among them was an old acquaintance of Immortal King Aod, an old immortal king from the eastern immortal domain called Ancient Mystic Immortal King. Behind Ancient Mystic Immortal King were his two disciples, one male and one female. Their cultivation levels had both reached the true immortal realm. One of them even had half a foot touching the threshold of the Immortal King realm. If he was given enough time, he might be able to reach the Immortal King realm in the future. On the surface, the Eastern Immortal Domain didn't have many Immortal Kings. Now that Immortal King Aod and Ancient Mystic Immortal King had arrived, they were more or less the peak power of the Eastern Immortal Domain. Soon after, the Immortal Kings of the Northern Immortal Domain also arrived. The three of them gathered together. There was a white-haired and white-bearded elder, called Withered Een Immortal King. There was also an Immortal King with long crimson hair, called Immortal King Qi Lian, and another Immortal King Chu Kuan. The three of them rushed over from the Northern Immortal Domain. They brought many people with them. There were true immortals, as well as several who had attained the Tao. There were no young juniors. The Moon King hasn't appeared. Then when will she come? Asked the Immortal King Gu Xian of the Eastern Immortal Domain. His attitude was rather polite. He was also very amiable when facing the servants of the Moon King Manor. Immortal King, Her Majesty Moon King only ordered us to arrange the immortal banquet here. As for when she will appear, we don't know," said the servant of the Moon King Manor respectfully. She was sweating profusely when facing the gazes of the several immortal kings. She trembled in fear. The several immortal kings didn't say anything when they heard that. They withdrew their gazes and waited quietly. They were either sipping tea, resting with their eyes closed, or chatting among themselves. They didn't come for the Moon King. They just wanted to determine whether this banquet was safe or not from her. Of course, since they came here, they actually already made preparations that they couldn't leave. They had long arranged many matters in their clans. Then, an ancient immortal king from a certain restricted region of the eastern immortal domain descended, leaving everyone shocked. They never expected that there was actually someone in that restricted region. This was especially the case for Immortal King Aod and the ancient mystic Immortal King. They almost thought that the restricted region had dried up, long lacking life force. Since this is this great one's order, how could this old one dare not come? This life-restricted region's old immortal king had a rotten aura around him, not like the other immortal kings who were at their peak states. He cracked open a smile, his voice extremely aged, as if he was an ancient tree that was about to wither. Could it be that the central immortal domain doesn't plan on obeying the decree? Time slowly flowed on. The immortal kings didn't see anyone from the central immortal domain. They couldn't help but make their own guesses. There were some whose eyes were deep, a strange expression flashing past them. There were some who experienced great changes, sitting there, not saying a word. Meanwhile, there were some who guessed at something. Previously, there seemed to be some kind of decree from the other side that was brought to the central immortal domain. Both sides were discussing some kind of countermeasures. Could it be that the other side plans on joining hands with the central immortal domain? There were immortal kings who couldn't help but make this guess. Hong. Suddenly, in the limits of the distant cosmos, a blurry figure rose, overlooking the endless universe. It carried a domineering aura, appearing in the depths of the star domain. The entire boundless heaven and earth began to shake, all things crying out in grief. Right now, countless creatures knelt down, prostrating themselves in that direction. Even true immortals felt a bit shaken. An immortal king? However, this aura doesn't seem right. The immortal kings in the Moon Prince Manor immediately looked over. Some of their brows even immediately furrowed, inwardly feeling alarm and disbelief. Could it be that someone still dares to take action at this time? They really are daring to the extreme. Immortal King Aod's eyes narrowed. He got up from the pavilion, looking into the distance. At his side, Ao Ling revealed an expression of great interest and shock, saying, "This isn't the true body of an immortal king, but rather a faith magical body condensed after paying a great price." It wasn't difficult to condense a faith magical body, but the difficult part was that the magical body had battle prowess comparable to an immortal king. Meanwhile, the domineering figure that appeared in the distance clearly already exceeded the strength of most immortal kings. The aura was extremely chaotic, difficult to determine who the true body was. This shocking change left all of the guests in the Moon Prince Manor stunned, filled with disbelief. At this time, ordinary creatures already couldn't help but kneel down, about to kowtow towards that direction. There was no way they could withstand the pressure that the immortal king deliberately released. Seems like it was condensed through some mysterious forbidden artifact, and there isn't just one immortal king behind it. Ao Ling said. Hong. Meanwhile, in that region, right now, another illusory figure appeared, hazy and blurry, but it already towered between heaven and earth. It seemed to have been formed from a magical body, towering in the cosmos, overlooking eternity. Then, in that region, another wave of terrifying aura surged. A streak of immortal light tore through the cosmos, as if a supreme creature opened its eyes. Those were his cold eyes. A terrifying aura that shook the universe spread, covering heaven and earth. In that instant, millions and millions of star domains trembled. Chapter 879. Domineering figures that stood in the universe appeared one after another. Their eyes were cold as they looked down on the ages, as if they had existed since the beginning of time. This world seemed to be unable to contain their auras. Just their eyes were like terrifying blood moons, hanging high in the sky without a trace of emotion. Boom! The entire universe was shaking, and it swept through the entire southern immortal region. This was the unparalleled might of an immortal king. Once they fully awakened, it would be easy for them to sink the world. This was too big of a commotion. The awakening of any immortal king would shake the entire universe. Today, there were immortal king auras that surpassed many immortal kings, completely erupting here. There was no need to think too much. Even ordinary cultivators and life forms knew that something huge had happened. All the guests in the Moon Prince mansion looked over there in shock. At the end of the universe, brilliant immortal king auras erupted, as if they were going to drown the world. Immortal king silhouettes covered the world one after another. They didn't seem to be their true bodies, and they only descended through some kind of method. However, they were still powerful beyond compare. Even the immortal kings in the Moon Prince mansion couldn't tell who those silhouettes that appeared at the end of the universe were. They're crazy, aren't they afraid of the consequences? In the immortal bamboo forest, an ancient true immortal's voice trembled, filled with fear. There were immortal kings revealing their auras at today's banquet. What were they trying to do? Were they going to attack that person in the Moon Prince mansion? To them, this wasn't enough to describe them as audacious. They were trying to drag everyone in the immortal region down with them. The expressions of the Eastern Immortal region's elder Immortal King Gu Xian and Immortal King Aod also became serious. They didn't say anything as they stared at that place. After they arrived at the Southern Immortal region, they immediately retracted their auras. Otherwise, if they revealed their auras, no one would be able to get close to them other than those of the same level. This was their way of expressing their respect, and they didn't dare to overstep their boundaries. Now, the Immortal King auras that were revealed were extremely powerful. They had just stepped into the Southern Immortal region, and they revealed their bodies there. This was a provocation. Were they going to attack that person? Although they didn't descend with their true bodies, no matter how this battle ends, the immortal region situation will be greatly shaken. Are they really not afraid of the consequences? Immortal King Aod narrowed his eyes and said. He had already learned the truth about these avatars from Ao Ling. This was a faith dharma body condensed from some kind of treasure, and its true strength was comparable to that of an immortal king. However, it was extremely difficult to condense a dharma body of faith. There was definitely a huge price to pay. From this chaotic aura, it was difficult to determine which immortal king or immortal kings these dharmakayas of faith came from. Kiki, the central immortal region is truly bold. Even at such a critical juncture, they didn't forget to probe. That immortal king from the life-restricted region released a decaying aura from his entire body. He couldn't help but grin, taking pleasure in this disaster, as if he was watching a play. The reason why he said that was so that the crowd would think that those immortal king avatars were the doing of someone from the central immortal domain. After all, aside from the central celestial realms, all the famous celestial kings from the celestial realms had come. So, it was naturally impossible that they were the ones who had come to stir up trouble. Although the guests in the Moon Prince Manor were very far away from the immortal kings, they could still hear what they were talking about. Immediately, many people started to suspect the Central Immortal region. They felt that the Central Immortal region wanted to drag the entire Immortal region down with them. Weren't they afraid of being punished for doing such a thing? Or did they really have the ability to deal with this person? The current situation in the Immortal region is getting more and more interesting. Ao Ling looked like she didn't mind the situation. She giggled, revealing a pair of small and pretty canine teeth. She seemed to have understood the reason. Her eyes were filled with interest. They really don't want to live anymore. At this moment, the Moon Prince who hadn't shown herself all this time also appeared. She stood in the depths of the void. Her dress fluttered, and her eyes were cold. She really didn't expect that there would be someone who didn't know what was good for them and wanted to probe at such a major event. This was no longer as simple as being stupid. It was simply courting death. In the depths of the immortal forest, Gu Changa's figure that was sitting on a cushion slowly stood up. The fragments of the great Tao around him disappeared. He seemed to have returned to his original state, like an idle mortal. Even if an immortal king stood before him at this moment, he would still subconsciously treat him as an ordinary mortal. He couldn't sense the slightest dharma power or law fluctuation from him. However, if he closed his eyes to sense it, he would find that there seemed to be a vast and boundless sea in front of him that could swallow everything at any time. I really didn't expect that there would still be people who aren't afraid of death at this time. Gu Changa looked at the end of the universe and didn't move. At this moment, the figures of 5 immortal kings appeared. Although they weren't their true bodies, their auras weren't weaker than ordinary immortal kings. They stood at the end of the universe together as if they had opened the world. The entire world couldn't accommodate them. Gu Changa could naturally see that these figures were only dharma bodies and not their true bodies, which was why he was a little surprised. He originally thought that no one in the current immortal region would have the guts to attack him, but he still found that he seemed to have underestimated the current situation in the immortal region. Husband, these immortal kings are. The heavenly dear mystic maiden stood beside Gu Changa and couldn't help but ask in surprise. The remnants of the old era. Gu Changa smiled faintly. However, the heavenly dear mystic maiden was even more confused when he said those words. As Gu Changa finished speaking, a monstrous storm suddenly appeared at the end of the universe in the southern immortal region. An ancient and tattered flag rose there. Boundless chaotic aura enveloped it, and it was like a surging wave that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. 5 terrifying figures stood there, and they happened to be in different directions. They coldly looked in the direction of the Moon Prince mansion, unparalleled since ancient times. Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone seemed to hear the sound of armored horses and weapons. It was as if heaven and earth were trembling as this blood-stained and tattered ancient flag unfurled. An immortal king's voice seemed to reverberate in the void. That was the voice of the Tao, but it was more like a supreme decree that commanded the world, and no one dared to disobey. Amidst that low voice, all living beings that had perished in the world revived from nothingness. They turned into blood and bones, and were about to reassemble and reappear. The mighty and terrifying army, whose numbers were simply uncountable, was summoned back in front of everyone's eyes. They continuously reassembled. There were heavenly blades, halberds, armors, divine spears, and terrifying figures sitting on ancient beasts, looking down on the world. Are these the ancient heroic spirits that had perished in the world? Or the great army that had perished in this place? Everyone in the Moon Prince mansion was stunned. Even the immortal king's eyes narrowed as he stared at that swaying flag. What kind of heaven-shaking power was this? It was just a flag, yet it allowed living beings that had perished in this world to reappear. This was an act that defied the heavens. At this moment, the old immortal king of ancient mystic widened his eyes in disbelief. Could it be, the immortal region's world-suppressing flag that commanded the heavens before the Forbidden Era? There were a total of 8 world-suppressing flags in the immortal region. They were mysterious and possessed unfathomable might. It was said that they could command all races in the heavens. They were once controlled by the 8 celestial lords of the immortal palace, and they had countless immortal soldiers and immortal generals under their command. However, the 8 flags had long disappeared in the long river of history. No one had seen them before, and no one even knew if they existed. They had long become a legend. Chapter 880. A shocking commotion came from the end of the universe, as if an indestructible horn had been blown. All the generals and soldiers who had fought in the heavens had awakened from their reincarnation. This was a terrifying force that overflowed into the heavens like the boundless Wang Yang. A vast and mighty army arrived from the void, separated by time and space. Kill, 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 monstrous killing intent swept out, as if mountains and rivers were collapsing, destroying everything. The vast army charged over, and the star regions along the way trembled, drowned by that kind of aura. If it really is an indestructible heroic soul, could there be our ancestors among them? Everyone in the southern celestial realm was shocked speechless by the scene before their eyes. Some people even trembled as they asked, feeling a wave of fear. The celestial realm's world-suppressing flag of the immortal palace is said to be a natural item. It appeared too long ago, and was once wielded by the celestial palace's celestial lord. No one dared to disobey him. The old immortal king of ancient mystic, who was very familiar with ancient books, had already stood up from his cushion, and said with a serious expression. Although that flag was already damaged and not complete, just a shake of it still erupted with a supreme might that seemed to be able to suppress eternity. The other immortal kings couldn't help but gasp as they stared in that direction. It's actually that war flag. Unfortunately, even it's damaged. Ao Ling said. The smile on her face had already disappeared, and she was no longer nonchalant. Immortal King Aod beside her didn't know what Ao Ling meant. However, he could tell that the history of that flag was probably not as simple as what the old immortal king of ancient mystics said. After all, Ao Ling's era was the Khanate legendary era, which was even longer before the Celestial Palace was born. It was separated from the Celestial Palace's era by countless eras. Immortal King Baichuan couldn't hide his shock and surprise. He also didn't expect such an unexpected thing to happen at this time. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, someone really made a move at this time. Looks like I don't need to test it. Meanwhile, just as all the guests in the Moon Prince mansion, including the immortal kings, were shocked, another terrifying scene appeared at the end of the universe. Ancient and vicissitudes of life sounded from an unknown place, accompanied by thick sorrow and death. Those 5 towering immortal king avatars didn't do much. Instead, they blew some kind of horn. A graceful ballad began to play in the unseen world. It moved the heartstrings of those who heard it, but it also sounded like they were weeping. It was as if a peerless woman was sobbing softly, grieving for the great era Tao that had been buried in the ancient era. In the depths of heaven and earth, a streak of light appeared. It was just too terrifying, simply as if 2 blazing blood suns covered the sky, connecting the past and present. It gazed into the southern immortal domain, not revealing its true body, but just its eyes alone made many true immortals tremble. However, from the light in its eyes, one could imagine how terrifying and huge this creature was. It was as if the entire universe couldn't contain its true body. What kind of creature is this? The group of immortal kings in the Moon Prince Manor also felt their hearts palpitate as they were stared at by that gaze. It was as if all of his secrets had been seen through. It was difficult for him to hide, and his blood seemed to be about to freeze. Boom! It was also at this moment that a terrifying aura spread out from the depths of the Moon Prince mansion. Immortal fog drifted in the immortal bamboo forest. The star region within a radius of billions of miles started to tremble. Almost all of the immortal kings felt their hearts tremble. Their expressions changed drastically as they looked in that direction. Apart from the immortal kings, the other living beings' legs trembled, and their bodies were about to collapse. They couldn't even withstand a trace of the aura that spread out. My lord, the Moon Prince who stood in the sky also had a change of expression. Then, he hurriedly bowed respectfully, and the immortal fog dispersed. Everyone saw a figure whose back was facing everyone in the depths of the Tao platform. He looked extremely tall and straight, and his white robes fluttered in the wind. Is that the forbidden existence? The old immortal King Gu Xian, immortal King Aod, immortal King Withered Een, and the others all stared in that direction. They finally saw his true appearance. However, what surprised them was that from the back, that figure looked exceptionally young. It didn't have the ferocious appearance of 3 heads and 6 arms that was rumored to be terrifying. It's him, beside immortal King Aod, Ao Ling stared without blinking. She was not calm at all. It was the first time she showed such an expression. She clenched her sleeves tightly. Gu Chang'e stood on the Tao platform and looked at the vast army charging towards the southern celestial region. He merely raised a finger. It was crystal clear, but it was like the hand of heaven and earth. It emitted an ancient treasure light, intercepting the universe, and landed with a poof. All of the immortal kings felt a chill run down their spines. They felt like their soul lights were going to be wiped away by this finger. Rumble. Boundless light erupted in front of him, and the world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The vast army summoned by the tattered banner was like ashes in the wind in front of this finger. Before they could even touch it, they had already been blown apart. Then, dust returned to dust, and they dissipated there. This scene made all living beings in the southern celestial region tremble in fear. With such great power, it was probably only a matter of a finger to wipe out the entire southern celestial region. The younger generation that followed the group of immortal kings to the Moon Prince Mansion was also shocked. They finally understood why their ancestors were so fearful and uneasy. They were even thinking of ways to move away and leave behind a spark. Under such world-destroying power, whether true immortals or ordinary living beings, they were all cannon fodder. They could not even withstand a finger. The old immortal King Gu Xian said in a trembling voice, "Rumor has it that this lord destroyed 3,000 provinces with a single hand. The entire celestial region collapsed because of this. Now, it seems like this is not just a rumor." The other immortal kings were also terrified. They felt like they could not even withstand this finger. Even if they did, they would probably suffer severe Tao injuries. And this was just a casual finger from Gu Chang'e. If he really wanted to destroy the entire celestial region, it would not be difficult at all, even if he had not recovered to his peak. What's the use of hiding? Do you really think you can hide in front of me? Gu Chang'e said casually. He did not take a step forward. He merely stood on top of the 4 Tao platform and looked at the end of the universe. The figures of the 5 immortal kings stood there with cold gazes. They took out the broken flags and summoned the heroic spirits in the world again. It seemed like ashes were falling from the void. The dissipated figures gathered again. Their bodies, mounts, and weapons appeared one by one. It was as if they were undying and indestructible. However, such a vast army was indeed impossible for ordinary cultivators to resist. However, it was completely useless against Gu Chang'e. They could not even reach him. He waved his sleeve, and a terrifying Tao sound echoed in the world. It was as if an ancient human immortal was sitting there and chanting the ancient scripture of reincarnation. The army that charged over was swept away by the Tao sound and quickly turned into ashes. It was as if they were purified. Chapter 881. Qi. But at this time, a silver spear, too sharp, and incomparably sudden, directly pierced towards Gu Chang'e. It was terrifying, shattering the sky, obliterating the natural laws. The immortal king in that direction finally made his move. His entire body was blurry, condensed from the power of faith. However, when this silver spear was about to land in front of Gu Chang'e, it was flicked by his finger, and then exploded with a kacha. Without a doubt, this was a very terrifying weapon, forged from all kinds of rare materials. But it still shattered in an instant, unable to get close to Gu Chang'e at all. Dong, 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 at the end of the universe, the immortal king who attacked didn't seem to have any fluctuations in his emotions, not surprised. He continued to attack, a great Tao millstone condensed in his large hand, obliterating the stars like dust. When this palm descended, the star region exploded, turning into countless fragments. Countless spiderwebs appeared in the universe. Although he and Gu Chang'e were separated by several star regions, the distance was incomparably far. But immortal kings themselves had reached the peak with 10 Tao arts. This bit of spatial distance was like nothing to them. The space-time between the two seemed to have suddenly collapsed at this moment. There was even the phantom of the long river of time appearing. The other 4 immortal king figures also made their move. One of them slashed out a peerless heavenly blade, its light illuminating the universe. All living beings could feel that terrifying killing intent, as if it could make the world wither. That saber light was too terrifying. It was like a universe pouring down in torrents. The other 3 immortal kings used their own methods. One of them turned into a flood, so tall that one couldn't look at him directly, powerful beyond compare. In his hand was a golden divine pagoda that could knock down all things. For ordinary cultivators, this was definitely an unimaginable day. They saw 5 immortal kings appear and take action. Although it wasn't their true bodies, such strength could be said to be the strongest in the past 10 million years. Boom! In an instant, all kinds of weapons descended. The 5 immortal kings attacked together, shaking the world. Even immortal kings were terrified by this. Old immortal king Gu Xian, immortal king Aod, and the others all trembled deeply. If they were killed by the 5 immortal kings, they would definitely die. At this time, if true immortals dared to step foot into that place, they would definitely be instantly erased, body and soul destroyed, nothing left of them. All the guests in the Moon Prince Manor were astounded as well. They had never thought that they would witness something like this one day. It was just too terrifying. However, facing the combined attack of 5 immortal kings, Gu Chang'e's emotions still did not waver. With just a raise of the palm, the entire world darkened. A terrifying giant hand was condensing there. Even the palm lines were incomparably clear. In comparison, the sun, moon, and stars were as insignificant as specks of dust. The entire universe seemed to be grasped by him. The stars in the sky appeared, magnificent and vast. Chi, 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 at this time, at the end of the world, one after another, pitch-black arrows suddenly shot over, surrounded by an ominous aura. Half of it had already rotted. Their speed was too fast, even immortal kings couldn't see them clearly. In an instant, they arrived in front of Gu Chang'e. The old immortal king Gu Xian let out a trembling voice again, directly crying out involuntarily, "Immortal vanquishing arrow." He recognized these arrows that were shot over one after another. They were arrows that could kill immortals according to the records. Moreover, they weren't ordinary true immortals, but immortal kings. Although from the outside, this arrow had already rotted, at its base, there were still fragments of the great Tao, possessing terrifying destructive power. Immortal King Aod stared over there, seeing the person who shot the arrows. It was actually an old man. He was very old, and also very withered, without much flesh, a dry lump. He wore very ancient clothes, but there were many fragments of time on his body. It was too terrifying. It was as if he had come against time, treading on time to arrive. He was also standing at the end of the universe. It was precisely at this moment that he suddenly knocked his bow and shot these arrows. Who on earth is this person? I've never seen him before. The 3 immortal kings of the northern celestial domain all felt that this was inconceivable. That old man revealed his true appearance, but no one recognized him. And right now, he was standing right beside that terrifying eye. That terrifying creature whose true form couldn't be seen clearly, standing next to him, was practically about to fill up the entire universe. Some immortal kings even noticed that there seemed to be a graceful figure standing on the head of that terrifying figure. It was very blurry, as if there was an entire epoch between them. Did you really think that I wouldn't be able to find you if you didn't reveal your true form? Gu Changa stepped out from the void, leaving the Moon Prince Manor. He spoke calmly. The instant those immortal vanquishing arrows were about to land, a layer of ripples appeared in front of him. It merely spread out, but it disintegrated them, stopping them. Moreover, these ripples contained a terrifying mysterious power, able to obliterate everything. It directly caused the runes of those immortal vanquishing arrows to dissipate, their immortal nature to dim. The fluctuations from the combined attacks of the 5 immortal kings were even more so, cut apart inch by inch in front of him. There seemed to be an eternally indestructible great screen between the two, unable to land on his body at all. However, the void around him exploded, turning into nothingness. Even the rules of the great Tao were obliterated, leaving nothing behind. Gu Changa took the initiative to attack. That palm just now continued to descend horizontally. At the same time, it seemed as if millions of Tao techniques were being performed. Heaven and earth instantly became blurry. Even that ancient tattered banner was swaying, but it was about to shatter. This was an unimaginably terrifying power, causing the old immortal king Gu Xian, immortal king Aod, and the other immortal kings to feel deep fear, and a sense of powerlessness. Boom! In front of them, a great world that was originally in the southern celestial realm was penetrated, and the celestial realm directly exploded again. The giant hand that Gu Changa formed reached over, completely enveloping the entire world. It pressed down mercilessly, causing mountains and rivers to collapse, and galaxies to explode. Even those immortal king figures roared furiously as they charged up against the heavens, charging towards Gu Changa's giant hand, but it was futile. They had already disintegrated 80 times in midair. They exploded, turning into a rain of light that scattered all over the sky. The great army that was summoned by the ancient banner was quickly disintegrated. This giant black hand only shook, and the universe was about to be obliterated, let alone ordinary living beings. How terrifying! This is the power to destroy the world. Everyone in the Moon Prince mansion was terrified. They felt that under this palm, forget about the world. Even the entire southern celestial realm would be pierced through. It wasn't something that immortal kings could resist. These 5 figures were only avatars that were condensed, and not their actual bodies. However, the strength that they possessed was not weaker than ordinary immortal kings. In fact, they were even stronger in some aspects. However, in just a short moment, 4 of them disintegrated, and nothing was left. Gu Changa looked coldly at the remaining avatar. There was no pity in his eyes, and he was about to obliterate it. Right at this moment, the indifferent and silent avatar suddenly opened its mouth, and its tone carried boundless sorrow and unwillingness. To think that I, the Luo Wang, had attained the immortal king realm many eras ago. I was extremely talented, and I thought that I could break through my shackles and reach a higher realm. However, I didn't expect that I couldn't even block a single attack from you. This is truly pathetic and laughable. However, even if I'm only an avatar and am restricted by the environment, I'll still make you pay the price today. Just as the Dharmakaya finished speaking, an immeasurable amount of light burst out from his body. He chose to destroy everything in his path and resolutely rushed towards Gu Changa. Chapter 882. For ordinary living beings, this was a day of calamity. The entire southern celestial realm seemed like it was about to be overturned. Countless galaxies exploded here, turning into dust. Even immortal kings felt uneasy, let alone the other cultivators. They wanted nothing more than to leave the southern celestial realm as far as possible to avoid this overwhelming wave. 5 immortal king avatars stood at the end of the world. They were so powerful that they trembled from time to time. However, under that boundless palm, they could only shatter like rain of light. They had no chance of resisting at all. All the immortal kings in the Moon Prince mansion felt a chill run down their spines. They deeply understood the difference between them. Just like how there was a terrifying and insurmountable gap between a true immortal and an immortal king, there was also a vast and insurmountable gap between Gu Chang'e and them. She could not touch the realm he was in at all. If he wanted to wipe out the immortal kings, he only needed to land a palm. All Tao laws and divine abilities would be shattered and destroyed. However, what shocked them the most was that the remaining immortal king avatar was actually the Luo Wang. It's a pity that I, the Luo Wang, was born in the wrong era. Now, the Luo Wang was burning. He had the determination to destroy everything with him as he charged towards Gu Chang'e. The universe behind him was collapsing, producing a scene of ash. The void was in tatters, endless astral winds mixed with chaotic energy blew over. The central celestial realm is really bold. Doing this today will only bury the entire central celestial realm for them. The Luo Wang has gone mad. The immortal kings in the Moon Prince Mansion were all stunned. They felt shocked. Since one of them was the Luo Wang, it wasn't hard to determine the identities of the other four immortal kings. They definitely had countless connections with the Luo Wang. The old immortal king Gu Xian said in a low voice, "Judging from the situation today, the celestial realm is going to be in complete chaos. There's clearly another unknown ancient force behind the Luo Wang. That blurry female avatar and the old man who shot the immortal vanquishing arrow aren't from this era at all." Moreover, after the 5 immortal king avatars exploded into a rain of light, the old man didn't leave. That old man didn't choose to stay. Instead, he turned around and left decisively. The gigantic and terrifying figure at the end of the universe was also turning around at this moment. It was like a blood moon sinking into the darkness, about to disappear and fall into it. They appeared there as if they were really just here to test the waters. When they saw that the situation was not good, they withdrew and left, not staying for long. Gu Chang'e stared at the image of the immortal king charging towards him. The terrifying energy seemed to be boiling, destroying all the Tao laws in the surroundings. It was filled with the determination to be obliterated, and didn't care about anything else. He didn't make a move to block it. He just looked calmly into the distance. At the end of the universe, the old man was leaving. At the last moment, Gu Chang'e saw the figure sitting on the head of the enormous and terrifying creature turn around to look at him. Although it was very vague, he could sense the bone-deep hatred in her eyes. "Who is that?" Gu Chang'e said softly. However, after the figure disappeared, the terrifying aura that shrouded the end of the universe also dissipated. The old man finally shot an arrow in this direction, as if he was afraid that Gu Chang'e would chase after him. However, Gu Chang'e didn't intend to do so. He shook his sleeve lightly, and the immortal king figure that was charging over collapsed and exploded, instantly vanishing into thin air. As for the immortal vanquishing arrow, it broke midway. The Tao arts on it had long been obliterated and was no longer complete. They know that there is no solution, so they deliberately want to delay me and let them leave. It seems that they should be the descendants of the immortal palace. The remnants of the old era. Gu Chang'e waved his hand, and the broken immortal vanquishing arrow landed in his hand. He carefully examined it, and then shook it lightly, causing it to explode into powder that filled the sky. He guessed that these people should be from the descendants of the immortal palace. After all, after the immortal palace was destroyed, there were still descendants left behind. Moreover, back then, the immortal palace was incomparably prosperous, and there were countless peerless powerhouses. Not everyone died in it. Although to the outside world, the immortal palace had long been destroyed and no longer existed, buried in the long river of history. However, the true descendants of the immortal palace couldn't have truly died. Perhaps they had long found a place to reproduce and survive. Judging from these methods, the immortal vanquishing arrow and the immortal domain's 8-directional world-suppressing flag were all inextricably linked to the immortal palace. They were either descendants of the immortal palace, or they had obtained the immortal palace's previous inheritance. Gu Chang'e still remembered that when he was in the upper realm, he had gathered the 7 artifacts of heaven wielding and condensed the key to the Immortal Palace's secret treasure. However, that key was now in Yumingkong's hands. Gu Chang'e wasn't very interested in those secret treasures. After that, he directly told Yumingkong to send people to find the secret treasures if she had the chance in the future. After that, Gu Chang'e shook his head lightly. He turned around and walked back into the Moon Prince mansion. Just earlier, the souls of countless living beings in the entire southern immortal domain were trembling. They collapsed on the ground, unable to withstand that formless pressure. This was the supreme aura fluctuation of an immortal king. Even if it wasn't their true body, but a manifestation of faith condensed through some method, it was still extremely powerful. One could destroy an entire immortal domain. However, the southern immortal domain was peaceful now. Especially all the guests in the Moon Prince mansion, they were trembling in fear as they watched Gu Chang'e walk over. He was very young. His face was incomparably handsome, and his figure was tall and slender. Immortal light flowed through his hair, and his aura was concealed. He didn't look like some terrifying demon that could destroy the world. Instead, he was like a banished immortal that walked the mortal world, aloof and otherworldly. The Moon Prince appeared immediately and said respectfully, "Greetings, my lord." Her attitude caused the expressions of the many immortal kings here to change. Then, they all imitated her and greeted Gu Chang'e. In the distance, Quasi-Immortal King Bai Chuan opened his mouth. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. At the same time, a terrifying chill ran down his spine. He was still planning to test Gu Chang'e's strength. Just now, he was incomparably overjoyed, thinking that perhaps those figures could test out Gu Chang'e's strength. However, who would have thought that in just an instant, the 5 manifestations of immortal kings would collapse and explode. The difference was really too great. At the same time, he was filled with lingering fear. If he recklessly exposed himself, he would probably end up like those manifestations. Ao Ling followed behind Immortal King Aod. When she saw Gu Chang'e walking over, her heart couldn't calm down at all. She opened her small mouth, wanting to say something, but she held it back in. This was because Gu Chang'e's gaze only swept past Immortal King Aod, who was beside her. Then, he glanced at her, paused, and shifted his gaze away. Clearly, he didn't remember her. This made Ao Ling feel a little bitter. They had clearly seen each other countless epochs ago. Now that they met again, they didn't know each other. Perhaps back then, Gu Chang'e didn't remember her either. After all, she was just a dragon clan's little princess. After countless epochs, who could remember things from so long ago? Even time was cut off for too long. Not a single trace of that era was left behind. Who would have thought that there would still be someone like her in the later generations? Ao Ling's eyes were a bit dim. She stood at Immortal King Aod's side, not going up to meet Gu Chang'e. Moreover, she wasn't too clear on the matters related to the Forbidden Great Era, nor did she know why such a terrifying thing happened. In her memories, this person's personality was extremely easygoing and gentle. Even her father, who didn't respect the heavens, didn't respect the earth, and didn't care about anything, was extremely respectful towards this person. He had previously said that his life's pursuit was precisely to touch upon that cultivation realm. This type of unmatched figure, why would he become the devil that countless creatures feared in the later generations, destroying the heavens, collapsing immortal ancient? Ao Ling thought for a bit, but still decided to watch from the sidelines. Right now, Immortal Domain's situation was a bit hard for her to understand. It was just like those several immortal kings who took action just now. In a situation where they knew they had no chance of winning, they actually still appeared. This was a bit inconceivable to begin with. Or was it to say that their objective was completely to test this person? Great One, the immortal king who took action just now came from the central immortal domain, named Luo Wan. The others might all be related to the central immortal domain. Now, all of the famous immortal kings of the immortal domain have appeared here. However, only the central immortal domain's people haven't come yet. I suspect that those immortal kings who took action all have a great connection to the central immortal domain. Gu Chang'e arrived in the immortal bamboo forest. Moon King said respectfully in front of him. The other immortal kings all stayed relatively far away, not daring to get too close. The many guests in the distance all watched from afar, even more so not daring to get close. They were all shocked and reverent, at the same time feeling a type of pressure. This type of figure could destroy the world they lived in with a raise of his palm, the immortal domain no longer existing. So young, looks like his foundation is even younger than ours. Some of the younger generation of the immortal king clans whispered there, their eyes full of shock. A few of the favored daughters of the heavens were even more shocked. This was completely different from what they had understood from the rumors in ancient books. In fact, there was not even the slightest bit of similarity. However, their words were quickly heard by a few of the elders beside them. They glared at them, telling them to keep quiet and not speak nonsense. The atmosphere in the immortal bamboo forest was very oppressive. After the guests saw the scene just now, they were even more fearful. They knew that it was really too easy for this person to destroy the immortal domain. Gu Chang'e swept his eyes over the crowd, taking in all of the changes in their expressions. He sat down in the pavilion. Moon King tactfully poured tea for him in a natural manner, and then stood respectfully at the side. You all don't have to fear me. I don't have as much malice towards you all as you think. Gu Chang'e picked up the tea, and lightly blew the mist on it. With a natural expression, he said, since ancient times, too many things have happened. Some are buried in the passage of time, and some are still left in this world. It's already a rare fortune to be able to achieve such achievements in this life. It's because of my luck. Immortal Emperor Aod, the old immortal Emperor Gu Xian, the withered shade immortal Emperor, and the others were standing nearby with their hands by their sides. Their expressions shifted when they heard the words. Was he telling them that the fact that they were able to live until now and achieve the immortal Emperor realm was already a blessing in itself? However, even though Gu Chang'e had told them that he did not have any ill intentions, they still did not dare to speak nonsense. They did not even dare to ask a single question. Is there still no immortal emperor from the central immortal domain? Gu Chang'e shook his head. He put down the teacup and asked the Moon King. Senior, there isn't a single immortal emperor from the central immortal domain, the Moon King replied with a stern expression. At a time like this, the central immortal domain's actions seemed to be telling the crowd that they would not submit so easily. The fact that Luo Wang had shown his true self was the best proof. The central immortal domain is vast. There are more than 9 immortal emperors on the surface. Some of the immortal emperor clans even have several immortal emperors. TSK, I was injured by them when I tried to enter the central immortal domain. They have long treated the central immortal domain as their territory. They won't allow anyone to set foot in it, let alone hand it over to them. The immortal emperor from the life-forbidden area laughed coldly. He seemed to be taking pleasure in the central immortal domain's misfortune. As far as he was concerned, if the central immortal region dared to go against Gu Chang'e, then they were simply courting death. I'm willing to serve my senior and teach the central immortal domain a heavy lesson. I'll let them understand who's in charge of the central immortal domain now. As soon as he finished speaking, he cupped his fists respectfully. His attitude was extremely sincere. His name was Xue Xiao. His true form was a rare ancient beast that was born in the Chaos Ocean. However, his vitality was already exhausted, and he was filled with the aura of decay. Therefore, at this moment, he decided to serve Gu Chang'e without hesitation. The expressions of the other immortal emperors changed when they saw this, especially the 3 immortal emperors from the northern immortal domain. They didn't expect the immortal emperor Xue Xiao to be so decisive. He didn't even hesitate to submit. However, judging from the current situation, Gu Chang'e didn't ask them to come over just to have a chat. He obviously had a motive. Moreover, even the Moon Prince had chosen to submit. Otherwise, who in this world would ask her to serve them tea? An immortal emperor couldn't be humiliated. Besides, they guessed that Gu Changa was planning to unify the current central immortal domain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted time and asked all of them to come over. Qi Lian, Ku Yin, Chu Kuan, we're willing to serve my senior. They immediately exchanged glances with one another and said respectfully. Previously, they were already united in one breath. Now, they decisively chose to pledge their allegiance without hesitation. Very good. Gu Changa revealed a faint smile. Since they were so tactful, he wouldn't make things difficult for them. The ancient true immortals of the northern immortal domain heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the three immortal kings make such a choice. They were worried that they would take things too hard and seek their own deaths like the central immortal domain. Meanwhile, in a vast star region hundreds of millions of miles away from the southern immortal domain, great fog spread. It was unknown where it came from, but it completely enveloped this world, causing this place to be dark. There wasn't much light at all. What kind of place have we mistakenly entered? Even the mysteries of heaven are blurred. I can't deduce the direction either. The ancient warship hovered in the air. A blurry figure standing on it spoke. The surrounding space was about to distort. Maybe it's some ancient formation or damaged ruins that are manifesting at this time. In another direction, there were also voices. There were many people trapped here. Wang Zijin followed the two immortal kings of the Wang family, as well as many clansmen, here. At this moment, they were frowning as they looked at the towering fog in the distance. The fog that obscured the mysteries of heaven has dispersed. At this moment, an ancient true immortal spoke with some surprise. After the fog dispersed, this star region also regained its clarity. A figure that was coiled by fragments of the Grand Tao and was dazzling like a god stood in the sky, and his expression suddenly changed indeterminately as he said, "Why do I suddenly feel uneasy in the unseen world? Who is scheming against me?" As an immortal king, how terrifying was his perception. He would feel it even if he said the person's real name. However, there had never been a day like this when he was suddenly enveloped by a terrifying malice. Chapter 883. In this star domain, several terrifying figures stood, their bodies exuding a terrifying aura. They were all immortal kings from various clans in the central celestial domain. They had originally brought their clansmen to the southern celestial domain to attend the banquet, but because of this strange fog that suddenly swept over, they were stopped here and had no choice but to stop. Even immortal kings were helpless just now. After deducing for a long time, they still couldn't find the right direction. Someone tried to use magic power to split open this great fog, but the end result was that this great fog became even thicker, as if it spread endlessly, drowning everyone. That immortal king was worried that something unexpected would happen, so he could only stop here and think of another way to escape. However, what made them feel slightly relieved was that this great fog didn't last for long, and it dissipated. The world returned to normal, and the distant star domain could be seen clearly. It doesn't seem like we stepped into some ruins. I suspect that someone set up some kind of great formation, an immortal king spoke, his brows furrowed. He had a feeling that something was wrong. I have the same feeling. If it is a ruin, it is impossible for there to be no spatial fluctuations. In the end, this great fog came and disappeared quickly. I suspect that it is some kind of maze formation from ancient times. Another immortal king also spoke. His eyes were deep, as if a vast scene was evolving within them. There were a total of 7 immortal kings in this place, and they could be said to be the most powerful force in the central celestial domain. Apart from the immortal kings, there were also many true immortals, enough to sweep through any celestial domain. The immortal king who looked like an old woman from the Wang family shook her head, and said, "The most important thing now is to go to the southern celestial domain first. We can't delay any longer." The figure in golden battle armor, who looked extremely majestic and tall, descended from the void. He stood together with the two immortal kings of the Wang family, and said with a frown, "I don't know why, but I keep feeling uneasy, as if someone is secretly plotting against me. If Brother Luo has this feeling, then it is definitely not on a whim. It is best to be more careful during this trip to the feast at Hongmen." Hearing this, the other immortal king of the Wang family was stunned, and then he spoke. He had a good personal relationship with the figure in golden battle armor in front of him, who was King Luo. At the same time, it was also his intention to form a marriage alliance with the Luo Wang manor. He wanted Luo Wang's descendant, Luo Xian, to marry Wang Zijin. However, this time, the Luo Wang did not bring that descendant with him. Clearly, he was worried that an accident would occur and the inheritance would be severed. So, he had deliberately ordered many of his clansmen to leave so as to preserve a trace of their kindling. Of course, apart from Wang Zijin, there were not many young people in the Wang family who followed him. They all found small worlds to hide. There are very few things in this world that can make me feel uneasy, Luo Wang said. His brows were still tightly furrowed. When he tried to perform a divination, he could only see a boundless expanse of fog before him. As an immortal king, he could even traverse the river of time. However, when it came to his own matters, he had no way to deduce it. It was difficult for him to understand just a few words. The past, present, and future were shrouded in fog. After that, the group of immortal kings here continued on their way, heading towards the southern celestial region. The distance between the two places exceeded millions and millions of miles, separated by several universes. In between, there were chaotic streams of chaos and void storms. Even immortal kings who could traverse universes had to be careful when they were hurrying along. Because the dangers contained in those dangerous lands were enough to make immortal kings bleed and face the danger of dying. These dangerous lands that had existed since ancient times had never disappeared because of the various disasters of the celestial region. The group of immortal kings brought their juniors and hurried towards the southern celestial region. However, on the way, before they got close to the universe where the southern celestial region was located, the group of immortal kings were stunned. They could clearly sense the terrifying fluctuations left behind there. Previously, there were definitely existences at the level of immortal kings. The aftermath of the battle here had not dissipated yet. The surrounding universes were all damaged. Some star regions were destroyed. There were traces of destruction everywhere. What happened? Previously, there were at least several immortal kings fighting here, a veteran immortal king of the central celestial region said in a deep voice. His gaze became very deep. They had not yet arrived at the southern celestial region, but they had already seen such a scene. It was really shocking. Many people began to suspect whether an immortal king had been killed here. Otherwise, why would there be such a terrifying aura left behind? This trip is indeed dangerous. When you reach the southern celestial region, you must be careful with your words. Some immortal kings were warning their juniors. Their expressions were grave, their hearts heavy. Zijin, this path is dangerous. Why don't you return to your clan? That old woman-like immortal king of the Wang family also spoke at this moment, intending to let Wang Zijin leave. The aura left behind in this place made her heart palpitate, giving rise to uneasiness. At least 4 or 5 immortal kings appeared here, but their auras had all exploded. What was the result? Everyone could guess. Wang Zijin was dressed in flawless white clothes. She was otherworldly and refined, moving like a fairy in the forest. She shook her head and said, "There's no need. We're already here." This area was completely shattered. The natural laws had all exploded. Many places had become nothingness. If they wanted to restore life, it would take at least tens of millions of years. A group of immortal kings of the central celestial region. You all actually dare to come again? However, when the group of immortal kings wanted to cross the realm barrier outside the southern celestial region again, they were stopped by the cultivators guarding the barrier. This was a true immortal, dressed in feathered clothes. His expression became a mixture of shock and anger. He directly rang an ancient bell, telling the nearby experts to quickly rush over. If it was before, facing so many immortal kings, he definitely wouldn't dare to speak like this. He would be crushed by that matchless aura. But today's situation was different. Just a while ago, in the cosmos outside the southern celestial region. However, a total of 5 immortal kings exploded, instantly destroyed by that person's palm, turning into a rain of light that filled the sky. That was why he had the confidence to stand in the sky, facing the group of immortal kings of the central celestial region. When he spoke like this, his face was filled with shock and anger. After all, it was the group of immortal kings of the central celestial region that almost destroyed the southern celestial region. What's wrong? The group of immortal kings of the central celestial region were first stunned. Then, they were all stunned by the scene before their eyes. They were a bit confused, not knowing what was going on. They even felt that it was very inconceivable and surreal. A true immortal actually dared to speak to a total of 7 immortal kings like this. Was this person really not afraid of death, or did he not want to live anymore? The few old true immortals who followed also stood out. They frowned and asked, "What do you mean by this, fellow Taoist? Could it be that we are not welcome here?" And just as this true immortal of the southern celestial region rang the ancient bell, several other true immortals quickly rushed over. They all stared vigilantly at everyone from the central celestial region who had rushed over. Why are these people so hostile towards us? The group of immortal kings of the central celestial region all frowned. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. If it wasn't for the fact that the southern celestial region was a bit special now, they would have already taken action. How could they be so polite? Immortal kings could not be humiliated. This person was just a small true immortal, yet he dared to speak to them with such a tone. If it was before, he would have been directly slapped to death. How troublesome. Luo Wang snorted coldly. He reached out with his large hand and directly grabbed this true immortal. A terrifying aura overturned the sea, unstoppable. All the true immortals here trembled all over. Their legs went weak, and they couldn't help but fall to their knees. This was the matchless might of an immortal king. In front of him, true immortals were just slightly bigger ants. He was searching through this true immortal's memories, wanting to know the reason why everyone in the southern celestial region was so hostile towards them. However, when he saw the memories in this true immortal's mind, especially those related to the previous battle, his face immediately turned green. That immortal king avatar that towered in the sky actually called himself Luo Wang in front of everyone in the southern celestial region and even said those words. Later on, he even burned his own body and charged over like a moth to a flame in an attempt to fight against that person. "Damn it, someone is trying to frame me," Luo Wang immediately roared in anger. His face was green and white, and he was shocked and furious. He directly shattered the stars in a radius of tens of millions of miles. He finally understood why he felt uneasy and felt that someone was secretly plotting against him. So it was actually here. Moreover, judging from the situation at that time, almost everyone felt that that figure was him. Even though he didn't reveal his true body, with just a few words, he splashed the black water on him. Even if this wasn't his doing, there was still no sufficient evidence to prove this. Who is trying to frame me? I have no enmity with you. Luo Wang's mood was extremely sorrowful and indignant. From this true immortal's memories, that battle involved some unknown secrets. What exactly happened? The other immortal kings were all shocked by Luo Wang's reaction. Then, they stepped forward and investigated that portion of memories together. Then, everyone's expressions changed. Even though they weren't as shocked and furious as Luo Wang, they still felt that something was very wrong. Their expressions became uncertain. Who is it that is trying to frame our central celestial region? How vicious are those who want to destroy our central celestial region? The immortal king from the Wang family, who looked like an old woman, said, her expression grave. She guessed that this was definitely a trap set by someone. That great fog that suddenly swept over wasn't that simple. It was too much of a coincidence. It just happened to trap them there, delaying them. In that case, no matter how they explained, even if they swore a heavenly oath, it would probably be difficult for them to clear their names. After all, at the extreme level of immortal king, ordinary heavenly oaths couldn't restrain them. The other immortal kings also understood this matter, and their expressions were ugly. This was clearly trying to pin the blame on the central celestial region. Moreover, they didn't have complete evidence to prove that this matter had nothing to do with them. Therefore, the central celestial region would definitely find a way to prove their innocence. The person in the dark used this method to completely muddy the waters of the central celestial region. All the immortal kings here were suspects. After all, the 5 figures that took action at that time were only avatars, not their true bodies. As long as they used secret treasures, it could be done. It was impossible to say that just because they were all present, they could completely clear their names of suspicion. This method is really vicious, a veteran immortal king couldn't help but sigh. Then, he sympathized with the shocked and furious Luo Wang. Because the other party had appeared there under the guise of Luo Wang, and then revealed their origins. At this time, even if Luo Wang had 100 mouths, he couldn't explain it clearly. Who knew if that was a deliberate act of suspicion? Wang Zijin couldn't help but sympathize with Luo Wang. No wonder he was so angry. If it were anyone else, they would be like this. He had inexplicably taken the blame. Moreover, it was the kind of blame that couldn't be cleared no matter how hard he tried. It's true that one sits at home, but the blame falls from the sky. I wonder who has a grudge with Luo Wang. Or could it be that they are related to him in the first place, and are just deliberately setting up a trap to win sympathy and make people less suspicious? But no matter what, the 7 immortal kings at that time are all very suspicious. This banquet at Hongmen is really a double whammy. Wang Zijin glanced at the 7 immortal kings present one by one. In her opinion, even the 2 immortal kings of the Wang family were the same. The several immortal kings present all knew what had happened, so they naturally didn't want to take the blame. After all, if this matter wasn't handled properly, it would drag the entire central celestial domain down with it. They immediately spoke up and explained the situation to the several true immortals present. They expressed that this matter had absolutely nothing to do with them, and that they were wrongly accused by others. On their way to the southern celestial domain, they ran into trouble and were trapped there. However, it was useless for them to say such things to the true immortals here. They hurriedly led their people and hurried to the Moon Prince Manor to explain things clearly. The true immortals here were a little confused. However, with their strength, they couldn't possibly stop so many immortal kings. Meanwhile, in the Moon Prince Manor, the immortal banquet had already begun. Many delicacies, wine, and immortal fruits were served by a group of beautiful maids. Multicolored light rose, filled with all kinds of immortal auras. It was like the scene of immortals attending a banquet in ancient times had reappeared. Bejeweled jade palaces, richly ornamented beams and painted rafters, even the ground was paved with the most precious immortal jade, the cost of construction astonishing. Immortal fog drifted in the immortal bamboo forest. Purple light circled around the mountains, silver waterfalls fell, and divine light flowed. The immortal kings of the eastern and northern celestial domains sat down in order. Their descendants followed behind them, raising their cups and drinking. The scene was incomparably harmonious. Some of them even had smiles on their faces. They were rather relaxed, no longer as oppressive and heavy as before. During the banquet, the Moon Prince arranged for many beautiful women to sing and dance there. Their figures were graceful and extremely moving. As the immortal fog drifted, it seemed like they were going to fly with the wind and ascend to the vast cold realm. Gu Chang'e appeared very casual. He also raised his cup and drank. With beautiful women by his side, the Moon Prince poured wine for him. Some youths in the distance were extremely envious. At this moment, in the star region outside the Moon Prince Manor, there were bursts of immortal light. Auspicious light filled the sky. Golden paths tore through the sky and quickly spread out, carrying many people. "They're from the central celestial domain," said the Moon Prince. He had already received the news from the southern celestial domain's boundary. He had also reported it to Gu Chang'e. The many immortal kings here looked like they were watching a show. Previously, they were still surprised that the middle celestial domain was so bold. Now, they knew about this from the Moon Prince. However, they still couldn't tell if this was true or not. Chapter 884. The stellar region outside the Moon Prince Manor began to tremble. The golden paths extended from there, about to descend here. Many immortal kings from the central immortal region had arrived. They brought their descendants and appeared here. They did not stop to rest, not daring to delay in the slightest. This was especially true for Luo Wang, whose emotions fluctuated greatly. He did not want to be made a scapegoat for no reason. Even at this moment, he was still furious. He wanted nothing more than to find the person who had framed him. Of course, the people from the southern immortal region shared the same feelings as Luo Wang. They did not want to be blamed for nothing at a time like this. Someone had purposely trapped them, making the central immortal region stand against that person. "The immortal kings of the central immortal region seek an audience with you, my lord." The golden paths stopped outside the Moon Prince Manor. All the immortal kings did not dare to walk in the air after arriving here. They obediently landed on the ground and spoke respectfully. When they spoke, the many guests in the immortal bamboo forest all grew quiet. Everyone looked at Gu Chang'e. Their mouths were tightly shut. No one spoke or responded. The withered immortal king, the old immortal king Gu Xian, and the others also put down the cups in their hands. They looked outside the manor quietly. Gu Chang'e sat at the table. He did not move. He continued to drink and did not speak. All the guests did not dare to speak. The place was extremely quiet. The immortal kings who appeared outside the Moon Prince Manor felt the atmosphere become heavy and oppressive. The old immortal king Gu Xian, immortal king Aod, and the others had already heard the news from the southern immortal region's boundary space from the Moon Prince. The immortal kings from the central immortal region all said that they had encountered a fog on their way here. Everyone was trapped inside and could not escape. However, whether this was true or not was not something that could be determined by their words alone. Moreover, Gu Chang'e had not spoken yet. No one could guess his emotions and thoughts. Naturally, no one dared to speak. "Let's continue drinking." Gu Chang'e glanced at the crowd and said casually. Then, he waved his sleeve. The entire world seemed to disappear. Then, the group of immortal kings outside the Moon Prince Manor felt the universe tremble. When they reappeared, they were already inside the Moon Prince Manor. At first glance, they saw Gu Chang'e sitting in front of them. Everyone was stunned, and then their expressions became respectful. They could only see a vague outline in the mind of that true immortal from the southern immortal region. They did not know what Gu Chang'e looked like. Now that they saw him, they were all stunned. They never thought that he would be so young. What? Wang Zijin, who was following behind the group of celestial kings and was some distance away from the crowd, was completely stunned at this moment, and his face was filled with disbelief. She was frozen in place like a clay statue. She couldn't believe what she was seeing right now. Her entire being was shrouded in disbelief. How was this possible? Why is he here? Something was not right. He was actually the person that everyone in the immortal region feared, the person who caused the immortal region to fall into a state of panic. Wang Zijin couldn't believe what she was seeing. She felt that all of this was just too surreal. When she was in the upper world, she felt that Gu Chang'e had many tricks up his sleeve. He was not as easygoing and kind as he seemed on the surface. He was hiding many secrets that no one knew. However, she never thought that he would have such an identity. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she really wouldn't have been able to connect all of this. Back then, she was extremely curious. She always wanted to find out more about Gu Chang'e's secrets. When she was in the True Immortal Academy, she even had thoughts about Gu Chang'e many times. However, Gu Chang'e's behavior back then was like a heartless lover. Instead, he seemed to be quite interested in the human ancestor palace's other saintess, Jiang Chuchu. To her, Gu Chang'e was a very special person. He was like a fog, filled with many mysteries. Wang Zijin couldn't deny that she did have a good impression of Gu Chang'e. Otherwise, with her personality, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to get close to Gu Chang'e. Of course, some of the things that happened in the 8 Desolates 10 regions later on made her change her opinion of Gu Chang'e. He was very dangerous. He was vicious and merciless. On the surface, he was easygoing and humble, but in reality, he was cold and heartless. He saw people as ants and chess pieces. Even when facing countless living beings in the 8 Desolates 10 regions, he could still kill them without batting an eyelid. However, it was Gu Chang'e with such a personality that Wang Zijin couldn't forget about him. So much so that before she was led away by the immortal king of the Wang family to leave the upper world, she was still thinking about whether she should tell Gu Chang'e. However, at that time was too rushed. Even her family members and many relatives in this life didn't know about this, let alone outsiders. This also became a regret in Wang Zijin's heart. The celestial realm and the upper world were too far apart. It was like one end of the starry sky and the other end of the world. Even if immortal kings wanted to go to the upper world, it was extremely difficult. They would be suppressed by the rules of the world and the will of heaven and earth. If nothing unexpected happened, she would probably never see Gu Chang'e again in this life. However, Wang Zijin never thought that she would see Gu Chang'e at such a special time and place today. Especially now, he appeared here in a different way. Wang Zijin came back to her senses. Her expression was very complicated. She wanted to go forward and greet him, but in the end, she opened her mouth and didn't say anything. She stayed where she was. With her personality, if it was in the past, she wouldn't be so hesitant and dawdling. However, things were different now. Gu Chang'e was still there, but was he still the same as before? How many years had it been since the two of them met? Hundreds of years, or even longer. Was the flow of time in the celestial realm the same as the flow of time in the upper world? At this moment, Wang Zijin thought of the jade pendant she had asked Gu Chang'e for back then. It represented that Gu Chang'e owed her a favor. Gu Chang'e had also promised that he would agree to one of her requests, as long as it wasn't too overboard. As for that jade pendant, it was still carefully kept by her, as if it was very heavy. She just stood where she was quietly, watching Luo Wang, the 2 immortal kings of the Wang family, and the other immortal kings of the central celestial realm respectfully pay their respects. They were incomparably fearful. At the same time, they tried their best to explain what had happened previously. Several immortal kings immediately swore a heavenly Tao oath, stating that this matter had nothing to do with them. Luo Wang was even more so. He had long lost the awe-inspiring immortal king of the past. He explained the reason, worried that Gu Chang'e would misunderstand. All the immortal kings of the central celestial realm could be considered the most powerful force in the current celestial realm. They could single-handedly destroy an incomparably ancient great realm or universe. They were inconceivably powerful. But as immortal kings, they were actually so fearful and apprehensive of a young man. Gu Chang'e sat there, drinking his wine unhurriedly. He didn't even look at the people of the central celestial realm. Since you all say that it wasn't you who did it, then how can I believe you? You want to cast all of this aside with a single sentence, a single heavenly Tao oath. He said very casually. He knew that with the courage of these immortal kings, they definitely wouldn't dare to do such a thing. After all, they still had the descendants of their clans behind them, and even the entire central celestial realm. Unless they really didn't want to live anymore, and wanted to drag down their entire clans and even the central celestial realm to be destroyed together. However, Gu Changa still said this, wanting to instill fear in them. At the same time, he would also ferret out the force that had acted previously. Sir, it really wasn't us. At that time, we were all trapped by that sudden great fog. When we rushed to the southern celestial realm, we understood that such a thing had happened. We definitely didn't mean to offend you. A veteran immortal king of the central celestial realm said in fear. The other immortal kings of the central celestial realm were also trembling in fear. They couldn't understand Gu Changa's thoughts. Ever since they had become immortal kings, they had never felt so uneasy. It was as if their fate had already been decided, and they were waiting for the moment of punishment. The group of immortal kings who had rushed here before, such as Immortal King Aod, Immortal King Gu Xian, Immortal King Xue Xiao, and the others, didn't say anything. They kept a distance from the immortal kings of the central celestial realm, worried that they would be affected. This scene made the hearts of Luo Wang and the others heavy, worried that something unexpected would happen. How can I believe you? Gu Changa still asked unhurriedly. His gaze landed on Luo Wang, and it was like a beam of immortal light that exploded at the beginning of chaos, causing Luo Wang's expression to change. He hurriedly took a few steps back, and his face was slightly pale. Cold sweat broke out on his body. He felt that Gu Changa's words seemed to be directed at him. At this moment, Luo Wang hated the person who framed him to the core. He wanted nothing more than to cut him into 1,000 pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. My lord, I am willing to find the culprit and prove my innocence. Luo Wang gritted his teeth and said. Under Gu Changa's gaze, his heart palpitated. Gu Changa smiled faintly and said, what if you can't find him? When Luo Wang heard this, sweat appeared on his forehead. He didn't know how to answer. After all, such a mysterious force had suddenly appeared, and it was suspected that there were many immortal kings overseeing it. Even he felt that it was troublesome. If you can't find him, then I'll kill you. What do you think? I don't know if that guy who called himself Luo Wang was a self-directed act by you. Gu Changa didn't give him a chance to continue speaking. He was still smiling faintly. The other immortal kings of the central celestial domain were all shocked by these words. They could feel the terrifying killing intent just now. This wasn't a joke. It was as if he really wanted to kill them. Luo Wang's feeling could be said to be the most obvious. He immediately gritted his teeth and said, my lord, don't worry. I will definitely find the culprit. In the eyes of the world, he was a high and mighty immortal king who looked down on the ancient times. But now, he was a lowly ordinary cultivator. There was no difference. The immortal kings here felt their hearts tremble. At the same time, they felt the same way. Could it be related to the former immortal palace? An immortal king couldn't help but ask. Judging from the broken flag and the immortal vanquishing arrow, that force was very likely related to the immortal palace. Even if it wasn't a descendant of the immortal palace, it should have received the inheritance of the immortal palace. But what was the use of that? When the immortal palace was at its peak, it was also destroyed by this person in front of them. Even if there was still the shadow of the immortal palace in the future, so what? It couldn't change anything. This immortal king's words made many people react. They all felt that it was possible. After all, the immortal palace was once the most powerful force in the immortal realm. Although countless eras had passed since the taboo era, there were still many orthodoxies left behind. And since the immortal palace was so powerful back then, how could there be no news at all? Over the past few eras, the immortal kings had actually searched for some ruins and cave abodes left behind by the immortal palace, but they didn't have many clues. At this moment, Luo Wang also suddenly reacted, and his expression was uncertain. If that force was really a remnant of the immortal palace, then it really made sense. After all, he had once destroyed a group of palaces left behind by the immortal palace, and even said that the former prosperity had already decayed, insulting the immortal palace. Gu Chang'e didn't talk about this topic. Then, he put down the wine cup, swept his gaze across all the immortal kings in front of him, and said indifferently, "In less than 100 years, the living beings of the vast sea will cross over." The living beings of the vast sea? Is it the phenomenon that appeared at the end of the world? Hearing this, the expressions of all the immortal kings here shook. At their level, they naturally knew what the boundless sea meant. The living beings that could cross the vast sea definitely had a cultivation base that far surpassed theirs, and they might even be emperors. Only 100 years? The old immortal king of ancient mystic was shocked. Although he was good at deduction, when it came to the vast sea, he couldn't deduce anything. He was very uneasy in his heart, feeling that it was an ominous sign. Based on the ancient records, those living beings are known as hunters, but they are also known as hunters. They are like the tribes from the age of savages. They only care about the law of the dark forest. They search the vast ocean filled with darkness, and their goal is the true world. A true world that has lost the protection of a true spirit will lose its cover, and its aura will be exposed to the vast sea. It will be as bright as a lighthouse, attracting hunters. Another veteran immortal king also spoke. When he mentioned this topic, his heart was especially heavy. They were wary and afraid of Gu Chang'e, worried that he would destroy the immortal region and repeat the previous apocalypse. However, judging from the current situation, Gu Chang'e clearly didn't have such a goal, or else he wouldn't have told them this. What will happen when those hunters descend to this world? Another immortal king couldn't help but ask. Before this, he hadn't truly considered this matter. However, judging from the expressions of the immortal kings here, they clearly understood this matter, and their hearts were heavy. At that time, the entire true mountain and sea world will become a sacrifice, the veteran immortal king who spoke just now added. Gu Chang'e also smiled faintly. If they descend, this world will be sacrificed, and the true world behind them will descend, and then this world will be annexed. All the living beings in this world, from ancient times to the present, the universe will be sacrificed. You, as well as the races behind you, will not be an exception. Chapter 885. Gu Chang'e's words were spoken casually, but they were like a clap of thunder that exploded in the ears of all the immortal kings and living beings, causing their expressions to change drastically. Everything will be sacrificed. These words echoed in their minds, and they were shocked to the extreme. Before this, he had no idea at all. In fact, he didn't even know that such a thing had happened. Only some of the old immortal kings who understood the vast ocean and had read ancient books had some understanding of it, and they sank into deep silence. All the worlds had been turned into ruins, and all eternity had passed away. Everything there would be sacrificed to become the energy that the living beings would use to summon the true world behind them. In other words, we actually only have less than 100 years. An immortal king asked with a solemn expression. He originally thought that coming to this banquet was a trap, and he was already prepared to not return. But he really didn't expect to hear this news. And Gu Chang'e seemed to have specifically told them this. Less than 100 years. The old immortal king who had just explained had a solemn expression. He had indeed read the records regarding the vast ocean. From that unknown and distant land, countless living beings were born, and the immortal region was just a drop in the ocean. As for the hunters, they trekked through endless space and latitude to search for new targets in the vast ocean to prolong the life of their true world. Of course, hunters were just a general term. The living beings trekking through the vast ocean had very mysterious origins. They might not necessarily be there to prolong the life of their true world, but they might have other goals. From a certain point of view, if the true mountain and sea world didn't perish while continuing, then, after several years, perhaps existences like hunters would appear, and they would head to the vast ocean to prolong the life of their true world. No matter how ancient a true world was or how high its level was, there would still be a day when it decayed and withered. It was impossible for it to truly exist forever. Some true worlds had already reached a point where they would shatter at the slightest touch due to their lifespan. Even if reincarnation was reconstructed and the heavens were reenacted using supreme Taoist techniques, it would still collapse and return to chaos. That was why at that time, many supreme existences would think of all sorts of methods to prolong the life of their true world. If the cycle of reincarnation collapsed, there would be no return for all eternity. The world behind one's back would dry up, and all of one's kin would die. Only one person would be left in this vast world, accompanying the immortal Tao alone. What was the point? Many of the life forms trekking through the boundless sea held on to the idea of reviving their family members in the cycle of reincarnation. If they sensed the presence of a true world in the vast ocean leaking out, they would go mad and rush over without regard for anything else. Such a figure had traversed the boundless sea for countless epochs and years, and his cultivation had long since reached an unknown level. He was so strong that he was invincible since ancient times. In their eyes, the true world was no different from the normal ancient worlds they inhabited. Even for immortal kings, trekking in the boundless sea was extremely dangerous. It was impossible for them to travel far. If they were faced with a hunter from the boundless sea, even immortal kings would be helpless. That is to say, we don't have much time left. Within 100 years, chaos may occur. Finally, an immortal king understood the meaning of Gu Changa's words. He felt extremely depressed. He originally thought that after becoming an immortal king, he would be able to avoid the 5 decay of the celestial being and become truly immortal. However, when he truly reached this step, he would be revered by billions of living beings. Only then would he realize that there were many terrifying things in this world. It was just that he had not noticed them in the beginning. Whether it was the Gu Changa in front of him, who had once destroyed the heavens with one hand and destroyed the immortal palace, or the hunters who were about to arrive, they were definitely not people they could touch. They were already standing in a realm that all immortal kings could not imagine or touch. If the immortal region wants to avoid this calamity, the only way is to rebuild the true mountain and sea world within 100 years. The upper realm, the foreign realm, and the immortal region were originally one. However, they have been separated for countless epochs. Now that the great calamity is about to arrive, it is time for the true mountain and sea world to reappear in the world. Gu Changa smiled faintly as his gaze swept past the many immortal kings in front of him. His words echoed in the minds of all the immortal kings like a loud bell, causing their expressions to shake. I hope that your excellency can unify the true mountain and sea world and find a way out for us. Immortal King Xueshao was the first to react and hurriedly spoke respectfully. At this moment, it did not matter whether Gu Changa's words were just to scare them or to give them a reasonable reason to unify the immortal region. They had to make a choice. Immortal King Xueshao had already expressed his attitude earlier, so after hearing this, he was the first to respond. Immortal King Ku Yin, Immortal King Qi Lian, and Immortal King Chu Kun of the Northern Immortal Region reacted and also said respectfully like Immortal King Xueshao, within 100 years, the Immortal Region will definitely face a great calamity. We are powerless to fight against it. I hope that your excellency can unify the true mountain and sea world and protect all living beings. The unification of the true mountain and sea world was an unstoppable trend. If they did not go with the flow at this time, they would definitely be crushed into ashes. Although immortal kings were strong, they were still far from being untainted by karma and had truly transcended the 3 realms and 6 paths, the mortal world, and the past. Although the immortal kings of the central immortal domain had arrived later, judging from the current situation, if they didn't make a choice at this time, they were afraid that Gu Changa wouldn't let them leave peacefully. Besides, they were still under suspicion that was difficult to clear. This might be a chance for them to show their attitude and loyalty. Even King Luo did not hesitate for long. Just like immortal King Ku Yin and the others, he expressed his attitude and was willing to follow Gu Changa. The true mountain and sea world will be reunited. The will of the world and this world might leap to its previous peak. For all of you, this is also an opportunity. Gu Changa raised his wine cup, and his gaze suddenly became a little distant. I just don't know if all of you can still live until then. It was not that he was exaggerating, but the current situation in the immortal region was very chaotic. Although it seemed calm on the surface, there were surging undercurrents. Immortal kings seemed to be aloof and looked down on millions of living beings. However, in the eyes of those who did not truly enter the scene, they were no different from ordinary living beings. Gu Changa personally appeared in the southern immortal region because he wanted to let those behind him enter the scene. However, what surprised him was that those people could really remain calm. Take the descendants of Immortal Palace for example. They knew that their great enemy was right in front of them, but they could still suppress their hatred and retreat. 100 years might sound like a long time, but in the eyes of those who truly lived in the path of immortality, it was just the blink of an eye. That was why the living beings from the vast ocean were already in a hurry to step into the true mountain and sea world. Before that, if those behind the immortal region did not appear to stop them, then there would only be one outcome for the immortal region, and that was to follow in the footsteps of the world-ending cataclysm. They would be reduced to ashes and all worlds would be destroyed. As for the other world, no matter what, they still had the ancestors of the immortal emperors keeping watch over them. They might not truly be called emperors, however, if one looked at it from a certain perspective, with their strength, they could truly stop the living beings from the vast ocean for a short period of time. After trekking through countless eons, they would eventually be exhausted. It was impossible for them to be in peak condition all the time. But, was the true mountain and sea world truly only facing a crisis in the vast ocean? In Gu Changa's eyes, that was definitely not the case. When the true mountain and sea world's coordinates in the vast ocean were exposed, the neighboring true worlds would also take action. Besides that, a new round of harvesting was about to begin in the origin world. How many worlds and universes in the vast true worlds would be able to escape the great showdown this time? The banquet did not last for long. Many of the immortal kings present were deeply shaken by Gu Changa's words, and huge waves raged in their hearts. They felt that someone like Gu Changa had definitely seen some scenes of the future when he stood at a place they could not imagine. That was why he said those words. But they did not know whether they could live until then. Did he mean that even if they became immortal kings, they would only be cannon fodder in the upcoming great chaos in the immortal region? This caused the immortal kings to feel very complicated emotions. In fact, they even felt a little terrified and suffocated. It was as if there was a gaze watching them from somewhere. A certain terrifying creature was waking up, and millions of lives would tremble under its presence. Before they came here, they had already thought of all sorts of possibilities. They felt that they might die here and become nourishment for the person before them. However, Gu Changa looked incomparably young and easygoing, yet he never mentioned anything about this. Instead, he was warning them that the future immortal region would be in chaos, that there were unknown and terrifying things that were about to happen. Immortal region and the foreign realm will be unified, allowing the mountain and sea realms to return to one. For us, this might truly be the only choice, as well as our chance. The existence of the world of origin makes the immortal region's great Tao incomplete. We have already been stuck in this realm for many great eras, unable to see any hope. Many immortal kings thought of many things. For them to be able to reach this step, they were naturally not weak-willed individuals. They had the ability to make choices, to understand when and what kind of choice they should make. The foreign realm still has the Emperor clan ancestor overseeing it. I wonder how much they know about this matter. There were immortal kings who thought of this. After all, the mountain and sea realms returning to one was not only a matter of the immortal region, it also involved the foreign realm. If the foreign realm was unwilling, then the two realms might truly erupt into another great battle. Ever since the Western Immortal region was occupied several million years ago, becoming the foreign realm's territory, the two realms no longer had much friction. In the end, before the taboo Great Era, the Western Immortal region's territory actually belonged to the foreign realm. However, because of Gu Changa's existence, the foreign realm's undying emperor clan ancestor ceded that territory, thus withdrawing into the distance. Meanwhile, at that time, the emperor clan ancestor was a true emperor, definitely not someone a half-immortal emperor could compare to. The descendant of the foreign Light King is currently in the central immortal region, in my Luo manor. At this time, Luo Wang didn't hesitate to tell them about the information he received from the foreign realm, about how the foreign Light King wished to join hands with the central immortal region side to face Gu Changa together. He didn't reply to the Light King, but he didn't refuse either. Foreign Light King. Is that the one who escaped from the Western Immortal Domain? Gu Changa only revealed a faint smile, saying, he won't be able to escape. He has the coordinates I left behind on his body. I still want to use him to find those few old fellas who are hidden the deepest in the foreign realm. His words left the Immortal Kings horrified again. Previously, they thought that the Light King was able to escape because of his strength and luck. Now, they realized that it was actually Gu Changa who deliberately allowed him to escape. Could it be that Gu Changa's true target was actually the foreign realm's current emperor clan ancestor? They didn't dare think about it too deeply. The emperor clan ancestor was not in existence on the same level as them. Even if they only thought about it, they would still be able to sense it from the distant cosmos. We will listen to Sir's orders. If Sir wishes to attack the foreign realm, we can dispatch millions of troops to be on standby at any time. This was a great matter related to the immortal domain and even the future mountain and sea true world. The immortal kings here were all very wise, not playing any tricks at this time. Of course, the most important reason was that Gu Changa was here, so they didn't dare to have any other thoughts. Aside from the immortal kings here, there were actually quite a few immortal kings who hadn't shown themselves in the current immortal domain, especially the central immortal domain 5. 8. Luo Wang and the others relaxed. They had already decided that once they returned to the central immortal domain, they would immediately investigate the news regarding the immortal palace descendant. Also, once the mountain and sea true world was unified, the immortal domain would definitely become one again. The 5 directions immortal domains were in different universes, separated by chaotic streams of chaos. However, they believed that with Gu Changa taking action, these problems wouldn't be a problem. As for the world of origins, in the beginning, because of Gu Changa, they didn't dare to set foot in it. However, now that the immortal domain was united, the world of origins would definitely come into contact with the immortal domain and fuse with it. You're planning to leave just like that after seeing me? You're not even going to greet me? The banquet was approaching. Many of the immortal kings here planned to leave. They felt that there were many things on their shoulders, and it was inexplicably heavy. However, at this moment, Gu Changa smiled faintly. He looked over and called out to Wang Zijin, who was planning to leave with the 2 immortal kings of the Wang family. He had actually noticed Wang Zijin a long time ago. At first, he was surprised, but also somewhat expected it. Because when he asked Jiang Chu previously, he had guessed that Wang Zijin might no longer be in the higher realm. Now that they unexpectedly met here, it was more or less unexpected, but also reasonable. Of course, it wasn't that he deliberately ignored her. It was just that in Gu Changa's opinion, reminiscing about the past should be done after the important matters were dealt with. However, he didn't expect that Wang Zijin, who recognized him, would choose to leave quietly. She didn't even say anything about greeting him. This was a little different from the Wang Zijin he knew in the past. Her personality wasn't like this before. Chapter 886. The moment Gu Changda's words rang out, all the immortal kings present, including the Moon King, the Luo King, and the others, were stunned. Then, they stopped in their tracks at the same time. Who is the Lord talking to? They all revealed shocked expressions, extremely shocked, thinking that they had misheard. Immortal King Aod of the Eastern Immortal Realm subconsciously looked at Ao Ling, thinking that Gu Changda had recognized her, which was why he said such a thing. After all, Ao Ling had said before that she had met Gu Changda before. However, what surprised him was that Ao Ling also had a shocked expression on her face. When Gu Changda said this, he did not look at her. Naturally, he was not talking to her. It's that woman. The Moon King suddenly reacted and followed Gu Changda's gaze. Then, he saw the woman in white following behind the Wang family's true immortals. She stood there, her black hair like a waterfall, carrying an otherworldly charm. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and her skin was like jade. She was extremely beautiful, and her appearance made even the heavens jealous. It was undeniable that this was a woman with the wisdom of heaven and earth. She was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Even if it was just a glance, they could not bear to look away. Even among the group of true immortals, there was an extraordinary aura of refinement. Many immortal kings also reacted and looked at Wang Zijin. The two immortal kings of the Wang family were even more shocked. Zijin, you know the Lord? The immortal king of the Wang family, who looked like an old woman, could not help but ask. Wang Zijin also did not expect that Gu Changda would call out to her at this time. A slightly stunned and surprised expression appeared on her face, but she quickly reacted. We do know each other. Wang Zijin replied, but did not explain much. Her performance caused all the immortal kings to be incomparably shocked. She was simply too calm and collected. Even they couldn't do this. One had to know that she was facing an existence that made the immortal realm tremble. With a thought, he could create and destroy the immortal realm. Zijin, you're from the origin realm. It seems that you must have met this lord in that place. When the immortal king of the Wang clan thought of this possibility, a smile involuntarily appeared on his aged face. The expression of the other celestial king of the Wang clan was a little unnatural. He didn't expect that Wang Zijin actually knew Gu Changda. Moreover, her performance was really surprising. She was too calm. If not for Gu Changda, no one would have known. This made him recall that he had always wanted to form a marriage alliance with the Luo manor through Wang Zijin. If Wang Zijin had a good relationship with Gu Changda, would he bear a grudge against him because of this and tell Gu Changda about it? When he thought of this, the Wang clan's immortal king couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. The other immortal kings here didn't know Wang Zijin's background. They were just surprised that Gu Changda actually knew her. They all guessed Wang Zijin's background. Since you know each other, why are you leaving without even saying hello? Gu Changda sat at the head of the table and smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, all the immortal kings and guests left tactfully. Even the Moon Prince and the others left, not daring to stay for long. From the tone of Gu Changda and Wang Zijin's conversation, they guessed that the relationship between the two should not be ordinary. They might even be very familiar with each other. Otherwise, why would Wang Zijin dare to speak to Gu Changda with such a cold attitude? However, the immortal kings didn't dare to ask anything at this time. They quickly left with complicated expressions. On the other hand, Ao Ling, who was following beside immortal King Aod, seemed to want to say something but stopped in the end. Soon, only Gu Changda and Wang Zijin were left in the immortal bamboo forest. Immortal mist drifted and colorful clouds flowed. It was peaceful and quiet. In the distance, cranes flapped their wings. It was clear and bright. Should I call you young Master Changda or Lord Demon Master now? Wang Zijin walked up to Gu Changda with light steps, accompanied by a delicate fragrance. It was bright and gorgeous. Her hair danced in the wind, and her exquisite facial features revealed a natural and relaxed expression. However, she didn't feel uneasy or nervous because of Gu Changa's current true identity and background. She picked up the wine pot beside her and poured herself a cup of wine. I saw that this immortal wine was not bad. It's a pity that I didn't get to taste it. I'm dying of thirst. The mellow wine was sparkling and translucent. It was far from being enough to describe it as a nectar. Just the smell of the wine was enough to give ordinary cultivators an epiphany and increase their cultivation by a large margin. After all, this was an immortal wine that only immortal kings had the right to enjoy. Ordinary cultivators would never be able to taste it in their entire lives. In front of Gu Changa, Wang Zijin didn't hold back. She picked up the wine cup and took a sip. Then, her beautiful eyes lit up and she felt a little dizzy. Her lips were red and seemed to carry the fragrance of wine. Good wine, but, with my current cultivation, it seems that I can only take a sip. If I drink more, I won't be able to take it. Wang Zijin shook her head and felt a little dizzy. Her face also seemed to be dyed red, like a red fruit, delicate and glistening. At the same time, an abundant wine fragrance spread out, as if immortal herbs had taken root in her body, enshrouding the laws and bearing the Tao fruit. Then, it transformed into abundant and vast cultivation and dermic powers. With her current cultivation level, she could only drink one sip at most. If she drank more, she would probably explode and die. This kind of immortal wine was indeed only immortal kings had the right to taste it. If ordinary cultivators drank a sip, they would probably be stuffed to death by the terrifying medicinal power. Which one do you like? You can call that one. But you really don't hold back. You dare to drink my wine. Gu Changa shook his head slightly and took the cup of wine from her hand. At this time, only Wang Zijin dared to be so casual in front of him and dare to drink wine in front of him. It's not easy to have such an opportunity, how can I miss it? After all, this is the wine of an immortal king. I'm just a small cultivator. If it weren't for you, Demon Master, how could I have the chance to taste it? Wang Zijin smiled and leaned lazily on the steps of a pavilion. However, her slightly tipsy appearance made her even more charming. At first, although she was surprised by Gu Changa's identity, she was not like the other cultivators who were afraid of Gu Changa. After all, when they were in the upper realm, she didn't hesitate to tease Gu Changa. At that time, she didn't care, let alone now. After the initial shock and confusion faded away, she returned to her usual self. She seemed to be carefree and didn't care about anything. Hearing this, Gu Changa looked at her leisurely and swirled the wine cup in his hand. Then, he raised his head and drank the rest of the wine in one gulp. Only then did he say, I really didn't expect that after hundreds of years, the two of us would meet again in this place. Demon Master, you are really shameless. How dare you steal the wine that I drank? If this scene was seen by the people of the immortal region, what would they think of you? Wang Zijin's eyes were curved, and her words were somewhat teasing. However, there was a strong smell of wine in her voice. Although she had only taken a small sip, she felt dizzy now. This immortal wine lived up to its name. She didn't know how long it took to brew. Usually, only the Moon Prince had the right to taste it. However, this time, she took it out and used it to entertain the immortal kings. To be honest, the Moon Prince's heart ached a little. She would only drink this immortal wine when she was in the mood. Gu Changa calmly poured himself another cup of wine, and said, if they saw it, they would think of a way to forget it. Moreover, this is my wine, so how can I steal it? You are really as domineering as always. Hearing this, Wang Zijin's eyes were smiling, and she tilted her head to look at him. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and some of it fluttered in the air. There was a faint glow on her face, and her eyes were a little blurred, as if they were unfocused. She just looked at the man in white sitting in front of her. Gu Changa seemed to be smiling at her, but also seemed to be minding his own business and drinking his wine. His eyes were calm. His flawless and perfect appearance was enough to make all the women in the world jealous. However, at this moment, he seemed to be very high and mighty, sitting in the depths of the endless void, looking down on all living beings, cold and emotionless. Wang Zijin didn't know if the scenes she was seeing overlapped, or if she was hallucinating. She stretched out her snow-white wrist, and waved it in the void in front of her, as if she wanted to erase the hallucination. What? You still want to drink? Gu Chang'e didn't know that Wang Zijin was already hallucinating at this moment. Looking at her jade-like hand in front of him, he couldn't help but smile, and handed the wine cup to her. I'm not drinking. If I drink any more, I'll really get drunk. Why are you so annoying? You want to get me drunk? What do you want to do? Wang Zijin pushed away the wine cup that he handed over, and tried to stand up unsteadily, but could only hold on to the pillar of the pavilion beside her. She couldn't help but glare at Gu Chang'e, revealing a fierce look. However, her red lips, which were stained with the smell of alcohol, looked delicate and tender at this moment, like flower petals. She felt more and more that her head was very heavy, and she suddenly felt a little regretful. She shouldn't have been so greedy just now, and drank this immortal wine. Originally, she had a lot of questions to ask Gu Chang'e, and wanted to tell him. However, now that her head was heavy and swollen, she suddenly forgot what she wanted to say, and even her mind was a complete blank. Wang Zijin didn't expect that her reunion with Gu Chang'e after 100 years would be like this. She didn't even say a few words before she was about to pass out drunk. You really haven't changed at all. You're still as outspoken as ever. Gu Chang'e smiled, and reached out to support her. However, he didn't know whether Wang Zijin did it on purpose or not, but she took the opportunity to fall into his arms, and then wrapped her jade-like arms around his neck, as if she was hanging on to him. An elegant and pleasant fragrance, mixed with the smell of alcohol, constantly assaulted his senses. Gu Chang'e lowered his head to look, and his eyes suddenly darkened. He didn't expect that his reunion with 693 Wang Zijin, his fellow countrymen, after 100 years, would be like this. The two of them didn't even exchange a few words, and she passed out peacefully just like that. She was so confident in him. In the past, when he found out that Wang Zijin was a transmigrator, he had once thought of her as a fellow countryman. However, after comprehending many memories, Gu Chang'e finally understood that this so-called transmigrator identity was nothing more than a man-made anomaly. It was also a method that he used to confuse the other two origin progenitors of the origin world. Now that he looked at it, was Wang Zijin a true anomaly, or was it also man-made? Gu Chang'e didn't know the answer. The secret of transmigration was most likely buried deep in Wang Zijin's heart, and she had never told anyone. After accidentally coming to this world, she seemed to be carefree and didn't care about anything, but in reality, she was concealing the loneliness in her heart. It was precisely because she didn't fit in with this world that she was truly carefree, unlike ordinary cultivators who pursued a life of leisure. Did you deliberately get close to me? Or is it that everything is predestined? If you are someone's chess piece or disguise, then shouldn't I kill you now? Gu Chang'e put down his wine cup, and his eyes were deep as he lowered his head to look at the already drunk Wang Zijin, seemingly muttering to himself. He reached out a hand, intending to place it on her head. If Wang Zijin was hiding some big secret, it naturally wouldn't be able to escape his detection at this time. However, Gu Chang'e was silent for a moment. He raised his hand, but in the end, he put it down. He didn't choose to do so. This is the jade pendant I gave her back then. She actually still carries it on her and keeps it close to her body. He saw the jade pendant peeking out from Wang Zijin's lapel, and his expression was a little complicated. Gu Chang'e had almost forgotten about this jade pendant. This was when Wang Zijin and Jiang Chuchu helped him find the source of Yin terminating origin when the Yin Day erupted. He gave it to Wang Zijin, and at that time, he still owed her a favor. Gu Chang'e, suddenly, Gu Chang'e's thoughts were interrupted. He heard Wang Zijin's almost sleep-talking voice, and it was very soft. She seemed to be half asleep and half awake. It seems that you are not completely drunk yet. Gu Changa's expression returned to normal, and he planned to get someone to take her to rest. However, Wang Zijin didn't seem to hear what he said, nor did she hear clearly. She still asked sleep-talking, "In these hundreds of years, have you ever thought of me?" Chapter 887. The fairy mist drifted and a cool breeze blew. A delicate fragrance assailed his nostrils. It was a very pleasant smell. Some of the fluttering black hair was blown by the wind and landed on Gu Changa's face. He was slightly stunned. Then, he looked at Wang Zijin to make sure that she was really drunk, or was still somewhat sober. However, at this time, Wang Zijin still had her eyes closed and her head buried. After asking this question, she did not speak again. It was as if she had asked this question unconsciously. Her fair and flawless face was slightly flushed, as if it was stained with the glow of the sunset. Her breath was also slightly drunk, and it warmly blew onto Gu Changa's neck. "In these hundreds of years, have I ever missed you?" Gu Changa thought about the answer to this question in his mind. However, he quickly collected his thoughts. Among all the women he knew, perhaps only Wang Zijin would ask such a question. Even Yu Mingkong, Jiang Chuchu, and Yin Mei would not ask him so directly. However, Gu Changa could only shake his head at the answer to this question. He did ask about Wang Zijin from Jiang Chuchu, but it should not have much to do with the missing question she asked. It was not that Gu Changa was really heartless. It was just that he felt that he and Wang Zijin were not that close yet. Although some things had happened between the two of them before, more often than not, it was a test of each other's attitude and thoughts. He tried to use Wang Zijin, the daughter of luck, to achieve some of his goals. That was why he got close to her. Wang Zijin, on the other hand, took the initiative to get close to him at the beginning. She probably did not really have a good impression of him, but more of a kind of curiosity. This answer may disappoint you. After all, I have always been a cold and selfish person. Why would I miss someone? Gu Changa gently shook his head. The corners of his mouth curled into a self-deprecating smile. Then, his gaze returned to its original calmness. He picked up the already drunk Wang Zijin by the waist. The celestial bamboo forest was very spacious, and all the maids had already left. Even the Moon Prince, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden, and the others were far away. Gu Changa planned to take her to rest. With Wang Zijin's current cultivation, even though she had only taken a sip of the immortal wine, it was enough to increase her cultivation greatly. She wouldn't be able to wake up for a few days. The medicinal power would transform into abundant cultivation and enter her limbs and bones. When she woke up, she was surprised to find that her cultivation had increased by a large margin. Although she is drunk, she is still refining the medicinal energy. Back then, I already felt that her body was extraordinary. Now, it seems that she is indeed extraordinary. Suddenly, Gu Changa was surprised to notice that Wang Zijin's glabella was glowing faintly. There seemed to be an ancient mark flowing there like a small golden vortex. The abundant medicinal energy was being refined into a gentle energy that nourished her body. It wouldn't cause any harm to her. If she drank a little more immortal wine, there probably wouldn't be any problem. It was just that the length of time she would be unconscious would be different. However, Gu Changa didn't use this opportunity to investigate Wang Zijin's body. To him now, no matter how special Wang Zijin's body was, it wouldn't have any effect on him. Cultivation had already decided everything. Although Wang Zijin was born as a saint and stood at a height that was difficult for her peers to reach, she was still a saint. But now, she still stopped at the threshold of Tao completion. Without Tao completion, she was even further away from the immortal realm. Even if Gu Changa gave his peers endless time to catch up, no one could see his back. Wang Zijin and the others, if they wanted to catch up to his footsteps, it was even more so an impossible matter. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. When immortal domains' immortal kings returned to their respective clans and territories, they immediately spread the news, shaking up all sides. The various clans and inheritances also began to gather their troops, planning to join forces to break through the foreign realm. Immortal domain had to be united after being separated for a long time, and then divided after being united for a long time. Now that countless great eras passed, it was time to unify. Dao sounds appeared in the various universes. The isolation great formations that were previously set up were also removed. There were even realm-crossing transport formations that began to be constructed between the various immortal domains, allowing the cultivators of various clans to quickly descend to other immortal domains, not having to go through as much trouble as before. Ordinary cultivators and creatures were only shocked by this matter, not knowing what was going on. Only a few higher-level existences understood that this was a sign that something major was about to happen in immortal domain. Perhaps there really was going to be a great battle with the foreign realm. Under the seemingly peaceful surface, there were actually surging undercurrents. A storm was brewing. Central Immortal Domain, Luo King Manor. When Luo King returned, apart from immediately sending people to investigate Immortal Palace's descendant, he also called over his most important descendant, Luo Xian. If this was a different era, with his guidance, Luo Xian would definitely be able to reach the Immortal King realm. However, in this era, even if he had heaven-warping talent, there was nothing he could do. He could only be like a wave in a surging flood, rising and falling with the great waves, submerged within. Even immortal kings couldn't control themselves, unable to control their own lives, let alone ordinary people. Even though Luo King had previously considered whether or not he should seal Luo Xian before the banquet, have him awaken in the later great eras, this decision was ultimately rejected by him. However, this kind of decision was rejected by him in the end. As a celestial king, although he couldn't truly judge the situation of the future, he still had a kind of premonition. The future situation would only be more cruel and terrifying than this world. Old ancestor Luo King, you were looking for me. Outside the cave, Luo Xian hurried over, respectfully asking, showing incomparable respect towards Luo King. Luo King opened his eyes and said indifferently, from today onwards, don't have any ideas about that girl from the Wang clan. He didn't know what the relationship between Wang Zijin and Gu Chang'e was, and he didn't dare to speculate too much, worried that Gu Chang'e would notice. Originally, because he was framed, he was in a bad situation now. If he accidentally angered Gu Chang'e again, then there was no need for him, an immortal king, to continue living. He would definitely be devoured by Gu Chang'e as nutrients. Although Gu Chang'e appeared to be very easygoing and aloof in the Moon Prince mansion, Luo King knew that Gu Chang'e was definitely not what he seemed to be on the surface when he casually decided his life and death. There was no way to know whether the rumors were true or false, but Gu Chang'e was definitely a vicious and merciless person. Don't have any ideas about that girl from the Wang clan? Outside the cave, Luo Xian was stunned when he heard this. He couldn't react for a long time. Patriarch, are you talking about Miss Zijin? Luo Xian couldn't help but ask in disbelief. Previously, when he was pursuing Wang Zijin, Patriarch Luo Wang was incomparably supportive. He even personally mentioned this to an immortal king patriarch of the Wang clan. However, why did he say this after returning safely from the banquet? Luo Xian couldn't wrap his head around this. He was very puzzled. He thought that Patriarch Luo Wang had summoned him because he had something important to instruct him. After all, Patriarch Luo Wang had already made up his mind to never return before this banquet. The few true immortals from the clan who went with him all kept their mouths shut about this matter, not daring to speak too much. Luo Xian also tactfully didn't ask too much. Luo Wang frowned. Originally, he thought highly of Luo Xian, but when it came to matters of the heart, he was very dissatisfied with his performance. Don't ask too many questions. There are some things that you can't get involved in. All you need to know is that she's staying by that person's side now. He spoke calmly, his tone somewhat cold. When leaving the Moon Prince mansion, Wang Zijin didn't leave with the rest of the Wang clan. Even the two immortal kings of the Wang clan didn't dare to ask too much. The immortal kings weren't stupid either. They easily determined the relationship between Wang Zijin and Gu Chang'e from the way she treated him. Yes, I understand. Luo Xian's back was drenched in cold sweat. From Luo Wang's cold tone, he knew that his performance earlier had displeased the patriarch. Although he was a little taken aback by this sudden news, he was even unwilling to accept it. However, Luo Xian didn't dare to say anything. Even immortal kings would feel something when they called his name, let alone an existence like the Demon Master. From Patriarch Luo Wang's words, he could only guess that the Demon Master had taken a fancy to Wang Zijin and forced her to stay behind. Luo Xian's heart was filled with strong unwillingness. He could only hate himself for being weak and powerless. At a time like this, there was nothing he could do. Next, something major will happen in the immortal domain. The realm barriers between the various immortal domains will disappear. At a time like this, if you dare to cause trouble for me, even if you are the descendant I value the most, I will personally kill you. Luo Wang seemed to know what Luo Xian was thinking. His voice was cold, containing a bit of chilliness. Hearing this, Luo Xian was immediately alarmed. He knew that the patriarch was truly angered. He hurriedly said, "Patriarch, don't worry. I definitely won't dare to act recklessly. You may leave." Luo Wang opened his eyes, and then closed them again. He calmly deduced the karma of the unseen, wanting to know who was trying to frame him. In this chaotic time, how difficult was it to truly find the remnants of Immortal Palace? After so many eras, there were no traces or signs. Now, trying to find them was no different from finding a needle in a haystack. However, he had no choice but to do this. If he couldn't find them, Gu Chang'e would take action and kill him. The people of the other realm in Luo Wang Manor all felt uneasy at this moment. It was difficult for them to break free from this place. A great battle might erupt between the other realm and the immortal domain soon. During this period of time, the entire immortal domain sank into a strange atmosphere. The various races and orthodoxies were all thinking of ways to gather their clans' lands. The immortal kings who originally ruled the entire universe also gave orders to shrink their clans' lands, shrinking their territories to the size of a galaxy. News about the immortal domain being unified spread everywhere. In some of the incomparably dark and ancient forbidden areas of the central immortal domain, the existences who had woken up before had their eyes shining, thinking about the situation they were going to deal with next. The immortal domain and the world of origins joining together was an irresistible trend. Not even the immortal kings could stop it. The immortal domain is about to be unified. Is this true or false? If it is true, then the laws of the world will be reorganized, and the world of origins, which was previously known, will return. This will allow the immortal domain's level to jump to a terrifying level again. Although it is still far from being comparable to the true mountain and sea world at its peak, it is enough as my current body. This is instead a great opportunity for me. In the depths of the universe in the immortal domain was a withered and broken galaxy. There were many large, barren planets scattered about. They were located at the borders of the immortal domain, and there were basically no signs of cultivators. If there were any, they were just some ancient star beasts that would hunt for the cores of stars in the distance. And at this moment, in this broken star domain, an azure-clothed youth was sitting cross-legged. Strands of azure-clothed light curled around him, blurring his appearance. There was an indescribable majesty exuding from him. If one were to judge his age, he would be around 15 or 16 years old, but there would occasionally be a hint of age in the depths of his eyes. In front of the teenager in green robes were a few soul fires with an incredibly dim light. They flickered as they floated in the air. Each soul fire had intelligence and a voice, and they were the ones who had been communicating with the teenager just now. The teenager was Ni Chen, a member of the dark-defying true world who had survived. As he spoke, the soul fires in front of him flickered and communicated with him. With your current strength, it is already difficult for you to refine this galaxy into a clone. If you want to annex and possess the immortal domain, you will need a long time to do so. But judging from the current situation in the immortal domain, this is a great opportunity for you. When Ni Chen heard this, his eyes sparkled. There was also excitement in them that could not be hidden, and he nodded. Right now, my will has already enveloped this galaxy. I might have failed in shedding my mortal body to become an immortal, but even those who are close to becoming a true immortal, or even those who are truly true immortals, will be suppressed when they enter this place. I already have the strength of a near immortal. This galaxy might seem to be broken, but it had long been occupied by his will. With just a thought, he could rebuild these broken places and restore them to perfect condition. This was also the terrifying part of the dark-defying clan. It might not be suitable for him to cultivate, but it could allow him to leap from his previous strength, which had not yet reached Tao, to possessing the power of a near immortal. This was only the result of him possessing this galaxy. If one looked around, they would see how vast the immortal domain was. As his strength continued to increase, the area he could possess would become larger. At that time, there would be an avalanche-like reaction. Chapter 888. There was no need to elaborate on the strength of the Dark Defiance. They could possess any living being in the world. It didn't matter whether they had a physical form or not, they could use anything as their physical body. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been feared by the other true worlds and been destroyed in the long river of history. As for Ni Chen, he was known as the strongest prodigy of the Dark Defiant clan in the past. His talent was extraordinary, and he had almost taken the step to surpass the Emperor realm. But in the end, he failed. There wasn't enough time for him to comprehend the higher realm and touch that level. This was because a great calamity had descended upon the entire Dark Defiant true world. Even the powerhouses of the other true worlds had come. That battle had completely shattered the Dark Defiant true world, and it had sunk into the ruins. Even now, Ni Chen still remembered his father, who was the last emperor of the Dark Defiance. During that terrifying battle, he had dragged the most powerful enemies into the depths of the vast expanse, wanting to perish together with them. It was because of this that he had been able to survive, leaving behind life and hope for the Dark Defiance. There was still a spark that continued to burn. My state of being has increased. Although I'm still far from reaching the true spirit realm, ordinary immortal path cultivators can't compare to me. The true mountain and sea world, the true world of Shangyin. I will make all my enemies return to me. I will make them pay for all the pain and hatred. Ni Chen sat cross-legged in the desolate galaxy, a bone-deep hatred flashing in the depths of his eyes. Sooner or later, this world will become the new land of my race. I will lead you to see the outside world once again. The remaining members of the Nether Defiant clan were all residing in an extremely desolate minor world. Worried that the powerhouses who had once massacred the Dark Defiant true world would find them, Ni Chen had even laid down the yin-yang reincarnation array outside the small world. It formed an inextinguishable vortex that could block all deductions and traces. But the 210 square meter small world was about to decay. If he couldn't possess the true mountain and sea world within 100 years and bring his people out, all of them would be destroyed and buried there, returning to the ruins with the small world. Ni Chen looked calm, but he was anxious in his heart. He knew that time was of the essence. 100 years should be enough for me. Don't worry. Father, mother, brothers, we will meet again soon. In next to no time, Ni Chen sorted out his state of mind and recovered his calm, and then he flicked his sleeve and put away the soul flames that were floating before him. These soul fires belonged to the ancestors of the Nether Defiant clan. Through some kind of secret technique, he remained in the world and followed Ni Chen. If he was in danger, these ancestral spirits would be able to help him. Although their remaining strength was less than 1/10,000th of their peak strength, if they worked together, they would be able to contend against a celestial king. This could be considered one of Ni Chen's trump cards. When Ni Chen raised his right hand, a vortex of stars appeared in his palm. He lowered his head and looked at the vortex. It was as if he was looking at himself. This is my current incarnation world, its level is no different from that of the immortal realms. Ni Chen stared at the vortex in his hand. After a long time, he slowly closed his eyes. When he closed his eyes, his divine will fused into the vortex. It was as if it had traveled through this galaxy, so there was no place without his divine will. This was a very strange feeling. This vast starry sky was his. This incarnation couldn't move and didn't have any amazing abilities, but, all life in this world was under Ni Chen's control. Also, all outsiders would be controlled by Ni Chen in this world. Because this was his world. However, just as Ni Chen was comprehending his own cultivation and wanted to extend this world one step further, his expression suddenly changed. His expression suddenly changed. Then, he frowned and looked at the end of the star field. There was a fluctuation coming from that place. It wasn't very strong, but it wasn't hidden at all. It shook the heavens, as if footsteps were echoing in the vast galaxy. Who is it? Ni Chen's expression was uncertain, and a strong sense of uneasiness appeared in his heart. It was as if he was being watched by someone. Who would come to this desolate galaxy at a time like this? However, Ni Chen wasn't an ordinary person, so he quickly calmed down. Within this galaxy, even a true immortal couldn't do anything to him. His first suspicion was the enemies that had hunted down the Nether Defiant clan. After all, those people had chased after them relentlessly, wanting to completely eliminate the Nether Defiance from the world. However, the true mountain and sea world had long since been destroyed. If they wanted to chase after them, it would be incredibly difficult. The endless vast sea was filled with dangers, and even he had to spend a lot of effort before he accidentally ended up here. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Ni Chen's mind, and his expression gradually turned solemn. The figure walking over from the distance suddenly laughed, as if he had known that Ni Chen was hiding here a long time ago. "You're pretty good at hiding, but I still found you." It was a very handsome young man in a white robe with wide sleeves. There was a calm and confident smile on his face. He walked over slowly, and layers of ripples spread out from the galaxy under his feet. In an instant, they enveloped Ni Chen. "It's you." Ni Chen's pupils shrank. He instantly recognized the young man in front of him. It was Wang Wuxiang, the successor of the immortal King Wang family. He had been accidentally saved by Wang Zijin in the vast battlefield, which was why he had stayed in the Wang family for a period of time to recuperate. It was also at that time that he had met the young man in front of him. With Ni Chen's insight, he could naturally see that Wang Wuxiang was not a simple person. He seemed modest, but was in fact ruthless. In order to be on good terms with the Luo manor, he had not hesitated to matchmake his cousin Wang Zijin and Luo Xian, even though he knew that Wang Zijin was extremely annoyed with Luo Xian. "Why are you here?" All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind, but Ni Chen's expression quickly returned to normal. He asked very calmly, without much emotion. He had not fallen to the point where he had to fear a young man like Wang Wuxiang. Before this, he had already planned to get close to the Wang family through Wang Zijin. From there, he would think of a way to possess Wang Wuxiang's body and gradually eat away at the Wang family. However, what surprised him was that before he could carry out his plan, Wang Wuxiang had found him. "Since you were hiding here, I naturally had to find you," Wang Wuxiang said indifferently. Wang Wuxiang said indifferently. His face was filled with indifference and carefreeness. The way he looked at Ni Chen was like he was looking at a prey. "You don't need to panic. When you were in the Wang family, I secretly left a mark on you. As long as you are not too far away from me and haven't left the mystic region, I have a way to find you. Hearing this, Ni Chen's heart couldn't help but sink. He remembered some of the things that happened in the Wang family. He naturally wouldn't make such a mistake, so he carefully checked his own condition. But it was obvious that Wang Wushang's method of leaving a mark was far more terrifying than he imagined. You are so confident that you can deal with me? Ni Chen asked. He stood up from the ground and stared straight at Wang Wushang. He didn't know what mistake he made that caused him to be targeted by Wang Wushang. Wang Wushang traveled billions of miles to kill him. Of course. If I didn't have that much confidence, I wouldn't have dared to find you. Wang Wushang smiled faintly. Perhaps you are confused as to why I want to deal with you. But since things have come to this, I will be merciful and tell you. You shouldn't have been saved by cousin Wang Jin. You shouldn't have offended brother Luo and become an obstacle to the marriage between the Wang family and the Luo family. So, I can only get rid of you, the thing that is in my way. Towards the end, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by coldness. Hearing this, Ni Chen was a little startled. Then, he reacted quickly. Was it because he was in the middle and was an obstacle to the marriage between the Wang family and the Luo family? In other words, it was because of him that Wang Zijin rejected the marriage alliance with the Luo family? Thinking about this, no matter how strong Ni Chen's mentality was, he couldn't help but wonder. Although he had only spoken a few words with Wang Zijin, he could feel that she was a person who was different from ordinary girls. She was very special, and he couldn't see through her. During that period of time, he had been recuperating in the Wang family. It was all thanks to the prince's maid delivering medicine that he was able to recover so quickly. Later, when Luo Xian of the Luo Manor came to visit Wang Zijin, he watched from afar. When he saw that Wang Zijin was unhappy, but Luo Xian continued to pester her, he couldn't help but appear and reprimand Luo Xian. It was because of this that he offended Luo Xian. However, Wang Zijin's attitude towards him didn't change much. She was still very casual and natural. Of course, she treated the servant girls around her the same way, even Luo Xian and Wang Wushang. It was as if she treated everyone the same. This made Ni Chen have a deep impression of her. Sometimes, when he thought of her, his heart would beat faster. Seeing the slight change in Ni Chen's expression, Wang Wushang, who was slowly walking over, couldn't help but sneer. He said this to distract Ni Chen. His purpose in coming here wasn't because of Luo Xian, but because of Ni Chen's identity. The Ming Ni clan. Now that the immortal region was about to fall into chaos, if he could obtain the terrifying divine ability of the Ming Ni clan, then he would have a chance to establish himself in the future. Through the various ancient books in the clan and the information of the immortal king ancestor, he was basically certain that Ni Chen was the rumored extinct Ming Ni clan. The Ming Ni clan had very few members. It could be said that they were one of the rarest clans in the vast heavens. The Ming Ni realm was named after them, which showed how powerful and terrifying the clan was. Chapter 889. A great battle broke out in this star field. Without any warning, Wang Wushang made his move. His eyes were cold and filled with viciousness. The moment Ni Chen was stunned, he summoned a terrifying magic treasure. Whoosh! Whoosh! A black gale swept out, as if it had come from a distant and unknown territory. An ancient banner filled with a gloomy aura appeared. Black light flickered on it, and killing intent overflowed into the heavens. Wang Wushang flung it out with a flick of his hand, immediately darkening the entire star field. At the same time, the thick black fog rolled and directly transformed into a terrifying black dragon. As it raised its head and roared, it shook the world. Countless stars trembled under this type of fluctuation. Terrifying cracks pervaded the air, and death energy pervaded the air, as if it was connected to the legendary 9 Netherworld's underworld. Although Wang Wuxiang had yet to reach the true immortal realm, as the successor of an immortal king clan, it was rare for anyone in the same generation to be a match for him. Just the decisiveness and viciousness of his actions was enough to make people tremble in fear. Caught off guard, anyone below the immortal realm would be severely injured or even killed. However, Ni Chen wasn't an ordinary person. After being stunned for a moment, he quickly reacted and his eyes darkened. "You're really despicable," he shouted in a low voice. As he raised his palm, an endless amount of light spread out beneath his feet. Runes interweaved and formed a large lotus-like pattern. The lotuses bloomed, and the sound of the Tao could be heard. At the same time, divine light converged and transformed into numerous shocking divine swords. With clanging sounds, they slashed towards Wang Wuxiang. Wang Wuxiang didn't stop after taking out the banner. His hand slashed down like an indestructible divine mountain. Amidst the rumbling, the starry sky trembled, and large cracks appeared. This flag was called the Black Dragon Soul Extinguishing Flag. He'd obtained it in the ruins of a cave in the vast battlefield, and it contained the intent of extinguishing souls. It was bone-piercingly cold. Once it was used, it could be said that no one below the true immortal realm could stop it. It had the power to destroy the world. Moreover, there were a total of 108 layers of restrictions, although most of them had been destroyed. However, if all of the remaining restrictions could be activated, then even a true immortal would be able to contend against them. And this is merely my most basic technique. How are you going to block me? A cold smile appeared on Wang Wuxiang's face as he rushed over. With a flick of his sleeve, an ancient pouch appeared in his hand. A terrifying suction force was emitted from it, and it swelled with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it was like a mountain in the sky. Endless spiritual energy, as thick as a mountain ridge, transformed into smoke here, and was swallowed up. He had many ancient treasures on him, all of which contained terrifying might. While he was using them, he was also using his own heavenly techniques, performing all sorts of powerful techniques. His divine might was dazzling, and a vague innate god's shadow appeared behind him. Above his head were 18 blood-red halos, each of which was like an ancient world. At this moment, his coldness overflowed into the heavens. At the same time, his appearance was dignified and divine. With a wave of his hand, he crushed the heavens and the stars were about to explode. That fellow is really strong. Given my current strength, it won't be easy for me to defeat him unless I reveal my clone in this world. However, there are 2 immortal kings in the clan behind Wang Wuxiang. It's hard to say if he has any life-saving treasures or powerful trump cards. Before that, I can't completely reveal my trump cards. Ni Chen's eyes flickered as he retreated. At the same time, he used an ancient technique to avoid confronting Wang Wuxiang head-on. Those stars that had exploded into powder gathered in front of him and then condensed to block in front of Wang Wuxiang. However, such an ancient technique could only delay for a while before it was broken by Wang Wuxiang. As the Black Dragon Soul Extinguishing Banner swayed, a black gale surged, as if it was going to blow the heavens apart. It was mixed with an attack power that specifically targeted the divine soul. Even Ni Chen felt a stabbing pain between his eyebrows. It was as if his divine soul was about to leave his body and be shattered by the Black Dragon Soul Extinguishing Banner. However, he was not a mortal after all. He immediately stabilized his mind. At the same time, he used the secret technique of the Ming Ni clan to set up a restriction to stabilize the starry sky. At least he couldn't let Wang Wuxiang see that he had taken over this starry sky as one of his clones. This was one of his trump cards. Is that all you've got? Do you only know how to hide? Wang Wuxiang said coldly. His body was filled with a terrifying aura. He was like an ancient god with peerless majesty, so strong that it made people tremble. The fluctuations of the battle between the two were terrifying and lasted for a long time. However, Ni Chen had been thinking of ways to avoid it, making this desolate and broken starry sky even more chaotic. During this time, all kinds of chaotic auras flew out, causing the stars in the distance to explode. Just as Wang Wushang approached, Ni Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He said in a low voice, "This is the time." He had already felt that Wang Wushang had completely stepped into this starry sky. Even if he suddenly sensed it, it would be impossible for him to escape quickly. This was a world clone that belonged to him. Anyone who stepped into it would be suppressed. The moment his words left his mouth, the starry sky suddenly trembled. The originally dark sky seemed to lose its color in an instant, as if it had lost all signs of life. A terrifying suppressive force pressed down like thousands of terrifying divine mountains. The will of the starry sky appeared. It was like a pair of cold eyes that looked down on all life. This unimaginably terrifying force instantly fell on Wang Wushang, causing him to stagger. Then, he began to cough up blood. His legs felt heavy and he could no longer move. One by one, the ancient treasures lost their support and fell from the starry sky. What is this? This is the power of this starry sky. Who the hell are you? Shock appeared on Wang Wushang's originally cold face. It was as if he couldn't believe it. He tried to get up from this suppression. However, as he struggled, this power became heavier and heavier, directly causing his bones to make a cracking sound. Clumps of blood mist exploded and filled the void. His entire body was pressed to the ground, and it was difficult for him to continue rising. Where did all that pride go? Ni Chen stood not far away, a faint mocking expression on his face. He had been waiting for an opportunity, waiting for this moment. The entire starry sky was his clone. As long as he set foot here, he would be suppressed. Unless Wang Wushang's strength was strong enough to tear apart this starry sky. But it was obvious that Wang Wushang was far from that level. And this was the terrifying part of the dark defiance. How can you use the power of this starry sky? Puff. Wang Wushang's face was filled with disbelief. As he spoke, he directly coughed up a mouthful of blood. At this moment it was as if he was carrying this starry sky. Even his will was about to collapse and shatter. He was about to be crushed to death. You'd better keep this doubt for yourself, Ni Chen said indifferently. Ni Chen said calmly. He didn't want to expose the fact that he had possessed this part of the starry sky. Moreover, this was also the talent of the dark defiance. Wang Wushang probably couldn't have imagined it. Actually, I was going to look for you, but you took the initiative to deliver yourself to me. It's just what I wanted. Ni Chen walked over. In the palm of his hand, a small vortex condensed, and within it was a sky full of stars. His eye sockets became deep and empty like the boundless universe. Then, his entire body began to dissipate, as if turning into a fog that enveloped Wang Wushang. Fury appeared on Wang Wushang's face. He wanted to stand up, but his limbs kept exploding. Blood filled the air, and he was in an extremely miserable state. He couldn't move at all. The indifference and confidence on his face had long disappeared. There was only disbelief and fear. Very soon, the fog completely enveloped Wang Wushang. It spread into his nose, ears, and mouth, drowning all his senses. Why does it feel too easy? It's a little surprising. Ni Chen started to take over Wang Wushang's body. However, to his surprise, the process was surprisingly easy. It was so easy that it surprised him. He even felt slightly uneasy. Wang Wushang was taken over by him just like that. At the same time, in the Moon Prince manner. In a quiet courtyard, Wang Zijin slowly woke up. However, her head was still a little groggy, as if she had slept for a long time. Her head was groggy, and many of her memories were blurry. It was as if she had been cut off. How long have I slept? She muttered. She propped herself up and sat up on the bed. Her hair was scattered, and her eyes were still a little hazy. Not very long. You've probably slept for over 10,000 years. At this moment, a voice rang out at the door. Gu Changa was holding a cup of hot tea as he leaned on the bed leisurely. Wang Zijin's beautiful eyes suddenly widened when she heard this. Her groggy head immediately became clear. Chapter 890. Wang Zijin's beautiful eyes widened. Her expression was blank for a moment. She had not yet recovered from his words. She had only taken a sip of the immortal wine and slept for a full 10,000 years. How was this possible? How could she have been drunk for so long? 10,000 years, Wang Zijin could not help but murmur. She rubbed her somewhat fluffy black hair, then hugged her knees and sat on the bed. 10,000 years had passed just like that. Then were her parents, younger brother, and many of her clansmen still alive? However, when she noticed the smile that flashed across Gu Changa's face, she suddenly realized that she had definitely been fooled by him. No matter how powerful the immortal wine was, it was impossible for her to sleep for 10,000 years just by taking a sip. Gu Changa, this bastard, did not forget to trick her even at this time. Damn it, you bastard. You lied to me again. How long have I been sleeping? After regaining her senses, Wang Zijin glared fiercely at Gu Changa and threw the immortal silk pillow at him. It seems that you have really slept too much. I thought that you would be able to react in an instant. Gu Changa sipped his hot tea and leaned sideways against the door. He nimbly dodged to the side and dodged the pillow that she threw at him. Wang Zijin really wanted to grab the blanket and throw it at him. She rolled her eyes and said, "Didn't I trust you very much? Who would have thought that you would actually lie to me?" Gu Changa smiled faintly and walked towards her. Actually, it wasn't that long. Only 7 or 8 days. If it was 7 or 8 days, then that's fine. However, when she saw Gu Changa walking towards her, Wang Zijin immediately became alert. She said, "Gu Changa, what do you want? I'm warning you, stay away from me." With that, she shrank back and hugged her knees. Her whole body was almost curled up to the corner of the bed. A pitiful expression appeared on her delicate face. Gu Changa naturally didn't care about her pretense. He smiled faintly and said, "If I wanted to do something, I wouldn't have waited until now. These 7 or 8 days are more than enough." Hearing this, Wang Zijin glared at him and decided not to pretend anymore. He stretched and looked at his clothes. Surprisingly, they hadn't been touched. "He's worse than a beast." She couldn't help but mutter. "It seems that you are still a little disappointed." Gu Changa smiled. Wang Zijin gritted his teeth and ignored his teasing. He stood up and was about to leave. She did not want to stay in this place at all, and she did not want to see Gu Changa again. Although her memory of that day was a little fuzzy, she still had some impressions of what happened after that. For example, when she wrapped her arms around Gu Changa's neck and rubbed her face against him, he blocked it with his hands, as if he was disgusted. When she thought of this, Wang Zijin's face darkened. She wanted to glare fiercely at Gu Changa. She could say that he was a straight man, but he was not one bit of a straight man. When they were in the upper realm, someone as pure and kind as Jiang Chu was controlled by him. She knew that Gu Changa was a demon who brought chaos to the world, but she still thought of ways to cover for him. As the saintess of the human ancestor temple, she had no intention of eradicating a scourge for the common people. Instead, she followed Gu Changa and was at his mercy, helping him to do evil. "Where do you plan to go?" Gu Changa leisurely sipped his hot tea and glanced at her as he asked. "I want to go home." Wang Zijin said angrily, "I don't want to see you at all right now. You're so annoying. Are you going back to the Wang family in the immortal domain or the Wang family in the upper realm?" Gu Changa was not angry at all. He still smiled and asked. "Of course I'm going back, when Wang Zijin heard this, she was stunned and swallowed the rest of her words. After she was taken to the immortal domain, she never thought that she would be able to return to the upper realm one day. Although the immortal domain was more suitable for cultivation, in her opinion, it was far less comfortable and natural than in the upper realm. Moreover, her parents and family in this life were also in the upper realm. The Wang family in the immortal domain and the Wang family in the upper realm only had similar blood flowing in their ancestors. Now, they were no longer related. If possible, she naturally wanted to return to the Wang family in the upper realm. I've been away from home for hundreds of years. When I suddenly disappeared, I didn't even have time to say goodbye to my parents. When she thought of this, her expression suddenly became sad. She felt very sorry for her parents. How is the upper realm now? Wang Zijin suddenly remembered that after she reunited with Gu Chang'e in the immortal domain, she had not asked about the upper realm. The changes in these hundreds of years should be very big. Back then, the immortal king of the Wang family who took her to the immortal domain had said that in the near future, there would be a shocking change in the upper realm. She was so focused on arguing with Gu Chang'e that she forgot to ask about the upper realm. How is the upper realm now? Why don't you go and see for yourself? Gu Chang'e smiled and did not answer directly. He put down the teacup and brought her outside the courtyard. There was another person here. Her clothes were as white as snow and her figure was tall and graceful. She was filled with a pure and holy aura. The Empyrean deer mystic fairy, Wang Zijin naturally recognized her. Back in the 8 Desolates 10 regions, the Empyrean deer mystic fairy was the guardian of Empyrean deer city. However, later on, she chose to submit to Gu Chang'e and called herself his concubine. Now that the Empyrean deer mystic fairy had become an immortal, she looked even more beautiful than before, like a Buddhist lotus. Since you've woken up, I'll take you back to the upper realm first. The immortal domain is going to be in chaos now. Gu Chang'e waved his sleeve and tore through the universe with the 2 women. He did not explain much. He was only here to wait for Wang Zijin to wake up. He knew that she would definitely want to go back to the upper realm. Coincidentally, the Empyrean deer mystic fairy was also going to return to the upper realm. Therefore, he took the 2 women with him. The immortal domain and the upper realm had not truly merged yet, so they needed to return to the upper realm through the passage behind the ancient Tongtian city. Of course, with Gu Chang'e's current strength, it would be easy for him to tear through the barrier between the 2 realms. However, he did not do so. It would still take some time for the various immortal domains to connect. For Gu Chang'e, this time was just enough to lure out the old guys hiding in various parts of the immortal domain. In truth, he was also a little puzzled. After parting ways with him, Gu Qingyi should have come to the immortal domain. However, during this 2 days, he had swept through many universes with his divine sense, but he had not found her presence or traces. Moreover, the will of the universe in the immortal domain had not given birth to a true will. It was only operating according to established rules. Therefore, it was impossible for Gu Qingyi to disappear. She would not say that she was not worried. However, Gu Chang'e did not think about this for too long. In his plan, if Gu Qingyi was still in the immortal domain, then they could continue the show from countless epochs ago. The 2 of them worked together to reopen the true mountain and sea world and gathered the power of the various eras to counterattack the origin world and start the War of the Heavens. In Gu Chang'e's opinion, this War of the Heavens would definitely sweep through the entire vast origin world. The many origin worlds around it would also be affected and would not be spared. At that time, the origin world would definitely be in turmoil. They would hold the great sacrifice in advance and carry out the great purge. The chess game he had planned for so long would also be pulled in at that time. Chapter 891. After returning to the upper realm, Wang Zijin parted ways with Gu Chang'e and rushed to the territory of the longevity Wang family. She missed her family dearly. The changes in the upper realm were too great. In just a few hundred years, many things had happened. On the way back to the upper realm, Gu Changa told her some things. However, when she saw it with her own eyes, she was still shocked. The divine nation unified the various worlds in the upper realm. Even many longevity families, immortal orthodoxies, and great clans in the distant universe submitted to it. It could be said that the current divine nation was incomparably prosperous and dazzling. It was like the ancient times when thousands of immortals came to pay homage. As for the fact that Gu Changa had already gotten married, she was stunned and felt an inexplicable dryness in her heart. However, she soon smiled and stopped thinking about it. Even if she was not received to the celestial realm, it had nothing to do with this matter. However, when she thought about it, there was an inexplicable regret in her heart. In these few hundred years, the upper realm could be said to have undergone earth-shattering changes. The rules were circulating, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was abundant. It was very suitable for cultivators to cultivate. Many prodigy powerhouses were also like a geyser, appearing continuously and displaying astonishing talents in various regions. Some old friends that she was familiar with had also stepped onto the primitive path to fight for the opportunity to achieve Tao. Jiang Chu-Chu, who was once on par with Wang Zijin in cultivation, had now achieved Tao and surpassed her in cultivation. While Wang Zijin was amazed, she felt that perhaps she should restrain her thoughts and put more of her essence into cultivation. After Gu Changa brought the two women back to the upper realm, he immediately returned to the divine nation. Yu Mingkong was now in seclusion, trying to break through the threshold of Tao attainment. Therefore, he found Yin Mei and told her about the celestial realm. He asked Yin Mei to make the arrangements. This was because Gu Changa would make a move to completely merge the celestial realm and the upper realm. During this period, some things might happen and cause changes, so he had to let Yin Mei prepare in advance. When the two realms merged and the rules of the great Tao collided, some of the surrounding worlds might be destroyed. There might still be some living beings living in those worlds, so it was necessary for them to leave before that happened. In addition, when the God nation completely accepted the incomparable territory of the celestial realm, some celestial kings might feel unconvinced and unwilling to submit to cultivators below the celestial Tao level. Whether it was Yu Mingkong or Yin Mei, their cultivation had not reached the immortal Tao stage, so it was difficult for them to intimidate those immortal kings. Hence, during this period of time, Gu Changa took action and refined a few divine objects. One of them was called the Immortal Slaying Flag, and it was suffused with celestial King Tao laws. It could cause terrifying damage to the soul of a celestial king. Moreover, because of the imprint he had left behind, seeing this banner was like seeing him personally. In addition, there was also the soul-gathering bottle, celestial shocking ancient flute, void pearl. These were all items that he had refined using various celestial materials, and possessed tremendous might. Even if their cultivation level hadn't reached the celestial king tier, they could still use these items to intimidate celestial kings. Of course, Gu Changa naturally wouldn't believe those immortal kings so easily. When the time came, he would let them leave behind their life souls, and at the same time, let the younger true immortals enter the immortal bestowment board. And just as Gu Changa was preparing to merge the immortal domain and the upper realm, the central immortal domain, the Wang family. In a cave abode that was filled with multicolored light, immortal fog drifted, and all kinds of divine lights were dazzling. It was filled with a holy and sacred aura. A figure was sitting cross-legged, and there was a hint of profoundness on his handsome face. The depths of his eyes flickered with calculation. I didn't expect that it would be so easy to possess this Wang Wuxiang. However, he probably didn't expect that not only am I the only surviving member of the Dark Defiant clan in this world, but I'm also the young master of the Dark Defiant clan. My talent is incomparable to that of an ordinary Dark Defiant clan member. That's why I can possess that starry sky at this level. This figure was Wang Wuxiang, who had returned to the Wang family. However, The one who had occupied his physical body now wasn't Wang Wuxiang himself, but Ni Chen. After the two of them had fought in the desolate edge of the broken universe, Ni Chen had taken advantage of the opportunity to unleash a starry sky clone to suppress Wang Wuxiang and possess his physical body. That was why Ni Chen had returned to the Wang family with Wang Wuxiang's identity, and no one had noticed anything strange. Even the two immortal king progenitors of the Wang family couldn't have noticed anything. Of course, Wang Wuxiang had yet to appear before the two immortal kings. When they returned from the banquet in the Moon Prince mansion, the two immortal king progenitors entered isolation and did not speak of what had happened in the Moon Prince mansion. However, during the past few days, besides the Wang family, the other immortal king aristocratic families had also been in an uproar. They had begun to gather their territories and make preparations for the unification of the celestial regions. This made Ni Chen start guessing that it might be related to the vast ocean beyond the true mountain and sea world. There had been signs in the past that there were living beings crossing the vast ocean and were about to descend to this world. They would descend in at most 100 years. At that time, not only would the celestial regions face a great calamity, even the other expanse cosmos would face the danger of being destroyed. Speaking of which, I still feel a little uneasy. It would be great if Wang Wuxiang died just like that. I'm just worried that he might have left behind some sort of backup plan that I don't know about. Ni Chen's eyes sparkled. He left his cave abode, intending to head to the Wang family's treasure trove to choose some divine items to assist his cultivation. Right then, he was the leader of the younger generation in the Wang family. In the future, he would definitely become an immortal king. Wherever he went, his family members would treat him with incomparable respect. He intended to first completely control Wang Wuxiang's physical body, then gradually devour the members of the Wang family around him so that he could refine all of them into his clones. At that time, he could even scheme against the two immortal king progenitors. He would not even need 100 years to attempt possession of the true mountain and sea world. This could greatly shorten the time he needed to complete his plan. But based on Wang Wuxiang's memories, Miss Zijin followed the two immortal king progenitors to the banquet in the South Immortal region. Why hasn't she returned yet? On the way to the Wang family's treasure trove, Ni Chen suddenly thought of this. He came to a halt, and his expression flickered with various emotions. Wang Zijin had saved his life. During the time he was recuperating in the Wang family, Wang Zijin had ordered the maidservant beside her to take care of him, which was why he was able to recover quickly and leave the Wang family safely. Of course, Ni Chen was not a person who cared about personal relationships. In the current situation, he shouldered the heavy responsibility of reviving his family members and restoring the glory of the Dark Defiance clan. He could not be distracted by other things. However, he also couldn't deny that he did have some complicated feelings towards that mesmerizing woman who was like an epiphyllum flower. Ni Chen immediately changed his direction and went to the palace where the true immortal progenitors were. He wanted to ask what was going on. He was somewhat worried. Progenitor Wang Ming, I want to know why cousin Zijin didn't come back with you. Luo Xian seems to have gotten wind of something, but I haven't seen him come over recently. Based on his personality, if there is no other reason, it is impossible for him to give up on pursuing cousin Zijin. Ni Chen went to the cave abode of one of the true immortal progenitors and asked. Wang Wuxiang's identity was special. Even the true immortals of the family were very polite to him and did not treat him as a junior. The true immortal named Wang Ming was sitting cross-legged on a futon, breathing in the light, and his body was seething with chaotic qi. Hearing this, he opened his eyes and looked at Ni Chen, who was occupying Wang Wuxiang's body, with a complicated expression. He did not notice anything strange and shook his head. The two progenitors have instructed me not to speak casually about this matter. Otherwise, it may cause danger. Hearing this answer, Ni Chen frowned at once. Progenitor Wang Ming, please tell me what happened to cousin Zijin. He asked with some concern. Wang Ming looked at Ni Chen with a hesitant expression, but on second thought, as long as he did not mention that person too much, there should be no problem. However, you are the successor of the family, so there is no harm in telling you about this matter, but you can't speak casually. You don't have to worry about Zijin. She is very lucky and has been kept. From now on, even the immortal kings of the family may have to look up to her. Some words could not be said too much, as it involved karma. Even immortal kings did not dare to touch it, let alone a true immortal like him. Therefore, after explaining this, Wang Ming did not say anything else. Ni Chen's expression was uncertain as he left the cave abode, all kinds of guesses in his mind. Wang Zijin did not have an accident and was just kept. And she was very lucky, so there was no danger. In the future, the immortal kings of the Wang family would have to look up to her. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, and then his expression became completely gloomy. Miss Zijin is intelligent and beautiful. Could it be that she was taken in as a disciple by that person? Ni Chen came from outside the mountain and sea realm, but he had also heard about the inheritance of the demon master. The once powerful immortal palace was destroyed because of him. This time, his sudden appearance caused the celestial region to be in an incomparable panic. Many races were already prepared to cut off all means of retreat. There were even all kinds of rumors that the celestial region was going to be destroyed again, and that the ruins of the end were going to fall. Such a terrifying demon did not seem like the kind of person who would take in a disciple. Could it be? At this moment, Ni Chen thought of another possibility. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his fists under his sleeves were clenched tightly. After all, Wang Zijin was different from ordinary women. She had a natural sense of being free from vulgarity, as if she was free from the secular world. Even he, who had lived for a long time, found it difficult to hide his feelings for such a strange woman. What a good Wang family! They actually offered their daughter for glory. Previously, they wanted to marry Luo Wang Manor. Now, they are scheming against that demon and did not hesitate to send Miss Zijin away. Killing intent filled Ni Chen's eyes. It took him a long time to recover from his anger and unwillingness. He was facing a great demon that the entire celestial region was afraid of. Now, he was indeed as insignificant as a speck of dust. From the current situation, he could do nothing at all. Chapter 892. However, Ni Chen did not intend to give up just like that. After all, as long as he possessed the true mountain and sea world and became a new true spirit, his strength would leap to a terrifying level with the vast true world as his incarnation. He might even surpass his previous peak state. At that time, he would be invincible. Even if he faced a demon that made all the worlds tremble in fear, he might still have a chance. In this life, I might be able to touch the path of transcendence. I might even be able to touch that level. Ni Chen calmed down. The most important thing now was to control the Wang family. As long as he possessed the two immortal kings, he would have more confidence to possess the true mountain and sea world. Of course, during this process, he still had to think of a way to not let the people of the Wang family notice anything unusual. Before he possessed him, Wang Wuxiang had destroyed many of his memories, so Ni Chen could not completely control him. That was why Ni Chen was still a little worried that the Wang family's progenitors would notice something unusual. In the next few years, the various races in the celestial region were in turmoil. While they reduced their territories, they also kept a low profile and reproduced. At the same time, the mortal kings took action to isolate the endless chaotic streams of chaos outside the various celestial regions in preparation for the unification of the various universes in the celestial region. In truth, ordinary cultivators and living beings all sensed that the various universes were slowly moving, and many galaxies were beginning to connect. There were rumors before that the celestial regions were going to reunite, and the shattered celestial regions were going to be reformed once again. Now, it seemed that this was not a rumor, but something that was really going to happen. Some ancient planets rose and fell, and an astonishing aura flowed out of them as they gathered in the direction of the central celestial region. At the same time, there were also races that had long received orders to make preparations for the upcoming war against the other realm. Because they learned that the other realm and the celestial region were going to reunite and form a supreme true world. At that time, they would return to their most prosperous period. Every cultivator and living being would benefit. This was a glorious era, and perhaps they would reach an even higher realm. Immortal King was not the end. On the path of Tao, there were even higher levels. The people from Wise King Manor who were trapped in Luo Manor were anxious and could not break free. They felt that something big was about to happen in the celestial region. If the news is true, then there will be a terrifying upheaval in both realms, Ming Yi said with a sunken voice. They were all trapped in Luo Wang Manor, unable to leave, to the extent where they couldn't even send news of what happened in Immortal Domain back to the other side. This made their hearts feel incredibly heavy. Originally, Luo Wang and Ming Wang had quite a good relationship and would have personally received them. However, ever since they returned from the southern celestial region, Luo Wang had completely ignored them and treated them like air. Of course, even though their lives weren't in danger, there was no way they could leave Luo Wang Manor and return to the other side. I heard that on Immortal Domain side, they are going to attack the other side soon. If this is true, then there is definitely that one's orders behind the scenes, otherwise, with Immortal Domain's guts, how could they dare raise an army to attack the other side? The half-step Immortal King from the Wise King Manor spoke in a heavy tone. Although his cultivation base was already very close to that of an Immortal King, in front of a true Immortal King, it was still insufficient. There was no possibility of him contending against them. Therefore, he did not dare to bring Ming Yi and the others to forcefully break through the restrictions outside the Luo Palace and return to the foreign realm. Right now, they could only wait for news from the other side. If there was an Emperor clan ancestor who revived, then things would be easier to handle. If there wasn't, then the other side might really suffer a disaster. During these years, apart from Immortal Domain, there were also some disturbances that happened in the other side. An Emperor clan ancestor really woke up. He vaguely sensed great terrifying malice, as if there was some terrifying existence watching him from an unknown place. That was why the moment he woke up, he ordered the other side's clans to pay their respects, learning that the Demon Lord appeared in the heavens again. Because of this matter, the other side's clans also began to make preparations. There were some who learned from Immortal Domain that Immortal Domain was planning to unite. In the following years, they might raise an army to attack the other side. When did this type of continent appear here? At the same time, in an extremely desolate and ancient starry domain in Immortal Domain. A group of cultivators were currently riding on Rainbow Light, arriving here. The one in the lead was a true immortal. He was currently speaking with a frown, having the many cultivators behind him stop. Under Luo Wang's orders, they searched everywhere for traces of Immortal Palace's remnant clans. Now, before their eyes, as ripples spread, there was a boundless ancient forest that extended outwards. Ancient peaks were majestic, divine mountains massive, thick immortal mist rising and drifting about. Even further out, they could see grand city towers, as if there was a city standing there. There were signs of people. Quite a few savage beasts released sky-shaking roars. A golden-winged great peng flew through the sky. Even as a true immortal, he still trembled inwardly. This was a golden-winged great peng comparable to a mid-stage true immortal. Its eyes were ice-cold, its wings covering the sky dome with a flap of its wings, covering everything. However, that golden-winged great peng only gave them a look, and then rushed in another direction, immediately entering the depths of this great continent. Only at this time did they discover that unknowingly when, they seemed to have entered an unknown barrier. The ground beneath their feet was already no longer a desolate starry sky, but rather an ancient continent that extended without end. Verdant and lush, a savage and ancient feeling pervaded the air. This place, there seems to be something strange underground, as if there are ancestral roots here. Thousands of spiritual veins are rooted here, like thousands of streams flowing to the sea, gathering here. Suddenly, this true immortal spoke in shock, looking straight at the ground beneath his feet. His heart was filled with endless shock. When they looked back, they found that the path they came from had already disappeared. The boundless starry sky was gone, and behind them was also a vast and boundless ancient forest. This is definitely an ancient formation barrier that can isolate heaven's secrets and deceive everything. There are definitely many people living here. This true immortal's expression became excited, and he thought of some ancient rumors. After the celestial realm and the upper realm were connected, some clans and forces went into seclusion, and no one knew where they were. In the past, some supreme existences also disappeared, and no one knew whether they were dead or alive. Some people said that they left the celestial realm and went to the vast expanse. However, some people said that they had actually opened up their own world, and established themselves in the forbidden lands, independent from the boundless secular world, and not tainted by karma. And this place that they had mistakenly entered was very likely the legendary independent world, with a formation barrier that isolated everything. However, the moment this true immortal's words fell, on a mountain peak in the distance, suddenly, a black arrow shot over, carrying a terrifying aura. It tore through the void, and with a pu sound, it pierced through this true immortal, causing his body to explode into pieces. A thick bloody light spread out, turning into a bloody mist. He didn't even have time to scream before he died tragically. Who is it? The other cultivators reacted and looked in the direction of the arrow with frightened expressions. On the mountain peak stood a tall and sturdy man. He was wearing a long robe made of animal skin, and his skin was bronze. His facial features were handsome, but his expression was cold. At his feet, there was a savage beast that looked like a true hoe. Its blood-red eyes were staring at this group of cultivators. At this moment, it was him who shot the arrow, and it instantly pierced through this true immortal. His strength was extremely terrifying. It seems that the barrier can't be maintained anymore. There are actually outsiders who have broken in. The man standing on the mountain peak had a cold expression, but he was muttering to himself. Soon after, he showed no mercy. He didn't even ask about the cultivator's origins. He continued to draw his bow and arrow and shot through them. Soon, this place fell silent, and only some bloody mist was still floating in the air. Everyone, including that true immortal, was completely dead, and their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. However, the man standing on the mountain peak frowned, and a worried expression appeared on his face. Once the barrier disappears, we will be completely exposed to the outside world. The situation outside is not very peaceful now. Last time, Elder Yu and the others took the risk to go out, but they also paid a heavy price, he muttered, then looked at the vast mountain range in the distance, and sat on the true hoe at his feet. Let's go back, little black. This handsome true hoe was as fast as lightning, running between the mountain peaks and disappearing in the blink of an eye. The aura that it emitted was extremely terrifying, far surpassing that of ordinary true immortals. And this man's cultivation had already reached the terrifying half-step immortal king level. If this place was exposed to the world, it would definitely cause a huge commotion and set off monstrous waves. Chapter 893. This was an extremely primitive and ancient continent. It was so vast that one couldn't see the end of it. There were vast ancient trees and majestic mountains everywhere. The spirit chi was extremely dense. Some places had even liquefied, forming spirit chi lakes. Many spirit mushrooms and saint medicines that were extinct in the celestial realm could be found here. In some cliffs, many spirit herbs that were over 1,000,000 years old could be seen. In the mountains in the distance, many savage beasts could be seen. There were mutated beasts from the primordial era. Their figures covered the sky, and their chi and blood surged like furnaces. It was extremely terrifying. In this place, ancient savage beasts that were as large as mountains could be seen everywhere. Even the golden-winged great pang, whose cultivation had reached the true immortal realm, seemed small in front of these savage beasts. The man riding on the true Ho turned into a ray of divine light and quickly flashed between the mountains. Like a comet, he quickly disappeared into the ravines of the mountains. Many ancient savage beasts raised their heads to look at the man, then lowered their heads again, ignoring him. They were very peaceful. The mountains rose and fell, majestic and vast. Further away, one could see the shadow of a city. There were more and more cultivators and creatures there. Its Lord Qin Feng, there were many patrolling cultivators around the city. When they saw the man coming from afar, they couldn't help but reveal excited and respectful expressions. The man named Qin Feng only nodded slightly at them and didn't say anything. Then, he rode the 480 true Ho and went into the depths of the city. I heard that Lord Qin Feng went to strengthen the formation. These days, many cracks have appeared in many places, and many creatures from the outside world have entered. In addition to Lord Qin Feng, the few great commanders of the hunting team have also gone to various places to prevent people from entering at this time. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't be able to live so peacefully now. After seeing Qin Feng leave, the patrolling cultivators couldn't help but whisper to each other. The Qin Feng they were talking about was one of the famous experts in this ancient land. He was already half a step into the immortal king realm. At the same time, he was also one of the juniors that the elders thought the most highly of. The other great commanders had also reached the true immortal realm. They were people who were expected to touch the immortal king realm in the future. During this period of time, the formation set up near the ancient land showed signs of loosening and disintegrating. Some cultivators from the celestial realm accidentally stepped into this place. Before this, there were even people who passed through the desolate ancient forest and arrived near the city. That being said, the cultivators were eventually dealt with by the experts of the ancient lands. He didn't let them reveal anything about the ancient lands. However, the matter regarding the ancient land still made the cultivators here feel uneasy. They felt that there would be a day when the formation would break. This place would definitely be exposed to the outside world, drawing the attention of immortal domain. And at that time, their peaceful life would be completely shattered. At the end of the day, the outside world isn't peaceful at all. Elder Yu and the others went out, but they paid a great price. 2 ancestral artifacts that were used to suppress the foundation, passed down from ancient times until now, were broken and turned into ashes. Once the luck can't suppress it, the ancestral vein spiritual chi here will sooner or later turn into a dragon and soar into the sky. It can be said that the reason why we were able to improve so quickly in the past few years has a lot to do with the ancestral vein. These patrolling cultivators couldn't hide the worry on their faces. This ancient lands had always been like a paradise, undisturbed by the outside world. The savage beasts here lived with them, not interfering with each other. Some tribes in the depths of the desolate ancient lands were also on good terms with them. However, this kind of life couldn't be maintained for much longer. The formation restrictions set up by their ancestors were about to collapse, and it was difficult to continue operating. It was already on the verge of collapse. These days, many experts rushed to the desolate ancient forest to get rid of the cultivators from the outside world who had mistakenly entered this place. At the same time, they repaired the broken restrictions. However, this kind of action was just a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. At most, it could only alleviate the situation for a while. Moreover, according to what they knew, the demon who had destroyed Immortal Palace had reappeared in the world. The entire immortal domain in the outside world lived under his shadow, and countless cultivators trembled in fear. If they were exposed to the outside world at this time, they would definitely be noticed by that demon at the first moment. Our ancient land's ancestor is said to be one of the 4 great celestial officials of Immortal Palace. His power is only below that of the original palace masters. Although we don't know if this rumor is true or false, our ancestor is definitely related to Immortal Palace. According to that demon's temperament and style, he definitely won't let us go. When they thought of these things, they felt a wave of unease. Their peaceful days would soon be gone forever. At that time, they didn't even have the qualifications to become cannon fodder. The situation is not optimistic. Everywhere is filled with pessimism. Qing Feng rode on Zhenho's back, hurrying all the way to the deepest part of this ancient lands. There were many pavilions and palaces there. Spiritual mist drifted, and light curled up. Many places had silver waterfalls hanging, enshrouded in brilliance. Moreover, there was a barrier here, nurturing powerful mysterious force. The entire area floated in the air, and below was a boundless Wangyan. The sound of waves crashed over, extremely shocking. City of No Return. Outside the barrier that led to this city, 3 simple and unadorned large words appeared on a dark green stone tablet, exuding a boundless and ancient aura. And in this city, there were even more cultivators and living beings. There were humans and foreign races, but they all lived in harmony. Even some mortals were surrounded by the light of treasures. Their chi and blood were astonishing, and their lifespans were far beyond that of ordinary people. The entire city seemed to be standing in the clouds. Clouds and mist curled around it, and it was enveloped by a barrier array, flickering with brilliance. Greetings, Lord Qing Feng. Qing Feng directly passed through the barrier and entered the city of no return. After returning, he didn't ride on Zhenho, but walked on the streets on foot. Along the way, all the cultivators and living beings that saw him, no matter who they were, respectfully bowed to him. Qing Feng, on the other hand, nodded slightly. Some of the children even came up to him and greeted him. The peace of the city of no return won't be maintained for long. Those evil demons in Sangming Heaven haven't been peaceful recently. Qing Feng had a smile on his face, but he was sighing in his heart. Along the way, he passed through many buildings and arrived in front of a rather quiet and simple house. Cough cough cough. Qing Feng, you're back. In this courtyard, a stooped old woman with white hair was fiddling with herbs. Hearing the sound, she looked in Qing Feng's direction and revealed an amiable smile. This time, the array formation is even more damaged. Some places have already collapsed, and many cultivators from the outside world have entered. But they were all dealt with by me. Qing Feng came closer and accompanied the old woman in front of him as she fiddled with the herbs on the ground. He didn't know his past and origin. When he woke up, he was already in the city of no return. It was said that Granny Yao in front of him picked him up from the coast of no return. At that time, he was covered in blood and on the verge of death. But what was shocking was that those ferocious sea beasts in the sea of no return didn't eat him. The sea of no return was the boundless deep sea that hung high above the city of no return. The old woman in front of him was called Granny Yao. She had lived for many years and was one of the most respected people in the city of no return. No matter who it was, what kind of illness they had, or how serious their injuries were, she could cure them all. Chapter 894. The city of no return was built countless years ago. It was said that it was closely related to the Immortal Palace. The ancient land they were in now was actually called the Jambu realm. It was one of the 9 wonderful realms of the Immortal Domain. However, after the Immortal Domain shattered and the Immortal Palace was destroyed, it was taken away by an exceptional expert with a great ability. It was then separated into its own realm. In essence, the floating flame realm was not an independent small world. Instead, it was a realm that existed between illusion and reality. It was not fixed in one place. No one was able to find the 9 wonderful realms by relying on the memories or ancient records. They could only enter this place by chance. Of course, the Jambu realm was not always moving. It would stay in a certain place for a period of time. Then, after a period of time, it would drift into the distance. The living beings and cultivators living in the Jambu realm did not know about this. They only treated this place as a place for them to reproduce. There were living beings here who yearned for the outside world. After leaving, they never returned. It was impossible for them to find the true way back. The reason why the city of no return was named that way was actually because of this. It meant that after leaving the city, it was impossible to return. Of course, it was the same for the sea of no return. It seems that the spirit formation left behind by the ancestor will not last much longer. I have discussed with the elders. If there is no other way, we will activate the core of the spirit formation in the city of no return and leave the immortal domain as soon as possible. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Granny Yao, who was flipping through the herbs, could not help but sigh. A worried expression appeared on her face. But if we do that, it means that many living beings living outside the city of no return will be left here. If we do that, wouldn't it be equivalent to giving up on them and leaving them to fend for themselves? Is this the decision of the elders? Hearing that, Qin Feng stopped what he was doing. After a moment of silence, he could not help but ask. His voice was very calm. The reason why the city of no return was able to stay high above the sea of no return and not be invaded by the sea beasts could be attributed to the spirit formation core in the city of no return. Although it was said to be the spirit formation core, it was actually the core source left behind by the ancestor who created the city of no return. It was formed from an unknown material and supported the enormous spirit formation of the Jambu realm. It could be said that the reason why the Jambu realm could not be discovered by the outside world and was isolated by the spirit formation core was all due to the spirit formation core. Now that the restrictions of the formation had withered and shattered, it was also because the core of the formation was about to be exhausted. This time, old man, you took the risk to leave the floating flame realm and head to the immortal domain to spy on the Devil Master. In truth, it had also consumed a lot of the core source energy, causing some of the spirit formations to be damaged. As a result, many cultivators from the outside world had accidentally stumbled upon this place during this period of time. If that moment really comes, then we can only make a choice. Either everyone stays in the floating flame territory, or the rest of us leave with the city of no return. Granny Yao sighed. She was also very helpless about this, as she had no way to deal with it. Although the floating flame realm had existed for a long period of time, the various races had prospered, living in peace and harmony. However, it was still impossible for him to rely on the power of this cultivation level to contend against the entire immortal region, and even that terrifying devil. I got it. If that day really comes, Qin Feng nodded. His expression was heavy as he gazed outside of the city of no return. He thought about the many cities in the outside world and the gazes of reverence and worship those creatures had when they looked at him. All of a sudden, he felt that his shoulders had become much heavier. Compared to the creatures that had lived in the city of no return for generations, he was actually just an outsider. No one knew his origins. They only knew that he was picked up by Granny Yao on the coast of no return. To him, the city of no return was actually equivalent to his home. Now that this home was facing a calamity and was showing signs of falling apart, how could he not feel heavy in his heart? Where did Sin Shuang go? Qin Feng collected his thoughts and asked as he recalled something else. Sin Shuang brought people to the serene Jade Land to kill demons, Granny Yao said. She also knows that time is of the essence. She wants to use this opportunity to kill more demons and collect more demon cores. All things in this world were about the coexistence of yin and yang, and they depended on each other for survival. This was why the city of no return was able to exist for so many eras. Other than the core source left behind by their ancestors, a large portion of the resources came from the demon cores left behind by the Blue Sea Realm demons after they died. Some of the elders in the city of no return were actually guessing that the core source left behind by their ancestors was the core source left behind by the Blue Sea Realm demons. It actually came from an incomparably terrifying demon within the Blue Sea Realm. However, there was no way to prove this guess. The Blue Sea Realm was filled with endless demonic chi. Only demons could survive there. Once other cultivators and living beings stepped into it, they would be corroded by the demonic chi and their strength would be reduced to less than 10%. If they stayed there for a longer period of time, they might even be turned into demons and become terrifying creatures that only knew how to kill. Over the years, some demons in the Blue Sea realm would also enter the Fuyan realm through the crack and massacre. The demons in the Blue Sea realm viewed the living beings in the Fuyan realm as food, and the demon cores left behind by the demons in the Fuyan realm were resources. The two of them depended on each other and coexisted in a cycle that had lasted for countless years. This time, Qin Shuang and Elder Yu went to the outside world and saw that legendary demon. After returning, she fell into a state of stubbornness. She even plans to enter the Blue Sea realm through the crack and massacre demons. If you see her, you must think of a way to persuade her. This is not a responsibility that she was born to bear. It is too heavy and will overwhelm her. Granny Yao shook her head and continued. I understand. I will go and see Master now. Qing Feng nodded and then left the place. He felt a little disappointed, but more than that, he had a bitter smile. The Qin Shuang he spoke of was the granddaughter of the old city lord of no return. She could be considered his junior sister. When he was saved by Granny Yao, he realized that he had forgotten his past. Although he had strength, he could not use it. Therefore, the old city lord of no return took him in as a disciple and taught him how to use his magic power and skills. The old city lord had a granddaughter who had been sealed by the source of God for a long time. She was only born in this era. However, the old city lord was not in good condition now. His vitality was depleted and he was not at his peak. No one knew how long he could live. Every time Qing Feng went to see him, the old city lord would lie on the bed very weakly. He had not opened his eyes for a long time and had to decide many things in the city of no return through his ears. The old city lord was also regarded as the wisest old man in the city of no return. He was highly respected. Even Granny Yao and a few elders could not compare to him. Soon, Qing Feng was led by a few guards of the city of no return to a very majestic but quiet palace. Layers of curtains hung in the innermost area, drifting like fog. The air was filled with the smell of herbs. A very thin old man draped in a soft brocade robe was lying there. A withered hand that was like a branch fell outside the curtains. His breath was very weak. He was like a dying candle in the wind. Master, after arriving, Qing Feng bowed respectfully and then stood quietly at the side, waiting for the old man to speak. Chapter 895. In the majestic and quiet palace, the curtains were like clouds, drifting like fog. Hearing Qing Feng's call, the old man lying on the bed moved his fingers. His tightly shut eyes moved, but he didn't open them. He opened and closed his dry lips, and said in a weak voice, Qing Feng, you're here. Qing Feng stood respectfully beside the bed. Seeing this, he had a complicated expression. Then, he said softly, Master, as you expected, many of the spirit formations around the floating flame realm have been destroyed. The aura of the outside world has entered. Some experts might have used it to deduce this place. In addition, during this period of time, the demonic aura outside the city of no return has become denser. Many powerful demonic creatures have appeared, but they were all exterminated by the great commanders. You don't have to worry too much. He told the old city lord in detail about the many things that had happened outside the city of no return. Qing Feng also understood that the old city lord was gradually handing over all the affairs of the city of no return to him, intending to let him completely take over the city of no return. The old city lord didn't have much time left. He didn't know when he would pass away. Facing such a situation, even Grandma Yao was helpless. She could only shake her head and sigh. The old city lord should have passed away a few thousand years ago, but he had been kept alive by various secret techniques and medicinal herbs. In his own words, he hadn't completely handed over the city of no return to Qing Feng, so he couldn't be at ease. The omen left by the ancestors has appeared again. Hearing this, the old city lord, who was lying on the bed, let out a weak sigh after a long time. He said, "Is the core source of the city of no return no longer able to support it?" Qin Feng knew that this matter couldn't be hidden from him. He nodded and said, "At most, it can hold on for another 10 years. 10 years, the old city lord fell silent. Then, he sighed and said, "There's no time left. There are some things that I want to tell you directly while I'm still conscious. However, that girl Tsin Shuang shouldn't be in the city of no return now. When she returns, I'll tell the two of you." Qin Feng stood respectfully and didn't say much. He knew that the old city lord said this because he had something to say to him. At this moment, the old city lord also seemed to be immersed in some kind of memory. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Actually, I've always known that you're very resistant to the position of city lord of no return. You are not from the floating flame realm. If possible, you would like to go to the immortal domain outside to find your past. You've always told me that you're a person with no past. All of your memories are stuck in the city of no return. Speaking of which, I am indeed very selfish. I wanted you to stay in the city of no return and let you take over. I wanted you to share some of the burden with that girl, Tsin Shuang." Listening to the old city lord's long-winded words, a blank look flashed across Qin Feng's silent face. He was indeed a person with no past and no memories. From the moment he woke up, he was already in the city of no return. For the next few thousand years, he lived here and treated the city of no return as his home. In the beginning, he really did want to leave this place and go to the outside world to find out his identity and past. But now, these thoughts had changed a lot. At the same time, his shoulders had become much heavier and he had many responsibilities that were difficult to shirk. Especially before he came to this palace, when he saw the children in the academy who were learning Tao and cultivating under the teachers, every one of them had an innocent and happy smile on their faces. When they saw him, they would respectfully greet him as Lord Qin Feng. There was also that arrogant junior sister who was extremely confident and felt that she was not weaker than anyone in her life. "Master, you don't have to say these things. The city of no return is my home now. I won't let this home be destroyed," Qin Feng said to reassure the old city lord. In fact, to him now, his past and origins were not important anymore. Although sometimes, he would have some strange dreams. In the dreams, he seemed to be constantly killing and fighting, and would never stop. Hearing this, the old city lord's face revealed a gratified smile even though his eyes were tightly shut. He continued speaking. "If such a day comes, I still hope that you will be able to search for your past. Qin Feng, you are the most special person I have ever seen. The power in you is beyond my imagination. The reason why I wanted to take you as my disciple was also because of my selfishness. Actually, I am not Tsin Shuang's grandfather. I am just an old servant who was ordered by my master to protect Tsin Shuang as she grew up. And Tsin Shuang's father was one of the most powerful people in the immortal region. He was the leader of the 4 celestial lords of the immortal palace. His name was Longevity Celestial Lord. But even from my master, I have never seen such a powerful force." Hearing these secrets that the old city lord had never mentioned to him before, Qin Feng was stunned. Tsin Shuang was not the old city lord's biological granddaughter. Her father was the leader of the 4 celestial lords of the immortal palace. The old city lord continued speaking, his tone filled with emotion. "Don't doubt my words. Your origin is very mysterious. Even if you can only use a small portion of your power now, you are almost at the threshold of the immortal king realm. You should know that in the golden age of the immortal Tao, immortal kings were extremely powerful existences. It took many eras for one to be born. This time, little Yu and the others paid a huge price to awaken the true bones of those immortal kings and intimidate those people in the outside world. In the current era, immortal kings are even rarer. Every one of them is an invincible figure who looks down on the past and present. But I believe that on the day you understand your origin, you will surpass the immortal king realm and reach an unimaginable realm. He had originally planned to say these words to Qin Feng in the future. However, he could already feel that his lifespan was slowly slipping away. He didn't know how many more days he could hold on. If he didn't take this opportunity to explain everything clearly, Qin Feng would probably never understand these things in his lifetime. The little Yu that the old city lord was talking about was a child he had adopted a long time ago. However, he was now called Elder Yu. His cultivation was close to the immortal king realm and he had lived for a very long time. He was also one of the most respected elders in the city of no return. Qin Feng still hadn't recovered from the shock of the old city lord's words. He stood there in a daze for a long time. So I had such an origin. Surpassing the immortal king realm. He muttered to himself. Judging from the scenes in his dreams during this period of time, he should have had some unknown identity before this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to keep killing and fighting in that foggy space. Who exactly am I? Qin Feng couldn't help but ask himself. A long time ago, when the immortal palace was at its peak, the existence of the floating flame realm was actually to stop those strange races in the origin world outside the vast sea. At this time, the old city lord continued to talk about the secrets of this place. He planned to tell Qin Feng everything he could. The floating flame realm and the blue sea realm, although it sounded like they supported each other. However, no one knew that a long time ago, the blue sea realm was also a sacred land like the floating flame realm. Later on, for some reason, the strange races in the origin world broke through a crack in the vast sea and entered the blue sea realm. Then, they completely destroyed that place and turned it into a demonic land for demons. The so-called demonic qi was actually formed by the absolute death qi that pervaded the origin world. It could corrode and contaminate all living beings in this world. Over the years, all living beings in the floating flame realm had been fighting against the demons that came through the crack in the blue sea realm, but not many people knew these secrets. After hearing the old city lord's words, Qin Feng finally understood. A dazzling light flashed through his eyes. At this moment, his heart seemed to be touched, as if some ancient memory was awakening in his mind. Outside the blue sea realm, there is a crack passage that leads to the origin world. He muttered. Before this, he had never heard of the origin world. However, there was a memory that was engraved in his mind that couldn't be erased and constantly reminded him. This monstrous hatred couldn't be erased with time. Sooner or later, I will step into the origin world and destroy the strange depths there. I will quell all the darkness that has existed since ancient times. Qin Feng muttered to himself in his heart. This thought had never wavered. Even if he didn't know what it meant, he knew that this was probably what he would do in the future. When Xin Shuang comes back later, why don't the two of you set the engagement? I can see that you've always liked Xin Shuang. Even though I'm not her real grandfather, I've watched her grow up. If it were up to me, Xin Shuang would probably agree. I can see that she has always loved and respected you as her senior brother, even if she would often say some impulsive things. At this moment, the old city lord spoke again. His voice was weak, but he couldn't hide his smile. He planned to tie the knot between the two of them at the end of his life. When he heard this, even the usually calm Qin Feng was stunned. When he reacted, his expression quickly became uneasy. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Master, don't joke around. Xin Shuang only treats me as her senior brother, and I have always treated her as my junior sister. I have never thought of anything else." However, the old city lord lying on the bed only smiled and didn't say anything else. His expression was as if he had completely seen through Qin Feng. Boom! At this moment, the heavens and earth suddenly trembled violently. There seemed to be a terrifying aura coming from a faraway place. It caused the endless sea below the city of no return to churn up monstrous waves, as if it was going to drown the heavens. The entire city of no return was trembling as if there was a huge earthquake. Many cultivators and living beings looked outside in shock, not knowing what was happening. Some even flew up into the sky, but they were affected by the tremors and almost fell down. The laws of heaven and earth in the outside world are colliding. This is the Tao of the two worlds trying to merge. After countless eras, is the immortal domain going to merge with the world that was once separated? Although the old city lord's eyes were closed, he could sense everything. Qing Feng, who was originally a little uneasy, had a heavy expression on his face as he looked at the horizon. In the Fu Yen realm, they couldn't see the changes in the outside world, but they could sense the changes in the laws of the immortal domain. Master, are you saying that the immortal domain outside is merging with the origin realm that was once separated? Qing Feng asked. In their words, the origin realm was the upper realm. There wasn't much difference between the two. At this moment, a valiant and tall figure rushed over with a blood-stained spear. Behind her was a gray ancient beast that looked like a giant wolf. She quickly rushed over to the palace. All the guards who saw her didn't dare to stop her. Junior sister Tsin Shuang, looking at this figure, Qing Feng couldn't hide the complicated expression on his face. There are also problems in the Blue Sea realm. Many demons that are stronger than before have appeared. They seem to want to cross over. We have to make a decision. The tall woman named Tsin Shuang was wearing soft armor. Her appearance was exquisite, and her features were picturesque. However, she was slightly cold and valiant. She didn't waste time. The moment she returned, she immediately informed them of the problems in the Blue Sea realm. However, before she finished speaking, she noticed the scene at the end of the world. Her brows furrowed, and her face couldn't hide the hatred on it. 2:6 Heaven Illuminator, Tsin Shuang enunciated these words word by word. At the end of the vast and boundless world, there was an explosion of endless world light. It was extremely unpredictable, and there seemed to be a blurry figure sitting there cross-legged. Endless Tao sounds, sacrificial sounds, and world sounds enveloped him. Thousands of heavens and realms rose and fell around him. He was extremely divine. Although it wasn't his real body, it was just a phantom that appeared from an endless distance, endless universe, and endless space. However, it also made cultivators and living beings want to kneel down and worship, praying and kowtowing to that place. This was a supreme majesty, like the true heavenly Tao. In the depths of the upper realm's divine nation, Gu Chang'e appeared at the center of the universe after making all the preparations. He also stood among the thousands of realms. He sat there with his legs crossed. Behind him, countless rays of light appeared. All kinds of grand sacrificial sounds, world sounds, praises, and worship sounds resounded throughout the universe. All living beings and cultivators knelt down and prayed devoutly in that direction. Buzz! At this moment, the thousands of realms began to tremble. Gu Chang'e's aura covered every inch of the void. His figure seemed to be burning and became blurry. The rich light of the immortal path illuminated the world, revealing every corner of the universe and expelling every piece of darkness. The immortal realm that had disappeared for countless eras finally began to appear in the world at this moment. A vast light and shadow appeared in the sky. Countless orthodoxies, races, and cultivators in the upper realm watched all this in shock and excitement. They could feel the rich spirit qi of heaven and earth pouring in. The two ancient and boundless universes overlapped with each other. Chapter 896. Celestial domain and the higher realm, after countless epochs, manifested and collided once more. The great Tao of the two worlds contained majestic and heavy power, reflecting and interweaving between heaven and earth. At this moment, countless creatures of the higher realm saw a boundless light appear in the depths of the heavens. All kinds of strange phenomena surged. That was a shining ancient world, immortal light surging. All kinds of immortal matter pervaded the air, about to scatter into every corner of the higher realm. Through this scene, the barrier between the worlds became transparent and blurry. One could clearly see the two worlds coming into contact. That kind of vast aftermath was enough to shatter any universe. Some of the ancient worlds in the middle were like broken eggshells in that instant, releasing crisp cracking sounds. Then, they were destroyed inch by inch, continuously collapsing. However, the creatures in these ancient worlds had long moved away. Otherwise, under such a crushing collision, even immortal realm existences would instantly be crushed into powder, turned into ashes. World after world was collapsing, disintegrating, shattering, returning to the chaotic chaos. Meanwhile, in these broken worlds, there was life being nurtured. The will of new life continued like a Tao technique, not destroyed by the collision of the worlds. At this moment, Gu Chang'e seemed to be sitting at the end of the heavens, becoming the master of heaven and earth. Behind him, a blurry void image of the long river of time appeared, great waves surging, the power resounding through the past, present, and future. He raised his palm and pressed down, making celestial domain and the higher realm collide. Their Tao merged, 3,000 different Tao marks appeared and condensed there. The new Tao covered the two worlds, light shining into every corner. Celestial domain began to merge with the higher realm. The first place of contact was the vast universe where the southern celestial domain was located. It immediately collapsed, unable to endure this type of new chaotic power. All of the cultivators living in the southern celestial domain watched all of this in horror, worried that they would be killed by the collision of the two worlds. However, Gu Tenchang's gaze moved over, his sleeves waving lightly. It was as if there were great Tao ripples spreading, the collapsed traces were recovering. A wave of mighty force appeared, stabilizing the barrier between the two worlds. The Tao of the two worlds was coming into contact and merging at a slow but steady speed. This was a slow process, but it would not take too long. Gu Chang'e's true body suppressed the world, his eyes watching every inch of the heavens. This is the first time I've seen the immortal domain with my own eyes. I originally thought that he would break through the passageway between the immortal region and the upper realm, but I didn't expect that he would merge the two realms into one. Are they planning to recreate the glory of the ancient times and restore the world to its peak? With such courage, we are ashamed of our inferiority. Many ancient cultivators from the upper realms were deeply shaken by this scene. Their words were full of admiration for Gu Chang'e. As long as one understood the many historical records of the present era, one would understand that Gu Chang'e was not a good person. He was not even close to the word good. It was even to the extent that it could be said that he was an evil person in the true sense of the word. He was ruthless and indifferent, and he relied on his amiable and aloof image to deceive the world. Since his birth, what he had done had long been dug out by the various clans. Although they did not dare to mention it, everyone knew about it. It could be said that the establishment of the divine nation and its rapid development had the most direct relationship with Gu Chang'e. If they were not afraid of his ferocious power, why would the various clans and orthodoxies choose to submit so easily? They even handed over the power of the mind and let him control their life and death. Now, Gu Chang'e made a move to merge the immortal region and the upper realm. It could be said that this was the first magnificent feat since the Forbidden Era. At this moment, thousands of realms resonated. Dazzling brilliance illuminated every corner of the world. Golden sacred lotuses bloomed in the universe. The sound of Tao resounded in every void, containing supreme profoundness, as if it could guide all living beings to the end of the Tao. The immortal region was instantly covered. All cultivators and living beings felt this change. It was as if a new heavenly Tao was being nurtured, and also as if there was a will that enveloped the world. Then, this will descended on thousands of realms, wanting to cover everything. Except for the regions beyond the boundless sea. Except for the unknown regions that were filled with chaos since ancient times, except for the forbidden areas that were independent of the boundless secular world. The newly born Tao completely enveloped him. All cultivators and living beings, regardless of whether they were from the immortal region or the upper realm, could clearly feel this change. Not only did the spirit chi become denser, but the laws of heaven and earth became more complete and clear. They could more clearly feel the existence of the Tao. Before this, the existence of the Tao was illusory and vague. Ordinary cultivators had no chance of coming into contact with it. But now, the new Tao was clear and complete. The whole world was more suitable for cultivators to cultivate. This is the real great era, many people shouted excitedly and knelt in the direction of Gu Changa with great devotion. Especially those cultivators who had no hope of advancing in their lives, they were so excited that tears and snot flowed down their cheeks. They now had hope of advancing further. It could be said that if it were not for Gu Changa, their lives would have come to an end. Their chi and blood would be exhausted, and their future would be bleak. In the remaining days, they could only wait to die of old age. This was not as simple as a simple feat, this was true fortune. Those ancient existences, those who were previously known as the most powerful people, could not hide their excitement. I really can't see through it. If I had known that this would happen hundreds of years later, will those fellows who fought for the epic tree regret it? They clearly had a chance to advance further. The heavenly maiden Jean Yang, who had recovered her youth, stood in the territory of the clan and quietly felt all of this. Her expression was very complicated. She was not far away from becoming an immortal. But she had never had the chance to come into contact with the so-called Tao, let alone take a peek at the path of the immortal Tao. But as the two realms came into contact and merged, a new Tao appeared. Everyone felt that the path ahead was illuminated. It was the same for her, and she was no exception. With her talent, in the current environment of heaven and earth, she would definitely become an immortal after hundreds or thousands of years of bitter cultivation. The achievements of the ages can be recorded in the annals of history. Beside the heavenly maiden Jean Yang, Jiang Luoshan was also standing. She was muttering to herself as she felt the sparkling Tao sprinkling down like a rain of light, blessing the heavens and illuminating the world. To the beings of the upper realm, Gu Changa's existence was very special. Some respected him, some feared him, some hated him, and some hated him to the core. They wanted nothing more than to tear him into pieces. They wanted nothing more than to overthrow the kingdom of God and avenge the ancestors of the upper realm who had fallen in the past. For Gu Changa to be able to come this far, it could be said that every step he took was stained with endless blood and bones. In the past, the calamity of Kuan Ji had destroyed many orthodoxies and ancient universes in history. There was even a short gap in the history of the upper realm. Many powerful people were killed by him and refined into medicine. These were simply too many to count. There were many things that happened before the calamity of Kuan Ji that did not need to be mentioned. There were too many to count. Merits and demerits will only be judged by future generations. The demon realm Empress Shi Yao was also muttering to herself at this moment. She thought of this sentence that Gu Changa once said to her. She suddenly wondered if Gu Changa had such a goal and plan from the beginning. What he wanted to do was beyond the imagination of the world. Perhaps he did not care about the so-called devil's name at all. Just like today, he used his supreme magical power to combine the two realms into one. What kind of achievement was this? How could right and wrong be judged by a sentence or two? Thinking of this, Empress Shi Yao's gaze became more complicated. Rumble. A new Tao appeared. The wheel of the six paths fell into the depths of the universe and turned into a dark silver ocean, vast and mysterious. The world tree began to expand. It was incomparably huge. Just the trunk alone was like the heavenly tree of the mythological era. The leaves on the tree were verdant, lush, and dense. Each leaf could support an ancient world. A new era tree. No, it's the world tree now. Witnessing the birth of a legend, countless creatures and cultivators knelt down on the ground, kowtowing in that direction, pious to the extreme. They personally saw that world tree appear. Even the cosmos seemed insignificant before it. One leaf, one world. As it swayed, countless worlds rumbled about, releasing shocking noises. In the foreign realm, there were regions where mists surged. A few foreign race immortal kings stood there, their figures large, surrounded by endless chaotic energy. They were also sensing immortal domains changes, even though they didn't truly connect to the foreign realm. However, that type of boundless world sound couldn't be stopped at all. Even if there was endless distance, it could still be clearly transmitted to this side. Immortal domain and the past world of origin are starting to merge into one, just that we don't know when it will reach the foreign realm. These foreign immortal kings spoke, their hearts heavy, not daring to take action to stop this at this time. They could even sense that immortal domain's laws were suppressing them even more. At this time, if they dared descend into immortal domain, they would definitely pay a disastrous price. Let alone the fact that the one leading all of this was none other than Gu Chang'e, that existence who even the Emperor clan ancestor felt restraining fear towards. Meanwhile, that Emperor clan ancestor who woke up now, his attitude towards this matter was even more vague, making it hard for them to figure it out. Quite a few immortal kings were speculating that that Emperor clan ancestor might make a decision that would affect the foreign realm's entire situation. Floating Flame Realm, City of No Return. Is this a plan to unify the power of the two worlds? The old city lord's eyes were tightly shut, muttering this, but he could clearly sense everything. In the end, Floating Flame Realm was still in immortal domain. Everything that happened in immortal domain could naturally be reflected in this place. Many creatures in Floating Flame Realm could actually be affected as well. After all, this was a great matter that brought blessings to the common people of the heavens, an immeasurable amount of creatures. If the heavenly Tao appeared, bestowing merit, this would be immeasurable power of merit. Immortal domain's environment has become more suitable for cultivation. For ordinary creatures, this is indeed a type of good fortune, an unmatched achievement. Qin Feng also spoke with a slightly complicated expression on his face. Under the influence of the eyes and ears in the City of No Return, he naturally didn't have a good impression of that world-destroying demon. However, when he saw this scene, his emotions were still rather complicated. No matter what, it doesn't change the fact that he is my irreconcilable enemy. I originally thought that he was buried in that era, but since he reappeared in this era, I will make him pay the price for his past actions. Xin Shuang's eyes were filled with hatred, almost gnashing her teeth as she spoke. Her father, as one of the four most powerful celestial lords of Immortal Palace, the Longevity Celestial Lord, died in the hands of this demon. This hatred was something she would never forget. When Qin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but sigh. Xin Shuang wanted to rely on her own strength to take revenge, this hope was too slim. Although Xin Shuang had been bitterly cultivating and tempering herself these past few years, wanting to touch that demon's realm was still too far away, there was no chance at all. Senior brother Qin Feng, before taking revenge for my father, I have no plans to marry. I know, with my strength, wanting to accomplish this is almost impossible. So, I can only say sorry. After that, Xin Shuang glanced at him, picked up the blood-stained spear, turned around, and left. Her clear and valiant voice contained an indomitable will. She had actually heard the conversation between the old city lord and Qin Feng just now. However, she had spent her entire life on revenge and cultivation, there was no time for her personal feelings. Moreover, she did indeed only see Qin Feng as an elder brother. There were no other emotions mixed in it. She also hoped that he would understand that compared to directly rejecting her, this would make him feel better. She didn't plan to continue staying here, otherwise, with the old city lord's character, he would definitely persuade her to marry Qin Feng. Revenge? I may be able to help you in this. Seeing that Xin Shuang was heading towards the serene Jade Land to continue killing demons, Qing Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The old city lord, who was lying on the bed, couldn't help but sigh at Xin Shuang's reaction. Then he instructed her on another very important matter. It seems that time waits for no one, Qing Feng. Next, you have to think of a way to see if you can find the other 7 wonderful realms. Back then, there were many peerless powerhouses who brought their juniors to hide in there. Many of them were once members of the Immortal Palace. If you can find the location of the 9 heavens, perhaps you can change something. The 9 heavens is an illusory land of legends. However, it is actually a historical site that existed before the creation of the heavens. There are some families whose origins are even more ancient than the era of the innate mythological era. They could even be from the extraterritorial lands, born before the creation of the heavens. Chapter 897. For ordinary beings of the immortal domain, the 9 heavens were not unfamiliar with this legendary place. There were even records of the 9 heavens in many ancient books and histories. It was a mystical place, rumored to have immortal origins. There were also immortal kings of the immortal domain who wanted to find the 9 heavens, wanting to pay them a visit and seek the path of immortality. However, no one really found the 9 heavens. This was unknown, and no one had truly seen the 9 heavens. Many people felt that this was just a rumor, a yearning for a higher realm of immortality. After leaving the city of no return, head east. If you see a waterfall falling from the sky, then follow that waterfall and search for the source. There might be a crossing to the 9 heavens there. The old city lord continued, his words complicated. He also didn't know if Qing Feng could truly find the 9 heavens. He only heard this from his master. He saw a different hope from Qing Feng, feeling that there might be a glimmer of hope. 9 heavens, I understand, master. Qing Feng nodded, very seriously agreeing to the old city lord. He understood that since the old city lord told him this, he definitely had some understanding of the 9 heavens, which was why he warned him. Outside the floating flame realm, the might of the heavens was vast and mighty. The 2 worlds collided, the momentum affecting the past and present, vast to the extreme. Qing Feng didn't waste any time, setting out, bringing the true Ho outside the palace, turning into an afterimage, heading forward to search for the 9 heavens and the other 7 wondrous realms. The floating flame realm would disappear soon. The great formation outside couldn't continue to operate, so he had to quickly return after searching for the 9 heavens. Xin Shuang, who was currently stepping on a blue cloud, leaping between the mountains, watched this scene from afar, her expression a bit complicated. However, she quickly turned around and slaughtered her way into the dark green land filled with demonic qi. Thick, dark purple mist continuously gushed out from this place. Many places had cracks, as if strong winds were blowing out. She shouted, killing intent pervading the air, her long spear sweeping out, valiant and formidable, like a matchless war goddess. In the depths of the dark green land were the cracks of the blue sea realm. The demonic qi there was even thicker, there were even more powerful demonic species living there. After killing devils, one could obtain a type of energy crystal from their bodies. It was called Devil Core by the cultivators in the city of no return. It could be used as energy to maintain the operation of the city of no return, support the formation outside, and protect the floating flame realm. The fusion of the celestial realm and the higher realm was an unstoppable momentum of heaven and earth. Even celestial kings could only watch, and did not dare to interfere. If an ordinary cultivator were to set foot in it, the cultivator would instantly explode apart, and the cultivator would be obliterated in body and soul before being crushed into nothingness. The heavens even became transparent, many ancient irregular scenes appearing. The cultivators who had always lived in immortal domain could clearly see the merging of the 2 realms. He could see that in the upper realms territories, many broken universes were collapsing, but there was even more energy gathering there. This was a new type of power, splitting apart the primal chaos, evolving everything. Golden lotuses blossomed between heaven and earth. Tao rain scattered down, sparkling and translucent, blessing every single creature. Every cultivator felt as if they were being protected by the heavens and earth. Those who had been stuck in a bottleneck felt as if their minds were clear and the bottleneck loosened. There were even some who directly comprehended on the spot, their entire bodies shining, entering an indescribable wondrous state. Even for ordinary people without cultivation, many of their illnesses disappeared, their lifespans forcibly increasing by quite a bit. The birth of a new heavenly Tao, blessing all living things, new power is pouring in, new Tao methods appearing, this is a great era rarely seen throughout eternity. Many cultivators and creatures were discussing, their voices full of excitement and excitement. Endless immortal light radiated, enveloping the heavens and myriad regions. The new Tao completely replaced the damaged natural laws of the past. Immortal domain and the higher realm finally merged into one. Even though they still needed a period of time to get used to it, everyone could afford to wait. It's going even more smoothly than I imagined. The other side is also quietly watching, many old fellas from immortal domain aren't willing to show themselves either. Are they all scared? Or is it to say that they are actually waiting for something? Gu Changa's figure appeared in divine country, his eyes carrying a bit of contemplation. Young master, it seems like divine country needs to expand its territory several times. These past few days, I've already come into contact with those immortal kings from immortal domain. I'm thinking about how to decide the positions of the many long-life families and undying inheritances in the higher realm. There are quite a few true immortals in immortal domain, while in the higher realm, there are very few true immortals. The most powerful are only individuals with deep foundations, not reaching true immortal level. I fear that when the time comes to divide the roles, it will lead to conflict between some clans of the two realms. Moreover, there are still immortal kings in immortal domain, there is no way they will listen to the orders of some human Tao existences. Only when facing people like us, who are close to young master, will they show respect. Yin Mei spoke, not knowing what Gu Changa was thinking about, instead discussing divine country's future development, carrying a bit of distress. After immortal domain and the higher realm completely merged into one, the divine country that ruled immortal domain had to expand its territory, make the scattered immortal domain complete. Therefore, divine country had to make many forces in immortal domain submit. I've considered this matter before. The merging of immortal domain and the higher realm can only be considered the first step, and divine country is only the initial embryonic form. Moreover, I will set the rules. Immortal domain and higher realm are clearly separated, so the rules are natural. Immortal domain, human master upper realm, immortal Tao beings cannot interfere in the lower realm. Gu Changa retracted his thoughts and told Yin Mei his plan. At that time, establishing divine country was only to coordinate the higher realm for future plans. As for how divine country would prosper or decline, it was not in his consideration. For divine country to be so prosperous and strong now, it was really beyond Gu Changa's expectations. Of course, the most important credit was to the people around him, Yin Mei, Ji Qingxian, Bai Lian, and the others. After all, although he was the master of divine country, he was in a state of being a hands-off boss, basically not asking about things. Immortal domain. Human master upper realm. Yin Mei nodded. She indeed had such thoughts. Otherwise, if immortal Tao beings descended to the upper realm, it would definitely be a terrible disaster for the upper realm. It was like in ancient times, when immortal domain and upper realm coexisted, but there was no clear boundary between the two realms. Therefore, many immortal Tao beings fled to the upper realm, wantonly killing, and chaos for a time. In the following time, Gu Changa set the rules of the New Testament while working with the Moon King, Immortal King Aod, Immortal King Gu Xian, and the others to rebuild immortal domain with great magic power. The universe in his palm shook, bringing the broken universes back into immortal domain. Many broken lands and universes were pulled from the chaos, reassembled, and reassembled. Chaotic chi surged, divine light overflowed, light illuminating the sky, and a new universe was being opened. Such a method was not difficult for immortal kings, but it would take a long time. Southern immortal domain, northern immortal domain, these split immortal domains, after countless years, once again collided. Immortal domain was finally restored. At the same time that immortal domain was restored, Gu Chang'e also set the rules of the New Testament. Immortal Tao beings could not descend to the lower realm. If they forced themselves to descend, they would be restrained by the heavenly Tao, and their strength would be reduced to less than 1%. New Testament rules appeared, and traces of the great Tao appeared between the two realms, imprinting these rules. The group of immortal kings was shocked. This was equivalent to a true law, changing the heavenly Tao rules. They could not imagine such great power at all, nor did they dare to imagine. The following days, compared to before, were very stable and calm. Many beings who felt that immortal domain was facing a great disaster found it unbelievable. Of course, ordinary beings, even true immortals, did not know what would happen in immortal domain. The level of immortal king was too far away from them. They could not touch it at all. However, now that the environment of the two realms was stable, many immortal domain geniuses would choose to descend to the lower realm to train and fight with the upper realm geniuses. Such a great era indeed meant a supreme opportunity for the younger generation, making many of the older generation envious. The two realms developed rapidly, and many dazzling figures also appeared one after another, blooming with dazzling brilliance. And it was after 3 years like this that a voice was heard in immortal domain. The immortal kings took the initiative to ask for Gu Chang'e to unify immortal domain, rebuild immortal palace, and restore ancient glory. Such a voice quickly spread, immediately causing all kinds of commotion, and people of all clans and orthodoxies were discussing. Since the immortal domain existed for countless years, except for the former immortal palace, no one had ruled and unified this vast territory. Because no one had that kind of strength, it was difficult to make all the forces submit. After all, compared to submitting to others, wasn't it better to monopolize a universe and dominate it? Why should he live under someone else? Such news naturally caused many cultivators to be shocked, and they were guessing whether it was true or not. Of course, whether the immortal kings took the initiative to ask for it was impossible to judge whether it was true or not. However, from the many signs, the unification of the immortal realms was inevitable. Just like the unification of the upper realm, it was only a matter of time. The name of immortal palace has already decayed. From today onwards, immortal domain will have the name of heavenly court. In the majestic palace, many immortal kings of immortal domain were present. They all had serious expressions, and they did not dare to say anything. Apart from those who attended the banquet at the Moon Prince Mansion, a few other immortal kings also appeared. At this point, unless they really wanted to oppose Gu Chang'e, they could only choose to submit. This was inevitable. Gu Chang'e stood in the palace. The moment he finished speaking, the dull sound of thunder echoed in the world, and an extremely terrifying scene rose in the distance. Strange crimson lightning struck down in the universe, and there seemed to be shadows of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Someone was roaring and killing, and the murderous aura seemed to be coming from an endless distance away. Even the immortal kings felt a chill run down their backs, and they were a little frightened, as if they were suddenly targeted by some indescribable existence. This is great karma. The old immortal king Gu Xian's expression was very heavy. He knew what Gu Chang'e meant when he said, heavenly court. Why didn't the immortal palace in the past be called heavenly court or immortal court? It was because it could not bear such a huge karma. It would suffer a backlash sooner or later, and collapse and decay. A force like the immortal palace, to the immortal domain, could be said to have been in its embryonic form since the birth of the immortal domain. It even affected many supreme existences in the later generations. In the ancient times, there were divine court, demon court, holy court, immortal court, and many other existences. Unfortunately, they did not exist for long before they collapsed in the long river of time. If one wanted to establish such a force, they would have to bear unimaginable karma. They would have to have supreme courage and the heart to rule over thousands of realms. Of course, this was just a saying. The many immortal kings here understood this better than ordinary people. They understood that a large part of this huge karma came from the curse. In the ancient times, there was a name like Heavenly Court. At that time, there were even many mythical existences. As for why the Heavenly Court collapsed and was destroyed, they had no idea. The first lord of the Heavenly Court was a figure of the Khanate mythical era. According to Ao Ling, he died in a grand and tragic battle. Immortal King Aod had a complicated expression. During this period of time, he had learned many things from little ancestor Ao Ling. Ao Ling had also told him that in the near future, some of the most ancient existences would return. Perhaps, some of them would be her older brothers. After hearing this news, immortal King Aod was extremely shocked. According to the information he knew, Ao Ling was the youngest daughter of the dragon ancestor, and the dragon ancestor could be said to be the first true dragon since the creation of the world, the ancestor of all dragons. As for Ao Ling's brothers, what kind of existences were they? How long ago was it from now? If such existences could really return, did it mean that many ancient histories would be overturned? The entire world was about to face a true reshuffle. Even though he was an immortal king, he still felt waves of horror and unease. And what kind of character would Gu Changa be when the time came? On this day, supreme Tao sounds rang out in the various universes. There were grand and ancient sacrificial sounds, world sounds, and kowtowing sounds that resounded throughout the various heavens. At the same time, there were magnificent temples and buildings that rose from the center of the celestial realm. They were golden and dazzling, emitting a dazzling brilliance. There was a vast aura that caused the myriad realms to rise and fall. Many immortal kings acted at the same time, establishing a Tao field in the chaos. The scene was extremely grand. Countless primordial particles surged within, and fluctuations swept through the myriad realms. Gu Changa stood in the center, guiding the power of wishes of all living beings. This was the understanding of the Heavenly Court by various powerful existences since ancient times. With all living beings as the wish, it could come from all living beings, but it could also be fed back to all living beings. The Heavenly Court shall be established today. A dignified voice that contained supreme power came from the Tao field, shaking many universes and setting off great waves in the various worlds. At this moment, the countless strands of power of faith in the world seemed to have found a direction and moved toward the temple and the buildings, wanting to converge there. In the upper realm, a majestic silver river could be seen surging into the celestial realm, heading straight for the Tao field. The Heavenly Court was established, majestic and magnificent. There was a majestic figure sitting cross-legged in the center. It was taller than the universe, and billions of divine lights flowed like the beginning of time, as if it was standing at the center of the world. Living beings from all over the world knelt and worshipped. We kowtow to the Heavenly Court. In the various universes and great worlds, there were powerful existences. The weakest one was a perfected immortal. They faced the direction of the Heavenly Court to show their respect. Countless living beings and cultivators prostrated in that direction, incomparably pious. The power of will can be absorbed from all living beings, but it can also be fed back to all living beings. Gu Changa stood in the Heavenly Court, feeling the power of faith that came from all over the world. His Dharma body was currently reflected in the heavens. It was incomparably grand and boundless. From the power of will of heaven and earth, he could comprehend the thoughts of all living beings, know what they were thinking, and read what they were thinking. The current Heavenly Court was beginning to take shape. There were many immortal kings overseeing it. Although it had just been established, the foundation of the Tao field was unfathomable. The existence of the divine kingdoms of the upper realm provided an excellent place for the celestial realm to nurture. Endless power of faith surged over crazily. Chapter 898. Now, the immortal domain was stabilizing, the various races were recuperating. All in all, it was more peaceful than it was millions of years ago. Hundreds of years ago, the dark heavenly court actually existed in the higher realms. However, at that time, it only existed in the shadows, not revealing itself to the world. Of course, many people also knew that it was the method Gu Changa left in the dark. The master behind the dark heavenly court was actually him. Now, the heavenly court had just been established, grand and prosperous, far surpassing many orthodoxies since ancient times. The heavenly court's disciples traveled to all realms, various universes, their footprints covering the myriad realms. In some star domains, there were cultivators who built divine palaces, golden bodies, and statues for the heavenly court. There were also cultivators who walked all over, explaining the Tao and scriptures, enlightening many later generations, using great divine abilities to spread the inheritance. Later on, the various sects contributed greatly. After years of spreading the Tao, everything was developing in a good direction. The immortal domain recovered its vitality. The heavenly court was prosperous, incomparably glorious. Although it wasn't as prosperous as the immortal palace in the past, a corner of its future prosperity could be seen. Of course, during this period, the heavenly court was also recruiting geniuses of various races and all realms, continuously growing stronger and more prosperous, with great momentum of achieving unprecedented success. The heavenly court rules over all realms. During the era of peace, all creatures of the world can enter the tribulation to achieve the Tao. Gu Changa was like an ancient deity from ancient times, sitting upright in the boundless void. On this day, as his voice faded, endless power of ambition surged. This voice resounded through the myriad realms, containing supreme majesty. The great Tao rumbled, the heavenly Tao rumbled, as if it was furious. But soon, as Gu Changa reached out with his palm, it spanned across everything. The universe was dim, the universe was lightless, the entire immortal domain was covered. Rumble. The great Tao retreated, the will of heaven appeared, endless Tao light enveloping every territory. This was his Tao wish. As his voice shook, the river of time surged. Originally, many creatures living in the lower realms, some extremely remote universes, because of the incomplete laws of heaven and earth, even if their cultivation reached the Tao, it was difficult for them to trigger the Tao formation tribulation, unable to achieve the Tao. If they wanted to leave their original universe and rush to other worlds, they would have to endure the suppression of the laws of the other universes. As Gu Changa said this, the Tao laws of every universe were affected. Those cultivators all felt an indescribable sense of relief that came from the depths of their divine souls, as if some kind of shackle had been unlocked. The suppression of heaven and earth has disappeared. Many people were pleasantly surprised and excited, but even more were agitated. Speaking of which, it's not that the suppression of the world has disappeared. Instead, it's that in the boundless heavens where we 950 are, there's a peerless figure who broke through the shackles of the realm of heaven and earth, forcing the heavenly Tao to retreat. Everyone has been blessed. In the following days, we will welcome a great change in our cultivation. More experts collected their thoughts and began to breathe heavily, as they realized that this was a great opportunity for them. Perhaps it would allow them to follow in the footsteps of those supreme experts and have a chance to touch the pinnacle of the Tao. What great courage! Are they planning to give everyone in the world a chance to attain the Tao? Many ancient restricted regions' existences were moved, feeling that this was inconceivable. Gu Changa's expression was very calm. After doing all this, he only looked in the direction of the foreign realm in the distance. Perhaps in the eyes of all living beings in the world, this was him bringing blessings to the common people, wanting the immortal domain to return to its ancient heyday. However, Gu Changa's goal was not this. He only planned to raise the overall strength of the immortal domain, so that the various universes could produce supreme experts in the shortest time possible. Only by raising the overall strength of the immortal domain would it be beneficial to his next plan. In the following years, under the influence of the blessings of heaven and earth, many geniuses were born in the various universes. Some ancient figures who had been sealed for a long time also appeared one after another. This was a dazzling era. The geniuses were as dazzling as the stars. Especially the geniuses of the various orthodoxies in the upper realm and the immortal domain, they were the most dazzling, stirring up a storm in all directions. Monsters with the title of young immortal were even more endless. Fate was overflowing, and the great world was illuminated. Even compared to those ancient eras, they were not inferior. Compared to the uneasiness and fear of several years ago, now, the various races were harmonious and peaceful, no longer worried that Wuxia would reappear in those dark times of the great eras. That era that made the heavens fall into ruin seemed to have become past history. There were different debates about whether it was true or false. Many people felt that Wuxia was definitely not as terrifying as the rumors said. It was impossible to say that he truly ate immortal kings as food, cruel and ruthless, viewing all life as dogs. After all, ever since he established the heavenly court, the various universes were thriving, flourishing to the extreme, even the foreign realm quieting down. They retreated from the borders of the immortal domain, separated by several universes, no longer daring to be as arrogant and domineering as before. Moreover, Wuxia brought blessings to the common people. All cultivators and creatures were affected by him, receiving great benefits, their cultivation advancing extremely quickly. However, there were still creatures who viewed Wuxia with incomparable hatred, feeling that even though he contributed greatly to the heavens, it couldn't cover up the evil things he had done in the past. As long as it was a creature living in the higher realms, they all understood what kind of existence Wuxia was, how many inheritances and creatures were wiped out because of him. The number of creatures who died directly or indirectly at his hands couldn't just be described as immeasurable. Just the universe that collapsed during the Kuan-ji calamity, the immeasurable killing calamity it created, could already be described as ghastly. However, ordinary cultivators couldn't come into contact with Wuxia either. Only the immortal king existences of various clans, when they had important matters, had the qualifications to meet him. Otherwise, normally, when they had matters to attend to, they could only meet with his wives and concubines. Wuxia's previous peers, there were also some who wanted to touch upon the Nirvana Tao realm, preparing to achieve the Tao. This type of great era indeed created opportunities for everyone. All types of opportunities appeared. The entire great era's fate was experiencing a geyser eruption of changes. At the same time, in an eternally still world. In the dark void, there was not the slightest bit of sound. The silence was somewhat terrifying. In the depths of the sky, there was a fluttering scarlet brilliance that sprinkled down like a strange substance. As far as the eye could see, there was a boundless gray world. Ancient and vicissitudes were its theme. Here, it would make cultivators feel the bleak taste of the autumn wind. This was the precipitation of vicissitudes and desolation, as if it was filled with an indescribable regret and sadness. The gray and bleak world was enough to affect one's temperament. At this moment, a woman in a red dress appeared in this dark void. She stared blankly at the fire snake-like creatures in front of her. They were crying there, containing endless sorrow. In front of these fire snake-like creatures, there was a tattered futon, as if someone had sat on it before. Are these all fire spirits? This woman in a fiery red dress had snow-white skin, and there was a little cinnabar between her eyebrows, looking both pure and demonic. If Wuxia appeared here, he would be able to tell that she was Yan Ji. When she was in the lower realm, she was brought to the upper realm by him. However, he had not seen her for hundreds of years. Although Yan Ji called him young master, Wuxia had never restricted her freedom. It could even be said that he rarely interfered with her affairs. The world was bright and full of opportunities. When Wuxia was still in the lower realm, Yan Ji was already in the great sage realm. After all these years, she had already stood at the level of a quasi-emperor, only one step away. What kind of place is this? Why did it attract me here? Yan Ji frowned and stared at this area. This place was too quiet, and there was endless sorrow. Those legendary fire spirits clearly contained endless danger. However, in her eyes, they were very gentle and even somewhat intimate. Suddenly, Yan Ji saw a blurry figure appear on the tattered futon. It was very tall, and its eyes were scorching and dazzling, like a fire that could burn the heavens. My name is Zhurong, I am an innate fire god. Yan Ji found that she could not move, and endless roars suddenly sounded in her ears. She could vaguely see a giant as tall as heaven and earth, whose entire body was enveloped in flames. Every wisp of fire seemed to be able to burn the universe, so powerful that it made people tremble. This terrifying existence named Zhurong was fighting with some living creature, and with a raise of his hand, he could destroy a star field and collapse the universe. That kind of battlefield was too terrifying, and even made Yan Ji feel that even immortal kings could only become cannon fodder. This was a scene left behind from an unknown era. Even after endless years, it made her tremble, and she could not remain calm. Yan Ji did not know why, but tears were already streaming down her face, and her eyes were full of tears. Is this my ancestor? She murmured, and involuntarily walked toward the tattered futon. There were hundreds of fire spirits on both sides, and they all looked at her and then made way for her. A kind of choking sound came from their mouths, and also like the sound of worship. The world began to change. Many cultivators and creatures discovered some ancient remains during this period of time. They had never appeared before, but now, they appeared one after another in various places. Some people obtained ancient inheritances, while others obtained supreme treasures. Some found the truth of the ancient past, while others startled the ancient creatures. In the original Emperor's Road, an extremely beautiful young woman dressed in a flowing chiffon dress, accompanied by a big red bird, stood in front of a grave that was as tall as a mountain range. Who would have thought that this grave would appear here? Everything was predestined a long time ago. The big red bird said with a complicated expression. It never expected that after the great changes of the world, this grave would appear in this world again. This was originally a heaven burial land that had disappeared for countless great eras. According to what you said, this place is where my body that had previously fallen is buried? Gu Xian's voice was calm as she asked. While standing on the grave, her entire being seemed extremely small and insignificant. It can be said that this grave buried heaven's incarnation. You perished together with it, so you were also buried here. Apart from this, inside this grave, there should be one of the little 6 paths that was beaten to death. I originally thought that this grave had already been destroyed, but who would have thought that it was still in this world, moreover reappearing at this time? The big red bird said. During this period of time, it had already explained many things to Gu Xian. 3 lives weren't hard to understand, but this contradicted the Tao methods Gu Xian cultivated, as well as her belief in her own invincibility. That was why when she was on the primordial road, she had already severed that part of her connection. For her, this could be called a past life, or it could be called a bystander. It had nothing to do with the current her. Heaven's incarnation, little 6 paths. Gu Xian muttered to herself. Symbols condensed in her hands, fading, turning into strands of immortal splendor. She had already successfully broken through the Emperor realm some time ago, a true Tao wielder. And now, she was condensing the immortal Tao imprint, attempting to break into the immortal realm. However, this was just the beginning of the process. If she wanted to continue, it would take a long time to touch the threshold of the immortal Tao. In this grave, the incarnation of heaven and the little 6 paths were buried, as well as her broken weapon. For Gu Xian this was no different from a great opportunity. The so-called heaven incarnation was when a supreme expert seized the body of the heavenly Tao and refined it into an incarnation. The incarnation of heaven was terrifyingly powerful, unimaginable. One had to know that there were so many universes and worlds in this world, and every world had a corresponding heavenly Tao. It was just that the heavenly Tao varied in strength. From what the big red bird said, the incarnation of heaven buried here could destroy all life with a single thought. Even immortal kings could only be reduced to cannon fodder and ants. Clearly, this incarnation of heaven was of a very high level. Apart from that, the little 6 paths buried here wasn't simple at all. It was one of the 6 paths of reincarnation that was once created by this world. However, just like the incarnation of heaven, the 6 paths of reincarnation was condensed from the laws of order, and actually came from the same source as the heavenly Tao. Even the heavenly Tao could be possessed by a supreme expert with a single thought, let alone the 6 paths of reincarnation. The little 6 paths was the reflection of the true reincarnation, and had the characteristics of reincarnation, but it wasn't the only one. Are you sure you want to go in? The big red bird flapped its wings, and its face didn't have the usual playful expression. It looked very serious. Gu Xian'er looked at the grave that looked as tall as a mountain and fell silent. A light breeze blew, and Liu Xian's long dress fluttered. Her black hair covered half of her face. Under her dress, a section of her white calf appeared even more translucent and fair. At this moment, she didn't say a word. She was like a flawless fairy, refined and cold. She knew what was in this grave. It was very likely that once she stepped in, it would be a path of no return. It was also very likely that after that, she would no longer be her. Let's go in. I feel that if we don't go in now, we won't be able to catch up to him. He's already very, very far away from me. Gu Xian'er lightly shook her head, and resolutely stepped forward. Her figure was like a ray of light, and she disappeared into the grave. The big red bird followed behind her, and couldn't help but sigh. It wasn't surprised by Gu Xian'er's choice. Rumble. The grave shook violently. It was originally as tall as a mountain, but at this moment, it was continuously collapsing, quickly collapsing, and was about to disappear from this world. Only at a specific time and place could this grave be seen. Once time and space were displaced, it would also disappear. Chapter 899. In just a few short years, the immortal domain had already undergone tremendous changes. The various universes gushed out with dense luck, heavenly talents emerging in large numbers. It even made many creatures feel that they had hope of seeing the most prosperous era of the ancient era reappear. The heavenly court ruled the world, ruling the heavens. Apart from the foreign realm, it included the immortal domain and the endless territories of the higher realms. It could be said that this was a grand occasion that had never happened even when the immortal palace unified the immortal domain. The surging luck was like smoke signals that rushed into the heavens, spiraling within the palace. In the end, it condensed into a blurry woman's figure, dignified and noble, like an empress descending into the world of mortals, overlooking all living things. The Tao of luck and creation is indeed miraculous, to the extent where it can allow me to open up a world in my heart, recreate the primal chaos. The luck of the heavens is endless, the creation is endless, the creation of life. Yu Mingkong sat cross-legged in the palace, her eyes opened, an expanse of deep calmness within. Her terrifying aura was restrained, but it made her look even more beautiful and peerless. If a true immortal appeared here at this time, they would also be intimidated by the aura released from her body, involuntarily kneeling down. This had nothing to do with strength, but rather a type of shocking change caused by the transformation of life. Right now, the luck of the myriad realms had all gathered, condensing within the heavenly court, vast and boundless. Yu Mingkong used this opportunity to comprehend, peering into her own Tao of luck and creation. Her talent was already peerless to begin with, if not for Gu Changa suppressing her elegance, she would only be even more dazzling. Meanwhile, the Tao of luck was even more so a type of great creation, even immortal kings would feel envious. For Yu Mingkong, she comprehended the path she wanted to take from the luck. This in itself was a world-shocking thing, not many people able to do it since ancient times. Of course, for her, being able to walk this path was still thanks to her current identity. There were cultivators who called her Empress, and there were also cultivators who called her Empress of Heaven. After all, she was Gu Changa's first official wife, at the same time his first wife. Even the celestial kings of the various races had to be respectful and courteous in front of her. It was precisely this identity that allowed her to comprehend and control such a vast and powerful energy of karmic luck, and she could rely on this to comprehend and pry into its profundities. 1. The void blurred. Yu Mingkong shook her hand and a tiny vortex appeared. There were a myriad of mysteries and transformations within it. One moment it was like a bottomless and terrifying black hole, and the next moment, it was like a boundless ocean. She felt that she only needed a single thought to turn the vortex in front of her into a tiny world. This kind of strange power made her very surprised. Was this the will of destiny and creation? Was this the will of creation? If the will of creation is the direction of one's thoughts, then wouldn't it mean that one can create the world? Yu Mingkong fell into deep thought. Although she was the empress, she didn't interfere in many of the matters in the heavenly court. She gave full authority to Yin Mei, Ji Qingxian, Bai Lian, and the others. Therefore, she now had a lot of time to comprehend the Tao of karmic luck and creation. Perhaps I can ask Chang'e. He should know about this, Yu Mingkong pondered, but shook her head in the end. She planned to fully comprehend it herself. Otherwise, if she kept asking Gu Chang'e, she would become dependent on him. The Tao of karmic luck and creation, Gu Chang'e sat cross-legged in the depths of the boundless void. His gaze swept across the heavens. After seeing Yu Mingkong fall into a bottleneck, he didn't help her and quickly withdrew his gaze. If she could fully comprehend this matter by herself, it would be an endless opportunity for her. The boundless all heavens is indeed flourishing to the extreme, Gu Chang'e sighed softly. His gaze swept across Yu Mingkong, Yin Mei, Jiang Chuchu, Wang Zijin, Xiao Ruoyin, Empyrean Dear Maiden, and his parents in this life. Seeing that they all had their own destinies and were busy with their own matters, his expression quickly returned to being calm. He felt that during this period of time, his state of mind had undergone a subtle change. It was as if he had really become the heavenly Tao, sitting and watching the world change, the stars and the moon rise, and the passage of time. However, this was only a subtle change in his state of mind. He couldn't become the heavenly Tao. To Gu Chang'e, the heavenly Tao was nothing more than an external object. It's about time, Gu Chang'e then stood up. As he took a step, the great Tao of time intertwined under his feet. In an instant, he disappeared from the boundless void. Meanwhile, the instant Gu Chang'e moved, the entire immortal domain released a heaven-shocking rumbling noise. It was as if a terrifying sea of lightning roared, about to shatter the universe. Many immortal kings were immediately alarmed, their expressions changing greatly. They all left their caves, appearing in the sky. This aura is coming from the direction of the foreign realm, ancient mystic old immortal king's voice trembled slightly. Then, he stood in the cosmos, gazing towards the foreign realm. It seems like Great One is going to take action against the foreign realm. This day still came in the end. Inside Luo King Manor, the Luo King who appeared had a complicated expression. Even though he was ordered by Gu Chang'e to find Immortal Palace's descendants, after so many years passed, there was still no news that came. Instead, it was the people he sent out who mysteriously disappeared. Not even he could deduce what was going on. However, Gu Chang'e didn't rush him either, to the extent where he didn't even mention this matter. After imperial court was established, he seemed to have tossed Immortal Palace's matters to the back of his mind, no longer caring about it. Is he going to take action against the foreign realm? Ming Yi and the others who were imprisoned in Luo King Manor all had bitter expressions, feeling a type of uneasiness and trembling. These past few days, for them, were simply like years, every single day a torment. After Immortal Domain and the higher realms merged into one, the pressure of the world's natural laws on the foreign creatures became even stronger. They were naturally greatly affected, able to display 30 to 40% of their original strength at most. However, there was no news from the foreign realm, so they could only stay in Luo King Manor, unable to go anywhere. When they sensed that Gu Changa was heading towards the foreign realm, Immortal Domain's various clans immediately began to respond. There were immortal kings who personally moved, leading great armies, hurrying to the border between Immortal Domain and the foreign realm. Immortal King Aod even more so held an ancient banner that was hazy with starlight, leading millions and millions of Ocean Clan members, crossing the starry domain. The cosmos was torn apart, stars trembling. A terrifying great universe passage appeared, a boundless great army directly rushing through. Immortal King Aod's actions left many immortal kings deeply shaken, feeling that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Not only could they use this to show their loyalty, they might even completely conquer the foreign realm that had always been at war. Then, there were immortal kings who hurriedly responded, bringing their clansmen, slaughtering their way to the foreign realm's border. Of course, Immortal King Aod did this all because of little ancestor Ao Ling's instructions, telling him not to stand on the wrong side. In this era, following Gu Changa's footsteps was definitely not wrong. Has this day finally arrived? Immortal King family, Wang family. Ni Chen's eyes carried a bit of excitement. He had always been waiting for the moment when the true mountain and sea world was reorganized. And Gu Changa's campaign against the foreign realm also meant that this day had arrived. After all, once the true mountain and sea world was reorganized, this world's source power would become even more complete. After he possessed the true mountain and sea world, he would definitely be able to save a lot of cultivation time, directly leaping to the level of a true spirit. Then I should start moving as well. Ni Chen quickly calmed down and thought to himself. During this period of time, he had completely gotten used to Wang Wuxiang's body and was already making arrangements. Through the galaxy he had previously possessed, he would slowly invade and occupy the surrounding galaxy. During these few days, he was also thinking of a way to move that galaxy to the Wang family's territory. Moreover, with the help of the remnant souls of the previous heroic spirits, he possessed the body of a true immortal patriarch of the Wang family and refined it into a clone for him to move around outside. Under such a detailed and flawless plan, the two immortal king patriarchs of the Wang family didn't see any abnormalities. Ni Chen was confident that within 10 years, he would completely control the Wang family and also possess the bodies of the two immortal king patriarchs. When he moved that clone to the Wang family's territory, it would be time for him to show his claws and fangs. Head east, in the broken universe, a figure riding on a true hoe was still mumbling to himself as he looked towards the east. After trekking for several years, he had passed through many worlds and universes. His gaze was resolute, and he didn't feel lost because of the years of trekking. Instead, he became more determined to find the 9 heavens. This person was Qin Feng, who had left the floating flame realm to search for the 9 heavens. During this process, he encountered many dangers. Some of the ferocious beasts hidden deep in the universe were very terrifying, and there were even existences comparable to half-step immortal kings. However, Qin Feng relied on his innate battle experience that seemed to have been imprinted in his bones and killed them all. Moreover, he had a feeling that as long as he continued walking in this direction, he would definitely be able to find the 9 heavens. Suddenly, Qin Feng heard a deafening sound in front of him. It was as if a huge river was surging towards him from an invisible place. Could the 9 heavens be right in front of me? Excitement and joy appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. Even someone as determined as him couldn't hide this expression. After passing through this place, he could feel the vastness and profoundness of this world more and more. The stars were like clouds, and ancient trees covered the sky. They grew in the universe and absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. Every branch and leaf seemed to be able to hold up the world. The river of stars was incomparably thick, and it was surrounded by a monstrous chaotic chi as it fell in front of him. Zero rumble. The waves splashed, creating terrifying ripples in the universe. Every wave was like the convergence of countless small worlds. That kind of huge momentum was like a piece of the sky falling down, straight into the deepest darkness. Qing Feng took a few steps forward and stopped in front of this huge waterfall of stars. The entire universe seemed to be isolated. Stars bobbed up and down in the river of stars. The sun and moon revolved around them like dust. Once this kind of river of stars surged into the starry sky, it could instantly drown countless small worlds. If I follow this waterfall of stars, will I reach the 9 heavens? Qing Feng muttered to himself as he came to this shocking place. Along the way, he had experienced many battles. Although his cultivation hadn't increased at all, his strength had increased by a lot. However, in this place, he still felt a kind of majestic pressure. It was like a blade of the great Tao that suddenly crushed in front of him, causing his bones and cells to emit a light trembling sound. This was the path to the 9 heavens that he believed in. According to the old city lord, one had to use a Qingyun immortal boat to cross the 9 heavens. But in the vast universe, where could he find a Qingyun immortal boat? Fellow Taoist, do you want to go up? Suddenly, an ancient voice sounded. It was difficult to find and appeared out of thin air. If ordinary people heard this voice, they would definitely be shocked. After all, there were no traces of living beings here. Even perfected immortals couldn't go deep into such a place. However, Qing Feng was very calm. He didn't feel surprised at all, as if he had come to this place before. He stared at the river of stars in front of him. The voice came from inside. Fellow Taoist, why don't you show yourself and hide here? Qing Feng asked. In the next moment, a huge and terrifying momentum came from ahead. Whoosh! The thick and boundless river of stars fell from the top of the universe, but at this moment, it was separated into an incomparably huge gap. A majestic aura slowly appeared. Dragon head, tortoise body, snake tail. This was a black tortoise with an incomparably huge body. It was as if it was millions of miles long. The moment it turned around, heaven and earth were turned upside down. The entire universe seemed to be trembling. This ancient black tortoise was white like the bright moon. On its body was an azure cloud flying boat. Thick black immortal chains firmly locked its body, fixing this azure cloud flying boat on it. It appeared in the waterfall of stars, as if it had just woken up. Its star-like eyes stared at Qing Feng, releasing a terrifying pressure. Fellow Taoist, are you going to the 9 heavens? It spoke, its voice was vigorous and deep, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Qing Feng looked at this creature that looked like the legendary black tortoise, and a huge shock rose in his heart. At the same time, on a magnificent and boundless floating continent, palaces and pavilions stood in great numbers, grand and ancient. There were many ancient ferocious beasts, savage birds flying in the sky, primitive ancient forests densely covered, mountains grand, and palaces ancient and profound. Chaotic immortal waterfall fell, floating between the various mountain peaks. Immortal mist filled the air, and immortal light interweaved. Multicolored light shone in endless streaks, thousands of auspicious colors. This was a shocking scene. This place was like a true otherworldly pure land, like an immortal realm in the mortal world. The creatures here all had a type of immortal aura, completely different from those in the otherworldly world. All types of immortal medicines and divine springs were rarely seen in this world. Purple rocks towered within, cliffs bright and clean. Grass grew everywhere, ginseng exhaled. A qilin rested alone under a blue stone, silver chains falling, mists rising, spiritual birds flying about, old medicines releasing fragrance. Master, the old tortoise seems to have brought a guest here. How many great eras has it been since a creature stepped foot here? I never expected to see a living person again. Next to an ancient cliff, a white-clothed middle-aged man sat quietly, a board of chess placed in front of him. His expression was tranquil, giving off an otherworldly feeling. A type of mysterious aura swirled about his body, as if there were millions and millions of stars revolving around him, rising and falling continuously, producing boundless immortal intent. He looked just like a true ancient immortal who achieved the Tao. Right now, the one who spoke was a little child in Taoist robes who sat across from the white-clothed middle-aged man. He was born with red lips and white teeth, delicate features. However, his actual age was actually very ancient, and he had existed for countless eras. Oh, what year is it today? The middle-aged man seemed to be immersed in the chessboard in front of him, not moving at all since ancient times. He only reacted when he heard this. Master, it is now the 98 millionth era of the 9 heavens, before the third calamity begins. The sky-shrouding sect is under the control of the eternal Tao Lord. I don't know the exact time. Hearing this, the little child replied respectfully. The visitor is a guest. Go and welcome him. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, but most of his attention was still on the chessboard in front of him, as if he had been focused on it for countless years. Chapter 900. To the outside world, the 9 heavens had always represented mystery and legend. Since ancient times, how many living beings had seen the 9 heavens? Qin Feng actually thought that it would take him a long time to find the 9 heavens. Of course, this was the first time he saw an ancient living being so close to the black tortoise god. But in front of this waterfall, it was just a tool to carry the cloud boat, which shocked him even more. Qin Feng didn't know why he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had been to this place before. Then, Qin Feng's figure moved, riding the true Ho, stepping onto the back of the old white tortoise, and landed on the azure cloud boat. The boundless river of stars cascaded down, emitting a monstrous momentum that made one's heart palpitate. Fellow Taoist, sit tight. The old white tortoise's voice was deep and ancient. Then, it slowly walked into the waterfall of stars. The azure cloud boat was very simple, and a layer of immortal mist appeared on its surface. It isolated everything and went against the waterfall. It was incomparably steady, like an ancient boulder. Under this terrifying force, the old white tortoise didn't move at all, which showed how powerful its physical body was. Qin Feng sat cross-legged and didn't move, looking at the ancient stars that spun away under his feet. He couldn't help but sigh at the legendary 9 heavens. This azure cloud boat had a magnificent nebula as the cover, immortal gold and ancient wood as the beam, supreme immortal gold as the body, and 9-colored immortal light as the oars. It was vast and ancient. He even felt a sense of vicissitudes, as if he was struggling to cross the river of time. The legendary 9 heavens, what kind of place is it, Master? Xin Shuang, you all have to wait for me. Qin Feng muttered to himself, looking straight at the vast land at the end of the waterfall, and a huge shock arose in his heart. This scene was like shuttling through ancient universes, the river of time passing under his feet, crossing the ancient and modern lands. Fellow Taoist, what kind of place is the 9 heavens? Qin Feng calmed down with difficulty, and couldn't help but ask the old tortoise in front of him. Hearing his question, the old white tortoise under his feet only let out a cold laugh, but also a sigh. If you want to go to the 9 heavens, won't you find out when the time comes? The people of the world all said that the 9 heavens were mysterious, the source of immortals, and even more so the root of all things. There were countless opportunities and mysteries. However, to the living beings and races living in the 9 heavens, the 9 heavens were actually more like a prison, a cage. Day after day, year after year, the cycle of reincarnation, life after life, trapped here forever. 9 heavens, why were they called the 9 heavens? In fact, it was because the 9 heavens were formed by the 9 heavens. Within each layer of the heavens, there was an endless amount of hidden history. Even the old white tortoise didn't know what was in the 9 heavens. Sky grave? Or could it be that every heaven buried a former heaven? At the same time, at the border between immortal domain and the foreign realm. Heaven and earth surged, and the long river of time trembled. Even the entire universe seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Even the boundless star regions could not bear such a terrifying aura. It was as if the entire world was going to shatter. Gu Changa's figure appeared here, as if he towered at the limits of heaven and earth, overlooking the boundless foreign realm before him. At the border between the foreign realm and immortal domain, there were actually many damaged universes. When the two realms fought, they were already damaged, no longer existing. There weren't many creatures still alive within them, all of them damaged and deathly still, reduced to buffer zones during the great battle between the two realms. However, following Gu Changa's appearance, Immortal Domain's realm barrier released a rumbling noise. Even in the skies above the foreign realm, there was a terrifying wave of power. Heaven and earth collapsed, wiping out everything. In the distance, several immortal kings who followed from Immortal Domain stood. Immortal King Aod and Immortal King Blood Owl were there, all of them trembling. Ordinary cultivators couldn't see the scenes of this place at all. They only felt like the entire Immortal Domain was trembling. Countless great stars were trembling, as if they were going to fall from outer space. Who is the current ruler of the foreign realm? Immediately afterwards, Gu Changa spoke up, asking coldly. Endless chaotic immortal light surged from his body, resplendent and dazzling. A wave of unmatched aura rose from the foreign realm's heavens, as if a matchless immortal ancestor was reviving. The pressure crushed down in all directions, the cosmos and universe in turmoil. Large amounts of damaged ancient universes seemed like they were going to break apart, turn into powder. This type of power was too terrifying, even immortal kings' expressions changing. They all bowed down here, kneeling on the ground. It is the aura of that day. In the foreign realm's damaged cosmos, there were still quite a few supreme beings who had long entered the immortal Tao domain before the ancient Great Era. At this time, even their souls couldn't help but tremble, unable to help but want to kneel down. They were shocked to the extreme. This is definitely the aura of the Emperor clan ancestor level, to the extent where it might be even higher. Their voices were trembling. At this moment, they only felt alarm. Could it be that one who previously destroyed Immortal Palace? He descended here, wishing to carry out a great showdown. The great showdown has begun. They trembled, unable to help but speculate. In reality, many years ago, after the foreign four kings fell, all types of speculations were transmitted over. Many foreign immortal kings couldn't sit still, all of them feeling danger, worried that the foreign realm would suffer a disaster. In the present age, who could contend against this type of existence? Even the Ming king they feared found a place to hide, extremely far from the Emperor clan ancestors' cave. Moreover, during this period of time, Immortal Domain and the higher realms merged into one. That type of power even transmitted to the foreign realm through endless distance. Many foreign creatures sensed that type of fluctuation. Once they approached Immortal Domain's side, they would suffer great Tao suppression, far more severe than before. Under this type of suppression, how could they dare take half a step into Immortal Domain? When facing a taboo existence who could previously destroy Immortal Domain, the current foreign realm, did they still have a chance of resisting? This was precisely a terrifying calamity. The heavens trembled, endless streaks of natural laws descending like a waterfall. The great Tao was rumbling with noise. The world before the foreign realm was collapsing, a terrifying aura spreading. It was as if a great earth was crashing down, covering everything, casting down endless shadows. Gu Changa took action, a great hand moving through the sky, tearing apart the world before him. The foreign realm's world barrier was torn apart like a curtain. The creatures of the cosmos before him only felt as if the world immediately darkened. A great hand whose limits couldn't be seen slapped down from above. Great stars swirled about in the surroundings, as if they were fine specks of dust, just too insignificant. My clan's immortal king has long fled. At this time, even immortal kings can only throw their lives away. These foreign creatures who entered the immortal Tao level were all shivering in fear. Under this type of world-destroying aura, they could only tremble in fear, kneel down. Fortunately, Gu Chang'e didn't have any intentions of harming them. He collapsed the foreign realm's heavens, his great hand reaching over. Countless territories collapsed, directly striking towards the cave of a foreign immortal king. However, this cave was long empty, nothing left behind. That immortal king had long fled Yao Yao, no longer caring about his own people and territory. Gu Chang'e didn't say anything else, his eyes cold and deep. He took a step forward, directly arriving in the foreign realm. Endless great Tao shackles extended over, taking form in the void, descending from above, wishing to bind him. However, his body shone, the heavenly sun far less resplendent. Every single cell was boundless like an ancient universe. His flesh that was tempered to the extreme, after refining the drop of true blood left behind by the demon lord's body, long reached an inconceivable level. Now, it was even more so imperishable, difficult for heaven and earth to bury. Kacha, in that instant, the endless great Tao shackles snapped, unable to bind Gu Chang'e in the slightest. His true body descended into the foreign realm, towering between heaven and earth, the cosmos seemingly unable to support him. Millions and millions of foreign creatures watched all of this in horror, sinking into despair. No immortal kings came to meet me. Gu Chang'e said calmly and coldly, his eyes sweeping through these universes one after another. His voice was extremely cold, spreading through the various universes, making countless foreign creatures shiver in fear. He raised his palm. It descended. A boundless and terrifying aura swept out again. Gu Chang'e took action again, a bone-piercing and cold aura appearing in the various universes, containing unmatched killing intent. The heaven and earth here seemed to have been split apart by some type of terrifying power, difficult to heal. At this time, even if it was immortal domain's immortal kings, they could still safely descend, not suffering the suppression and restriction of the foreign realm's heaven and earth laws. Immortal King Aod, Gu Xian Old Immortal King and the others were in the distance, watching all of this, shocked to the extreme. They also stepped foot into the foreign realm's territory, the great army behind them, even though the momentum was astonishing. However, in this type of situation, they seemed incomparably insignificant. If a true battle truly erupted between the foreign realm and immortal domain, the number of universes and lives involved could definitely be described as immeasurable. The creatures that died, their corpses could fill the entire universe. Ice-cold killing intent blossomed in the boundless darkness, becoming absolute eternity. Bo, expanse after expanse of universes were wiped out, forever losing color, becoming an eternal deathly stillness. Tao friend, what is the meaning of this? Qi. The 10,000 regions of the heavens were all trembling, a deathly stillness engulfing the heavens above and earth below. All of the creatures were alarmed. At this time, a foreign unmatched existence finally descended. He released a long sigh, looking at Gu Chang'e. He was extremely powerful, endless time fragments swirling around his body, far from what immortal kings could compare to. It was to the extent where immortal kings and this existence were already on completely different levels. This was the aura of a half-immortal emperor, deep and dark, sweeping through expanse after expanse of universes, terrifying to the extreme. This type of existence, when fully awakened, the commotion it created was definitely vast to the point of being boundless. Behind this unmatched existence, the Ming King and many other foreign immortal kings also appeared, taking him as their leader, all of them trembling in fear as they watched all of this. From the moment Gu Chang'e blasted open the foreign realm's heavenly gate to the moment he passed through the many universes between the two realms, descending here, it was only a few breaths of time. Moreover, the foreign realm's heaven and earth natural laws couldn't restrict Gu Chang'e in the slightest. The moment they made contact with his body, they immediately collapsed and split apart. This type of strength was long not something immortal kings could speculate about. You are the foreign realm's emperor clan ancestor who has now awakened. What a pity, you are only at the half-immortal emperor realm, not immortal emperor yet. After countless great eras passed, is the foreign realm's emperor clan ancestor already something a half-immortal emperor can become? Gu Chang'e stood in the depths of the dark cosmos, his voice calm, not carrying the slightest bit of fluctuation. He looked at this half-immortal emperor who appeared, inwardly feeling a bit of regret. When the foreign realm was at its peak, the emperor clan ancestors were all at the immortal emperor realm, to the extent where there were some who walked far beyond this realm, starting to touch upon the threshold of transcendence. However now, even the foreign realm was affected. A half-immortal emperor could become an emperor clan ancestor. Gu Chang'e didn't know if it was because the true emperor clan ancestor went into hiding, not daring to show himself, or if it was to say that he really already fell to this extent. His actions today were so domineering, directly descending into the foreign realm, not hesitating to destroy the many universes adjacent to a mortal domain. However, the foreign realm endured silently, not making any movements, only now did this emperor clan ancestor appear. This more or less made Gu Chang'e feel a bit of regret. This one is Emperor, greetings Dao friend. When he heard Gu Chang'e's words, the expression of this emperor clan ancestor who appeared changed slightly. He was the foreign realm's true ruler, standing at the half-immortal emperor realm. Even immortal kings were wiped out with a flick of his finger. He was known as the eternal and undying emperor clan ancestor, possessing endless believers and people. However, today, he was looked down on by Gu Chang'e. Even though he knew that Gu Chang'e was extremely powerful, a legendary figure. However, an emperor clan ancestor couldn't be humiliated lightly. Now, even half-immortal emperors can call themselves emperors. However, Gu Chang'e still only shook his head, releasing a laugh that, in Emperor's eyes, was unknown whether it was mockery or regret. The expressions of the foreign immortal kings in Ming King's city all changed greatly. The Emperor before them was the backbone of the foreign realm, as well as the only emperor clan ancestor who revived, in charge of overseeing the greater situation. Almost all of the foreign immortal kings now obeyed Emperor's orders. The current world has already changed. Dao friend, could it be that you still believe that it is the past era, that you can do as you please? Emperor's expression sunk slightly. However, as a half-immortal emperor, his control over his emotions had long reached an inconceivable level. Even though he was angry, he didn't let this affect his mental state. He actually also wanted to give it a try, wishing to know just how strong Gu Chang'e, this past devil who brought chaos to the heavens, the main culprit behind Immortal Palace's collapse, was now. Chapter 901. The times have indeed changed. Who would have thought that someone who isn't even an immortal emperor would dare act impudently before me? The faint smile on Gu Chang'e's face vanished. He didn't say too much, only reaching forward with a palm. Heaven and earth in the territory once again collapsed, as if they had been blasted from one part of the universe to another. The large black hand was boundless, shattering the universe. Even the stars were insignificant like dust. At this level, every move contained heavenly reasoning, containing inconceivable Tao and laws. Even if it was just a casual palm, it contained heaven-destroying earth-wiping power. The entire heavens were crying out in grief, as if they were going to explode. That was why under this palm, all of the foreign immortal kings felt a type of bone-chilling feeling. Their expressions changed greatly, as if their souls were imprisoned. Their techniques were completely suppressed, unable to move at all, to the extent where they couldn't even summon the will to resist. Dao friend really is arrogant. I want to see just what kind of strength you still have. The Emperor's expression changed. His previously calm state of mind could not hide his anger at this moment. As the current ruler of the foreign realm, he commanded countless universes, even immortal kings could only bow their heads in submission. He was humiliated time and time again by Gu Chang'e, so how could he endure this? Fight! Emperor didn't say anything else. Too many terrifying scenes appeared in his deep eyes, directly taking action in this shattered universe. A terrifying aura that spread far and wide covered the entire sky dome, even the cosmos about to collapse. Chaotic energy surged around him. It was as if he walked over from the end of the great river of time, countless time fragments swirling about his body. Under this strike, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it could reopen heaven and earth. Even immortal kings couldn't think about seeing the scene clearly. This place became chaotic light overflowing, rushing into the universe's 8 wastelands. Millions and millions of foreign creatures were completely suppressed below, their bones simply about to explode, feeling despair to the extreme. In a battle of this level, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were like specks of dust. With just a single breath, they would instantly be turned to ashes. The bodies of many celestial kings who were closer to the scene immediately collapsed. Blood splattered everywhere. They had no choice but to quickly retreat in horror. In an instant, they had fled to several universes. The Emperor was indeed a quasi-immortal emperor. He was so powerful that even immortal kings felt despair. The two of them were not on the same level at all. If the Emperor had revived earlier, perhaps the immortal domain would have changed hands long ago. A foreign realm that has half immortal emperors overseeing it is not something immortal domain can contend against at all, let alone the fact that there might be other emperor clan ancestors hidden in the foreign realm. Even now, they still haven't awakened. The old immortal king Gu Xian, immortal king Aod, the withered immortal king, and the others from the immortal region felt their hair stand on end as they were extremely shocked. Even though that battlefield was isolated from several universes, they still felt cold all over. As immortal kings, this was the first time they had experienced what despair was. If he was in such a battlefield, he would definitely collapse and be annihilated at the first moment. They finally understood why those below half-immortal emperor level, including immortal kings, were like ants. This was a threshold they couldn't cross in their entire lives. And in the eyes of a true immortal emperor, how could someone as strong as a quasi-immortal emperor not be an ant? Chang! Within the boundless chaotic energy that erupted, Gu Changa raised his palm, continuing to strike forward. Endless chaotic light appeared in the void, containing unmatched killing intent. It was terrifying and vast, as if the world had reached the ultimate deathly stillness. The heavens were wiped out, creatures buried. It belonged to the half-immortal emperor level, terrifying to the point where it could wipe out 10,000 realms. It was just the beginning, but endless chaotic energy already surged, simply drowning out the heavens above and earth below. All types of great Tao laws appeared one after another, divine chains of order interweaving, covering heaven and earth, covering every inch of the void. Not only this, all types of natural disasters that only existed in ancient texts were also evolving. Great Tao heavenly flames, chaotic true lightning, 9 underworld death wind, they would only appear when the universe was first formed, but now, they appeared in all directions. Any creature below half-immortal emperor level would be horrified when they stepped into this place, instantly turned into powder, life and death erased. This place already became a land of death, the universe destroyed, natural laws turned into nothingness. What? The two touched for the first time. The void in front of them was pierced through, and the Emperor's arm trembled violently, unable to withstand it, showing signs of bone fractures. At the same time, an intense stabbing pain caused his expression to change. The supreme killing intent penetrated, directly targeting his divine soul. Kill! Gu Changa's eyes were deep and cold, his white robes otherworldly as he quickly stepped through the void. Billions of fragments of time appeared around him, the light of the great Tao surging, chaotic energy swirling, using all kinds of supreme techniques to kill the enemy, powerful and boundless. His palm was still pressing down, showing no signs of stopping, directly cutting down all the strange phenomena in front of him, striking the Emperor. You clearly haven't recovered to your peak, and you're not even an imperial capital, how can you be like this? The Emperor roared, his figure flying quickly, moving across several universes in an instant to avoid Gu Changa's palm. He couldn't believe it. Since ancient times, the expression on his face had not changed much. But today, one after another, he was bewildered. Gu Changa's cultivation fluctuations had clearly not reached the level of an emperor, not even a quasi-immortal emperor. But it made him tremble, his arm trembling violently, about to break apart. This terrifying power had already surpassed the limit of power, beyond the limits of what this world could bear. Gu Changa clearly had not surpassed this level, so how could he so easily suppress him? You also know that I haven't recovered to my peak strength. Otherwise, why would I need to kill you? Gu Changa was still as calm as ever. As he spoke, the great Tao was hazy, affecting the momentum of heaven and earth. There seemed to be a long river of time collapsing in front of him, the scene within blurring, ancient strange phenomena emerging. The Emperor's heart trembled. If Gu Changa had been at his peak strength, he would not have dared to do this, and would have fled as far as he could. But now, Gu Changa clearly had not cultivated the light of a quasi-immortal emperor, nor did he have any aura that surpassed this level. Why was he still so powerful that he was about to suffocate? Dang! The void trembled violently, and a large black bell appeared. With just a shake, millions of ripples spread out, able to obliterate everything. This was the Emperor's Tao tool, and it had accompanied him for countless years. It had long surpassed the level of an immortal king tool, rising to the level of a quasi-immortal emperor tool. However, this large black bell could not block Gu Changa's palm. The large black hand descended, striking it, causing the long river of time to boil. The aura of this battle even passed from this side of the long river of time to the past, present, and future, setting off thousands of waves. The Emperor's expression changed, and the large black bell on the surface of his body trembled violently, releasing millions of ripples, but it was struck until it trembled incessantly. The black ripples released were terrifying, enough to destroy time and space, but under this palm, they were obliterated, and then exploded. Tao laws swirled about, causing him to cough up blood and fly backwards. This scene shocked all the distant universes. After thousands of years, the Emperor was injured for the first time. Blood spread out from his shoulder, and then his arm exploded. He quickly retreated, feeling deep fear. He understood the difference between himself and Gu Changa. This was already not something cultivation could make up for, but rather because the two were at completely different levels in the past. It was like an ancient giant, even though he no longer had the strength he once had, and was even very weak. However, if he wanted to crush an ordinary person to death, trample an ant to death, it was still an easy matter. This type of change in the level of life could already not be compared with cultivation realms. After understanding this great difference, the Emperor felt regret. The other Emperor clan ancestors all chose to avoid him, or hide in their caves. Or they chose to hibernate, not willing to get involved. Only he appeared in the world, ruling over the foreign realm, believing that with the great changes in the world, a true immortal emperor could not appear. Quasi-immortal emperor was already the peak that life forms could reach. No matter how strong Gu Changa was, he could not exceed this limit. That was why he dared to appear here, face Gu Changa directly. However now, the Emperor felt regret. He activated a great black bell, protecting his body. Ripples spread, the universe becoming blurry, the great river of time appearing beneath his feet. He decided to run, extremely decisive, not hesitating at all. He was worried that he would be seriously injured by Gu Changa, that his life and foundation wouldn't be able to protect. What? Emperor saw that the situation was bad, about to run, to the extent where he planned to escape into the great river of time, flee to another era. The foreign immortal kings were all completely stupefied, simply not daring to believe their eyes. Just now, Emperor wasn't like this, his aura devouring endless time, intimidating the world, making them all feel subservient. However, in the blink of an eye, he was injured after facing Gu Changa, and now he was already planning to run. He was but an emperor clan ancestor who overlooked the entire foreign realm. From past until now, he was a true unmatched being. Even in the future, there was no way they could say that another existence like this could be born. It was like this after all. Grand Emperor chose to withdraw, not willing to appear in the world, precisely because of this. He knew a long time ago that he couldn't stop anything. The Ming King's entire body went cold. He thought that he found a backer, that he could release a sigh of relief. However, now that he saw this scene, he only felt fear and despair. The Emperor clan ancestor he first reported to was named Grand Emperor, but in the end, he was directly told that this was a great trend that couldn't be changed, impossible to reverse. He couldn't do anything either. Then, he entered a deep sleep, no longer caring about the present world. Later on, it was Emperor who suddenly revived, grasping the present world. All of the foreign immortal kings respected him, obeying his orders. However, in the blink of an eye, Emperor already planned to run, not caring about the foreign realm's life or death. Was there anything more horrifying and despairing than this? Before me, do you feel like you can escape? When he saw Emperor about to step into the great river of time, thus leaving the present world, Gu Changa revealed a faint smile. Boundless grey great mists carried an aura of nirvana and darkness, as if they drifted over from an unknown place, directly surrounding this entire world. The great river of time was blurry, collapsing beneath Emperor's feet. Waves were extinguished one after another, quickly fading away, cutting off his path of retreat. Dao friend wishes to threaten me with your life? Emperor's expression changed greatly. He never expected his path of retreat to be blocked off by Gu Changa. His eyes immediately erupted with endless divine light, horrifying to the extreme. Even though he feared Gu Changa, this didn't mean he didn't have a temper. Running for his life in this type of humiliation was already an inconceivable thing for him. However now, even the great river of time was stopped by Gu Changa. Was he sincerely trying to keep him here? Was he truly trying to cut off his path of retreat? Threaten me with your life. You don't have the qualifications. Gu Changa only shook his head, releasing a light laugh. Emperor understood that Gu Changa truly wanted to kill him. He immediately released an angry roar, his body surpassing this world, as if he was an ancient deity standing at the limits of the cosmos. A world-shocking great battle erupted once again. Gu Changa and Emperor fought their way into an unknown expanse of spacetime. It was to the extent where they followed the great river of time, fighting in the past, alarming the most powerful individuals of that time, making their souls tremble. Kacha. Here, expanses of the cosmos were torn apart one after another. Ripples appeared between their palms and fingers, tearing apart this heaven and earth, producing unimaginably terrifying shockwaves. Moreover, the ripples continuously surged, hacking outwards along the great cracks. Honglonglong. As a result, the primal chaos was hacked apart, clear energy rising, turbid energy falling. Moreover, there were specks that shone, continuously flickering about. A new cosmos was established in the blink of an eye. It was simply inconceivable. These methods were terrifying to an unimaginable degree. This type of terrifying great battle, since the ancient times, who could see it? At the very least, in immortal domain, the foreign realm, and other places, no one had ever seen it before. Not even immortal kings could see through it, only able to use great divine abilities to create blurry void images, difficult to truly see. Right now, the great river of time surged, time ruthlessly crushing down. This place became chaotic. Their true bodies and magical bodies weaved about, treading on the great river of time, fighting intensely. At this level, all types of inconceivable divine abilities exceeded the imaginations of immortal kings. It was to the extent where they could fight into a world that didn't belong to this era. In the end, a body exploded, flying out from within, all of it damaged, filled with endless bloody radiance. Emperor was in an incomparably miserable state, his entire body covered in injuries, his arm completely blasted apart. This scene made even the distant cosmos tremble in horror, just too terrifying. Pine. Gu Changde took a step forward, a palm smashing over. Emperor exploded, his primordial spirit grabbed in his palm. There is no way you can kill me. My magical body not only exists in the present world, it also covers every expanse of spacetime and the great river of time. Even if you can destroy this body of mine, as long as someone can call out my true name, I can still return. Even though Emperor was seriously injured, especially his primordial spirit, his injuries extremely serious, he still released a low roar, not willing to die just like that. This was precisely the power of a half-immortal emperor. Even if existences of the same level fought, it was still almost impossible to kill the other party. If they wanted to decide victory or defeat, it would take many great eras. Wine. Is that so? Gu Changde only shook his head, a smile on his face. An expanse of light erupted from his palm. At first glance, it was extremely hazy. Then, it looked gray, but there were black and white interweaving within, like threads, innumerable, incomparably strange. Emperor's primordial spirit was drawn out by him. This expanse of light burned like flames, a rich great Tao fragrance pervading the air, vaguely forming the appearance of a stalk of heavenly medicine, rich and fragrant. He was refined into an exceptional heavenly medicine. The immortal kings in the distance trembled in horror, their entire bodies going cold, their hairs standing on end. Emperor's true spirit still hadn't scattered. Right now, when he saw himself being refined like this, he only felt fear, couldn't help but roar out, wishing to struggle free. However, Gu Changde's palm instead seemed to have formed a world of its own, the Tao natural, the Tao emotionless, hacking down like a guillotine. Chapter 902. Waves of light burst forth. This palm turned into a world of heaven and earth, cutting down Emperor's cultivation, directly scattering his primordial spirit, turning it into a rain of light that scattered down. A rich aura of the great Tao filled this world, as if it had turned into a land of ascension. Heaven and earth wailed, one could see streaks of terrifying blood-colored mountain ridges flashing through the depths of the universe. This was the shocking phenomenon of Emperor's death. Gu Changde raised his palm and retracted it. The scorching light dissipated, putting away this heavenly medicine refined from a quasi-immortal emperor's essence. He opened his mouth and inhaled. A boundless and terrifying devouring force spread out, as if even the laws of the great Tao would be devoured. The rain of light that filled the sky gathered, in the end condensing in front of Gu Changde, and was swallowed by him in one gulp. This was a shocking scene. The entire world seemed to have fallen into eternal darkness. A bone-piercing cold swept through all the immortal kings in the distance, making them tremble in fear. Personally witnessing an invincible immortal emperor fall like this, his essence scattering into a heavenly medicine, and being swallowed so easily, it really made their hair stand on end. Many immortal kings even felt a sense of empathy, their scalps going numb. In an instant, the entire universe fell into a deathly silence. Within the boundless foreign territories, millions upon millions of foreign creatures looked at that terrifying figure in alarm and unease. They all knelt on the ground, not daring to move in the slightest. All the foreign immortal kings also didn't dare to move, worried that they would die miserably here like Emperor. After a long time, Gu Changde released a sound that was unknown whether it was a sigh or a sigh. He looked around, his gaze sweeping across the shattered universe. How much longer do you want to hide? Or do you think that I can't find you? Gu Changde asked unhurriedly. Hearing this, the foreign immortal kings were all stunned, not knowing what Gu Changde meant. Could it be that there were other immortal kings here besides them? And the moment Gu Changde's voice fell, ripples spread out in the surrounding broken universe, followed by chaos fog that filled the air. For terrifying figures that seemed to have existed since the beginning of time stood there. Time fragments wrapped around them, their entire bodies as if they were in the past and the past. Four pairs of eyes with different expressions fell on this part of the universe. At this moment, all of the creatures in the foreign realm, including those immortal king existences, felt a type of heart-palpitating feeling, simply wanting to bow down in submission in that direction. This type of feeling was terrifying and deep, engulfing the world, to the extent where even the great river of time was shaking. Realms were born, realms were destroyed, light fading. Emperor's aura. What's going on? Apart from the Emperor, could it be that there are other emperors in the Outlands? In the distant universe, the old immortal King Gu Xian and immortal King Aod of the immortal realm were trembling. One had to know that they were all immortal kings. At this moment, they all felt like their souls were trembling. This could only mean that the four terrifying figures that suddenly appeared were all quasi-immortal emperors or even more terrifying immortal emperors. However, they didn't dare believe this. Could it be that another four emperor clan ancestors woke up? When did this happen? They actually didn't sense anything at all. Or could it be that when the Emperor and Gu Changa fought just now, these emperor clan ancestors were startled? Perhaps these emperors aren't people of the present world. All of them might be even stronger than the Emperor. Gu Xian old immortal king's eyes stared fixedly in that direction. He suddenly discovered something, his voice even trembling a bit. Not people of the present world. Immortal King Aod, Blood Owl Immortal King and the others were immediately stunned. Could it be that they came from the other end of the great river of time, from the other world to the present, startled by the energy fluctuations of the battle just now? Even immortal kings could go against the great river of time to a certain extent, interfere with the past, present, and future. Let alone the quasi-immortal emperors who were even more powerful than immortal kings, or even immortal emperors. In this place, all of the immortal kings were horrified. It was rumored that emperors were rarely seen, there was no way more than one emperor could appear in an era. The Tao of the two clashed, suppressing the entire world, causing the universe to explode. Even if one attained the Tao fruit of emperor in another era, they would try their best to avoid the situation in the future, to avoid the situation of multiple emperors coexisting in the same era. But now, a total of 4 emperors seemed to have appeared here at once. Their auras were boundless, so powerful that it made one tremble. At this time, if one listened carefully, they would discover that there were grand scripture sounds appearing in all of the heavens. Looking over from the distant universe, one could vaguely see blurry figures covered by the thick great Tao of time. These were the true shadows of the emperors. Once they appeared, they would illuminate the heavens, and the worlds would reveal their figures. It was as if they didn't exist in this spacetime, as if they were just imprints engraved in the long river of time. Now that they were activated by Gu Changa's power, they all appeared together. They were true emperors, invincible existences who looked down on the heavens. Under their feet, the power of time appeared. Great Tao condensed and were stepped on by them, as if they were born to serve as a foil for them. Emperors were rarely seen. But the appearance of 4 emperors at the same time was too shocking. Latecomers? Perhaps I should call you that. Gu Changa stood in the sky and swept his gaze across the 4 terrifying figures in front of him. His expression was still calm. He didn't know which era these 4 emperors came from. But what he was sure of was that they weren't from the current era. They might even be from the ancient era. Moreover, among these 4 emperors, there was an existence who truly stood in the immortal emperor realm. His aura was very vague. In Gu Changa's opinion, this person seemed to be wrapped in a thick aura of time from the future. Although the auras of the other 3 were infinitely close to the immortal emperor realm, they had not reached it yet. Terrifying light figures were transforming, and even the heavens and earth had to submit to their feet. Rumble. Myriad Tao rumbled, and the universe shook. They were hidden in the thick fog. Their eyes were deep and vast, as if there was an endless universe. At this moment, they were staring at Gu Changa as if they wanted to see through Gu Changa. Billions of years ago, I've heard of your name. One of the emperors spoke. His appearance was completely different from that of a human. He had 8 heads and 6 arms, and each head had an aura that could crush the heavens. His age was so ancient that it was indescribable. Even though he had crossed eras and time and appeared in the current era, he was not afraid of karma and spoke clearly. The moment he spoke, thousands of true lightning struck down from the depths of the void, directly turning into a sea of lightning that drowned him. But his true body did not move. No matter how the true lightning smashed down, he did not move in the slightest. One had to know that any strand of this true lightning could make an immortal king explode, destroying his body and soul. But when it landed on his body, it couldn't even create a ripple. Oh! Billions of years ago, when was that? Before the first mountain ocean tribulation? Gu Changde only smiled faintly when he heard this. There was no emotion in his eyes. I am the 8-headed emperor. When the mountain ocean tribulation was at the heavenly tomb, I killed little 6 paths, the emperor was speaking. Wrapped in thick fog, the long river of time danced, and the 6 arms behind him were displaying supreme divine might. The appearance of the 6 paths represented the 6 paths, or even the initial embryonic form of the 6 paths, containing the most mysterious power of reincarnation in the heavens. Do you want to attack me? Gu Changde raised his eyebrows and smiled. This was obviously an afterimage left behind by that era. For some reason, it was imprinted in the long river of time. Because of his battle with the Emperor, it was revealed. The real 8-headed emperor had probably perished in the previous cataclysm. However, since the other party had the intention to attack, how could Gu Changde not do anything? As he waved his sleeve, the power of time spread out. The time and space in front of him distorted as if a spatial passage had appeared. His expression was calm as he directly stepped into it. Rumble. The passage of time was collapsing. Separated by endless time and space, Gu Changde fought with the emperor. He took the initiative and was strong. The thick fog of time spread out. Then, Gu Changde pointed. A terrifying sword light seemed to tear apart the universe, destroying everything as it slashed along the passage. The eyes of the immortal emperor with 8 heads and 6 arms trembled slightly. 6 doors appeared behind him, representing the 6 paths of reincarnation. The sparkling silver waves contained a terrifying secret power that involved the most mysterious places in the world. The 2 of them affected different spaces and universes, so much so that the long river of time flowing between the heavens was shattered into pieces and evaporated in various places. This was an existence that was infinitely close to the immortal emperor. Compared to the emperor, who knew how much stronger he was. Even if it was just a Tao Law battle body or an afterimage, it was still terrifying. With a raise of his palm, the heavens swayed and were about to fall together. Chi. Gu Changde's eyes were deep. For the first time, he verified the strength of his current body. It surpassed a quasi-immortal emperor, but had not reached the level of an immortal emperor. However, this was on the premise that he did not use any other means. When he completely refined the emperor's origin, his strength would leap another step. He shook his finger and shot out a majestic sword chi. This sword chi was sharp and peerless, as if all the stars in the heavens had transformed into sword chi. It was so thick that it covered and suppressed everything. Clang, 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 the space barrier instantly turned into dust. Billions of universes withered and died. The 8-headed emperor controlled the power of reincarnation, and it was the most primitive reincarnation path. His divine might was so strong that the heavens trembled and swept through the endless river. In the end, the battle ended quickly. The phantom of the 8-headed 6 arms immortal emperor was split apart by Gu Changde's palm. The laws close to the immortal emperor intertwined, causing his figure to become blurry. His eyes were full of shock. Gu Changde's eyes were deep. Across space and time, his palm once again pressed down, colliding with the 8-headed emperor's palm. In an instant, the heavens trembled. Ancient universes collapsed one after another. In countless spacetimes, powerful beings had sensed this battle and were shocked and terrified. This kind of fluctuation spread to different spacetimes. It even spread from one end of the long river of time to the other end. To them, it could come from before the ancient times, or it could come from after the ancient times. This kind of existence could easily change spacetime. The long river of time was like a toy in their hands. They could change everything with a wave of their hand. Only a battle of this kind of existence could instantly affect the ancient spacetime. You are really very, very strong, even in this era. In the end, the eight-headed emperor's phantom faded. He admitted, having no choice but to accept this situation. His original body was long unknown. Even the phantom could not sense the location of his original body. The strength he displayed now was the peak state of the eight-headed emperor, but he was still no match for Wuxia. One of the four emperor's phantoms completely faded and disappeared just like that. The other three emperors had been paying attention to this battle. Their figures were also blurry, drowned by the fog of different times. However, they had all dispersed now, not interfering with the present world. From the fluctuations of the battle between the eight-headed emperor and Wuxia just now, in this era, even a true immortal emperor could not act rashly. Only the blurry figure from the future stood there, facing Wuxia directly. His eyes were golden, as if rich sunlight was flowing in them. This was definitely the true immortal emperor that Wuxia had seen so far, standing at the peak of his powerful state. Even if it was just a figure reflected in this world with the help of the long river of time, it was still incomparably powerful. I see despair in your eyes. Wuxia smiled faintly, looking straight at the immortal emperor shrouded in the fog of time, as if he could see through his thoughts. You are different from these three. You came from the future, and you want to kill me in this era? His words were neither fast nor slow, the corners of his lips carrying a bit of a faint smile, appearing very calm and natural. However, the golden pupils of this existence shrouded in the endless fog of time contracted imperceptibly, great waves surging in his heart. The many immortal kings in the distance were also shaken by Wuxia's words, feeling disbelief. This existence that was far more powerful than the barbarian emperor came from the future, coming to kill Wuxia? This might be a true immortal emperor, coming from the future. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the foreign immortal kings or the immortal kings of immortal domain, they all trembled in fear, their voices trembling. In this era, there were no true immortal emperors. Even the foreign invincible emperor clan ancestor was only at the half-immortal emperor realm. These two realms, even though there was only a difference of half-immortal, the difference in strength could be described as the difference between heaven and earth. In front of an immortal emperor, how big of a difference was there between a half-immortal emperor and an ant? Chapter 903. Wrapped in the thick mist of time, this terrifying figure that stood here had golden pupils that were like lava, flowing with dazzling light. At this moment it was as if a sharp sword that pierced through the ages slashed out from his eyes, about to tear apart the universe before him. It might not be, that there is no chance. It seemed like an instant, but also like a long time had passed. This terrifying figure finally spoke, his voice incomparably hoarse, containing great changes and fatigue. Meanwhile, the instant he spoke, an even more shocking and terrifying irregular scene than when the eight-headed emperor spoke appeared in this world. Blood-red thick lightning, simply as if it wanted to stretch across the entire universe, directly hacking down towards him. Streak after streak, supporting heaven and earth, tearing apart the universe, powerful to the point of making one tremble, instantly turning this place into a vast sea of lightning. It was as if any matter or existence, under this type of fluctuating aura, would instantly explode, turning into endless powder. This was destruction in the truest sense. The entire foreign universe, under this type of aura, was as weak as a small boat, torn full of holes. Countless foreign creatures knelt on the ground, continuously trembling, even their souls about to be crushed. For them, this type of scene was even more terrifying than when Gu Chang'e and the eight-headed emperor fought, no different from the end of the world. Even the group of immortal kings far away had their bones releasing gotcha sounds, unable to withstand the aftermath, cracks appearing on their bodies, blood flowing out, extremely horrifying. They quickly retreated, immediately retreating from several universes, appearing in the distance. Just opening his mouth to speak already triggered such a terrifying irregular scene. Once he makes a move, it is even more unimaginable, most likely destroying this world, making heaven and earth return to primal chaos. This type of terrifying karma, not even an immortal emperor can withstand it, ancient mystic old immortal king said with a trembling voice. After all, this was an immortal emperor in the truest sense, someone who came from the river of time, not belonging to the present world. Anything he said, anything he did would involve tremendous karma, easily making everything fall into chaos, reshuffling the cards. To put it bluntly, if this immortal emperor made a move at this time, he might even destroy this great era. That would definitely cause an indelible impact on the future. Of course, this heaven and earth would definitely have the power to restrain immortal Emperor 577. It was impossible for him to truly destroy everything. With the strength of an immortal emperor, going against the flow of time was simply a piece of cake. From one end of the long river of time to the other, it was just a matter of looking at them. The long river of time was no different from a toy in the hands of an immortal emperor. However, even an immortal emperor couldn't change anything through the river of time. Everything would be reshuffled at the slightest move, causing the events that had happened to repeat themselves, and even returning to chaos. Rumble. Thousands of blood-red thunderbolts surged at the end of the sky like the roar of an angry dragon. They covered the sky and the sun and fell down. Among them, there were ancient pavilions and palaces floating up and down. There were even blurry human figures that were like the manifestation of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. They held heavenly sabers and heavenly weapons as they charged over. This was because this immortal emperor had opened his mouth to speak, triggering shocking karma. A terrifying power was being nurtured in the depths of the world. It was like a terrifying millstone of destruction was about to obliterate him. The immortal emperor from the future had seriously interfered with the rules and order of this world. However, he still stood there, surrounded by endless time fragments. His eyes were as terrifying as heavenly sabers. He stared at Gu Chang'e without moving or choosing to leave. Chi, 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 he shook his hand lightly, and an unimaginable force burst forth, directly evaporating the sea of lightning that appeared at the end of the sky. All the laws were broken, turned into dust, and disappeared into thin air. Thousands of Daos were untouched. It was as if he was standing in an unknown domain. Even the great Tao was exploding. You might have a chance. However, I saw despair in your eyes. You want to kill me just like that, end a period of time, and settle everything. Is that so? Gu Chang'e seemed to be repeating his words, but the faint smile on his face didn't diminish in the slightest. Impossible, the immortal emperor seemed to have suddenly reacted. The terrifying light in his eyes was like a sword aura that pressed down on all eternity and illuminated the entire river of time, washing away the past and present. His body trembled, as if he was about to lose his footing, but there was more disbelief in his eyes. Are you in despair? Gu Chang'e's gaze did not change, as if he wanted to see through the fog of time enveloped by the immortal emperor and understand his origins. Who are you? The immortal emperor could not hide the tremor in his voice, as if he had realized something. His golden pupils continued shrinking, and all sorts of terrifying abnormalities appeared in them. The universe was collapsing, and the river of time was being destroyed. Who I am is not important. What's important is that I want to know who you are. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. Why did you want to kill me in the present? An immortal emperor stepped on the river of time and came from the future to kill him in the present. This made Gu Chang'e think about the true mountain and sea world's third calamity. He still did not know when the third calamity would descend. However, if the river of time in the true mountain and sea world did not collapse and continued to exist, then it meant that the true mountain and sea world still existed in the future. If that was the case, then why did an immortal emperor from the future step on the river of time to kill him? What was his goal? Logically speaking, with the true mountain and sea world's foundation, it should have been impossible for them to survive the first calamity. However, during the first calamity, Gu Chang'e had turned into the demon lord and led the true mountain and sea world to escape with his identity as the heaven destroyer. Because of this, the true mountain and sea world had suffered great losses. Many of their most powerful warriors had died during that calamity. Some people fell into deep slumber, while others used other methods to create the cycle of reincarnation and waited for the future to reappear in the world. During the second calamity, due to Qin Yi and Gu Chang'e's discussion, they had devised a clever plan to deceive the entire universe and avoided that calamity. It could be said that they had delayed the lives of the true mountain and sea world for a long period of time to recuperate. However, they might not be so lucky during the third calamity. Besides, Gu Chang'e had another plan in mind. Once the third calamity descended, it would definitely bring about destruction to the entire true mountain and sea world. No one would be able to escape from this reckoning. However, if the true mountain and sea world did not survive the third calamity, then from which future time did this immortal emperor come? Or perhaps he came from another future time of another true world. If that was the case, then the immortal emperor before him was actually a main character from the future, a child of Kismet? Gu Chang'e was slightly interested, but he could only guess. After all, the vast river of time stretched across the boundless true worlds. The river of time in the true mountain and sea world was just one of the many branches. It is indeed as you said. Only by killing you can everything be settled. There is no other choice. But, who are you? Why can't I see you in the past or the future? The immortal emperor's emotions fluctuated greatly. He was clearly enveloped by the fog of endless time. However, his face was about to crumble and scatter, about to no longer exist in the current world. His words touched upon a great deal of karma. His body was about to be destroyed. There were signs of it cracking, and it was about to crumble and explode. This was also the reason why he felt suffocated, disbelief, and even despair. Gu Chang'e had clearly not reached the level of immortal emperor when he was in the current world. To Gu Chang'e, he was still weak. But why couldn't he sense the aura of other space-time, other times, or any fluctuations of existence from Gu Chang'e? It was as if Gu Chang'e had truly gathered all the figures in the timeline. The endless space and time had become one, and he was the only one. As an immortal emperor, he knew what this meant. That was why he found it hard to believe, and even despair. He stood tall in the current world, but he could not find Gu Chang'e's figure in the past. It was as if he did not exist in the past, nor did he exist in the future. He only existed in the current world where he was. Therefore, as an immortal emperor, it was impossible for him to understand Gu Chang'e's past in the long river of time. He could not know Gu Chang'e's origin, did not know his future, and did not even know such a person. It was as if Gu Chang'e had appeared out of thin air. It was such a creepy thing to do. Logically speaking, as an immortal emperor, he came from the future and killed Gu Chang'e when he was still weak. Although this could lead to monstrous karma, rewriting the entire history of the future, reversing the river of time, and causing the future to flip. However, in his opinion, this was the only chance and hope. However, when he really came to the current world, he suddenly felt despair. He found that everything was completely different from what he thought. Gu Chang'e's weakness was just a facade. Even the current Gu Chang'e might be just a facade. He had an even scarier guess. The real Gu Chang'e was not in front of him. This could even be a reflection of her body. The real Gu Chang'e had already reached a level that he could not imagine or guess. After reaching the immortal emperor realm, he knew that there was actually a path called transcendence. Only by transcendence could one be truly free and unfettered for eternity, and condensed the Daluo fruit. Daluo, which was very wide, meant infinite. Luo, which was a net, meant encompassing everything. Daluo, which was limitless, meant containing everything. Dao was originally boundless, but Daluo, which was limitless, had a limit. In a sense, Daluo had already transcended eternity, condensing one's own Dao, and was the only one in the world, restraining all timelines. No matter which era or epoch it was, as long as one had a body, it was one's true self, and did not exist in another self. Gu Changde had clearly shattered his transcendence body before the Forbidden Era. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to enter the cycle of reincarnation and cultivate again. After all, if his transcendence body was not shattered, why did he need to cultivate again? Every life was his true self, past, future, and present. It was all like this. However, why could he not find Gu Changde's figure in the current world? The Gu Changde in front of him was not even an immortal emperor. It seems that you really seem to know me very well. Or rather, you have studied me before, and you came fully prepared. You came to the current world before, and you knew everything in advance. Gu Changde had been watching the changes in the immortal emperor's expression. At this moment, he could not help but smile lightly, and his tone was still casual. He had already roughly guessed the origin of this immortal emperor. I miscalculated. I didn't expect the big black hand from the ancient times to have a background that is beyond my imagination. The immortal emperor's eyes shot out a terrifying chaotic light, and the time around his true body began to distort, breaking inch by inch, and collapsing. He was almost unable to bear the terrifying karma brought by saying these words. Even his mouth and nose were bleeding, and he was about to collapse and scatter. He was about to disappear from the current world, and it was very difficult for him to continue holding on. At their level, every move they made could trigger inconceivable changes. Not to mention that he came from the future, and every word he said could cause the world to repeat itself, and everything in the future would be reshuffled. The big black hand from the ancient times. Is this the name that the living beings from the ancient times call me? Gu Changde smiled faintly, and did not care about this name at all. For the living beings in the infinite heavens, the existence of his true self had long stood at the end of all tangible and intangible things. This end was the end of the concept, and it could be understood as the end of the Tao. It could also be understood that it was because of the existence of his true self that the concept of the Tao was born. However, this immortal emperor could no longer speak. The entire world was rejecting him, and his true body was collapsing. Even if he was wrapped in the fog of time, he could not hold on at all, and blood spurted out from his mouth and nose. The long river of time was turbulent, and he was quickly retreating, his figure dissipating there. The terrifying aura that threatened to annihilate the all heavens was also receding like the tide. At this time, even if he wanted to make a move, it was impossible. Saying those words meant that he had to bear an extremely terrifying karma backlash. Gu Changde did not make a move, and he just watched the immortal emperor's figure disappear. The broken fragments of time seemed to still be in place, but the true body had long disappeared. The years in the future. Gu Changde's gaze was a little deep, but in the long river of time he saw, there was no immortal emperor born in the future. Which spacetime did the immortal emperor who appeared just now come from? Chapter 904. It was not realistic for Gu Changde to deduce the origin of an immortal emperor. Especially when he felt that this immortal emperor did not seem to come from the spacetime where the mountain and sea world was located. In the vast and endless spacetime, the river of time spread everywhere. The river of time that Gu Changde and the others were in now only spread across the mountain and sea world. One had to know that in this world, there were other true worlds besides the mountain and sea world. Some of them were even more ancient than the mountain and sea world. He couldn't be sure if this immortal emperor came from another spacetime timeline. That was why Gu Changde could not see through the river of time in front of him and see through everything at the end. Since he came from the future, it means that in the future, this person has encountered trouble that is difficult to solve. Just as I said just now, he wants to descend to the present world and get rid of me, who is still weak. To settle everything. Gu Changa's expression became more and more interesting. From a certain point of view, the arrival of this immortal emperor meant that in a certain space-time in the future, he had become the big black hand that they were talking about. However, I believe that this is more like a child of destiny who rose from the future, the main character of a certain world. We will meet again. Gu Changa shook his head slightly and swept his gaze across the broken universe. The terrifying aura comparable to that of an immortal emperor still remained, but it was already full of holes. The chaotic aura rushed into the universe, destroying everything along the way. Apart from creatures of this level, once other cultivators stepped in, their bodies and souls would definitely be destroyed. Rumble. As he waved his sleeve, the broken universe was recovering. The collapsed starry sky was reforming, and the shattered stars were condensing. The collapsed mountains, rivers, and cities were recovering. The collapsed Tao laws were condensing, filling the air with a dazzling brilliance. This was a shocking scene, as if time and space were flowing backward. The scene before the battle was reproduced. The remaining immortal emperor aura was quickly eliminated and scattered between heaven and earth. In the distance, the immortal kings of the foreign realm watched all of this in shock and bewilderment. For a moment, they did not know what to do. Immortal realms Gu Xian Immortal King, Aod Immortal King, and the others also watched from afar, not daring to rashly step into this universe. What they saw today was simply too shocking. Even they felt that it was inconceivable. The four emperors had all arrived. Among them, there was even a real immortal emperor from the future. This type of figure crushed through endless time. Even if it was an emperor clan ancestor, before him, they would still have to bow their heads and bend their backs. Between heaven and earth, there was an expanse of scarlet red, the entire cosmos becoming scarlet red, hazy and bleak. This was the wail of the great Tao, carrying a desolate and sorrowful feeling. This was originally the Emperor's territory. However, after the Emperor's death, his life imprint had dissipated. The shattered world was reconstructed by Gu Changa, and the strange phenomena from before appeared once again. Many foreign creatures carried grief, affected by the grief of heaven and earth. Many creatures were crying loudly, carrying great sorrow, their faces carrying tears. Many people didn't want to be like this, but after being affected by heaven and earth, even the true immortals' moods were affected by grief. This was a matchless half-immortal emperor after all, yet he fell just like that, dying miserably under Gu Changa's hands, his entire source seized, refined into an exceptional great medicine. What a miserable and humiliating way to die. The foreign great Tao even resonated with it because of this. Blood-colored radiance illuminated heaven and earth in an expanse of red. Ming King and the other immortal kings didn't dare move at all. The other emperor clan ancestors all found places to hide at this time, not daring to show themselves. Immortal kings like them, before an existence like Gu Changa, were simply no different from dust. Ming King and the others didn't believe that with such a great disturbance happening in the foreign realm, those emperor clan ancestors wouldn't be able to sense anything. Right now, it was very likely that they were just pretending to be unaware, continuing to sleep, worried that the disaster would be brought to them. Woo-woo, in the starry river of the cosmos, winds blew, sounding like sobbing noises. There was never any wind in the starry skies, but today, there was this type of irregular scene. Emperor's death triggered too many abnormal scenes. Pop. In the void, blood-colored lotuses appeared one after another, taking root in the cosmos. Every single one of them would release a rain of blood, extremely bleak and beautiful. Then, black lightning streaked out streak after streak, blood-colored clouds spreading. In the foreign realm's many territories and cosmos, sinister scenes appeared everywhere. Gu Changa walked out, his figure descending from the cosmos, arriving at the cave where Emperor was before. This place was still filled with boundless chaotic energy, half-immortal emperor-level restrictions, protecting many treasures, ancient artifacts, and some ancient texts. Apart from this, there were even more wondrous treasures. There was even a universe inside, a small world that was formed on its own. With a flick of his sleeve, he collected everything the Emperor had accumulated over the countless years. Now that Heavenly Court has just been established, all resources are lacking. Gu Chang'e lightly shook his head. It wasn't that he needed it, but rather the people behind him, such as Yu Mingkong, Jiang Chuchu, and the others, needed it. In addition, Heavenly Court had just been established. Even though there were several immortal kings overseeing it, there weren't many true treasures. He couldn't say that he would directly plunder the many immortal kings of immortal domain. The originally slightly stable situation would probably be stirred up again. Now that Emperor was dead, these resources were naturally taken away by him. When they heard Gu Chang'e's words, Ming Wang and the other foreign realm immortal kings in the distance trembled. Someone boldly spoke up, expressing that they were willing to hand over the treasures they had accumulated over many eras, willing to submit to Heavenly Court. No one was willing to lose their lives at this time. Previously, wasn't immortal domain at odds with Gu Chang'e like fire and water? In the end, weren't they fine now? When they should be obedient, they should be obedient. Otherwise, they would only lose their lives for nothing. With a foreign realm immortal king taking the lead, soon after, the other immortal kings also expressed that they were willing to submit to Heavenly Court, serve Gu Chang'e, follow him wherever he went. However, Gu Chang'e didn't care about what they thought, directly having them hand over a strand of their life soul, allowing him to control their life and death at any time. Even though the immortal kings were unwilling, right now, they didn't dare say anything, nor did they dare refuse. They were worried that Gu Chang'e would go back on his word, all of them handing over a strand of life soul. It was Ming Wang who let out a long sigh of relief, his entire person relaxing quite a bit. During this period of time, he had always been on edge, worried that one day, Gu Chang'e would descend to the foreign realm through his coordinates. Now that he handed over his life soul, even though he lost his freedom, it also meant that he didn't need to be as worried and anxious as before. After leaving Emperor's cave, Gu Chang'e released a vast divine will, engulfing the entire foreign realm. Heaven and earth rumbled. Right now, even the great Tao was retreating, all of the laws dissipating, not daring to stop Gu Chang'e's footsteps. He was searching for the foreign realm's other emperor clan ancestors. After this type of thing happened, Gu Chang'e didn't believe that they would still dare to continue staying in the cave. Perhaps they would think of a way to temporarily leave the foreign realm, abandon their homeland. From the current situation, I still need a few half-immortal emperor sources. When they heard Gu Chang'e's light laughter, the Ming Wang and the others who followed behind him almost had their souls scared out of their bodies. The foreign realm had just lost a single emperor. Now, could it be that Gu Chang'e was planning to deal with the other emperor clan ancestors? Right now, they more or less rejoiced that they were only immortal kings, still far from half-immortal emperor level. There was no way they would be targeted by Gu Chang'e. They still didn't have that qualification. Even Grand Emperor fled. In the end, even Ming Wang was deeply shocked, to the extent where he widened his eyes. The Emperor clan ancestor he previously relied on was precisely Grand Emperor. Grand Emperor had previously planned to exchange for the 8 Desolation demonic halberd replica, but now, he actually long disappeared from his homeland. In the spacious cave, there was long no one left, only a magical body left behind. Following Gu Chang'e's arrival, this magical body also quickly collapsed, disappearing like a great mist, thus disappearing. Previously, Grand Emperor had a calm expression, telling him to let nature take its course, but in the end, this was his let nature take its course. Ming Wang smiled bitterly inside. Apart from Grand Emperor, there were several other extremely famous foreign emperor clans, yet they actually long disappeared without anyone noticing, unknown where they went. The foreign immortal kings who suddenly discovered the truth were all stunned in place, unable to snap back to their senses for a long time. Turns out the various emperor clan ancestors had long anticipated this type of result, which was why they were trying to find a way out for themselves from the very start. Zero as half-immortal emperors, how could they not anticipate this type of thing? In a situation where they knew they weren't a match, they still wanted to stake it all. Only immortal kings like them would foolishly believe that there would be a true emperor clan ancestor who revived, leading them to face Wuxia. Perhaps the emperor was also schemed against by the other emperor clan ancestors, becoming a pitiful chess piece. Perhaps when the emperor and this person fought, the various emperor clan ancestors were already alarmed, long thinking of a way to withdraw from the foreign realm. The immortal kings looked at each other, all of them seeing bitter smiles in each other's eyes. Half-immortal emperors crossed the boundless sea much more easily than immortal kings. Even though it was similarly full of dangers, it was over 10,000 times better than staying in the foreign realm, becoming source nourishment. Immortal domain's creatures originally thought that there would be a terrifying great battle with the foreign realm, that countless creatures would be swept up. However, all of this ended too quickly. The foreign realm surrendered, the immortal kings all submitting to Wuxia. A foreign emperor clan ancestor had fallen, the other emperor clan ancestors all brought their clansmen away, long disappearing without a trace. Right now, the foreign realm was like an ownerless land. Of course, many things related to this battle were still spread through the mouths of immortal domain's immortal kings, triggering great waves in immortal domain. For everyone, Wuxia's strength was absolute, powerful to the point where it left others in despair. The fluctuations of a half-immortal emperor swept through 10,000 regions, affecting the long river of time. In the end, it even startled a future immortal emperor. This type of news could be said to be shocking. However, that immortal emperor called Wuxia the Great Dark Hand from endless years ago, this even more so made everyone speculate. Just what exactly was going to happen after endless years? A half-immortal emperor fell just like that. Even immortal domain sensed this. Terrifying blood-colored lightning appeared between heaven and earth, hacking down in all directions. A rain of blood blew over, making one tremble. In the following years, Wuxia was also thinking about how immortal domain was going to recombine with the foreign realm, make the mountain sea true world become one again. Only, immortal domain and the foreign realm had been separated for too long. The two realms' heaven and earth laws mutually rejected each other, even more severe than the 8 Desolates' 10 regions' rejection of the higher realms. That was why this matter couldn't be overdone. During this period of time, Wuxia also noticed some things. The other immortal kings of immortal domain, such as Luo Wang and the others, were also reporting this matter to him. Many subordinates mysteriously disappeared. Even you all can't deduce the direction, suspecting that these subordinates have mistakenly entered a certain place. Wuxia nodded slightly. He immediately thought of the Immortal Palace's remnant clan that he had Luo Wang investigate. Luo Wang also had the same thoughts as Wuxia at this moment. He said respectfully, "Yes, in fact, this kind of thing happened a few years ago. It's just that we didn't think too much about it back then, but recently, the situation has become more and more serious. I and a few other immortal kings worked together to deduce, and in the end, we still found some clues. The auras of those subordinates who mysteriously disappeared in the end were still within the boundaries of immortal domain. It's just that there should be some kind of formation or restriction that hid the heavenly secrets and auras. Even immortal kings couldn't see through it. That's why we guessed that there are small worlds existing in some parts of immortal domain. Perhaps it's the legendary 9 heavens. 9 heavens? There was a strange look in Wuxia's eyes. He thought of a child of destiny called Wuxia that he had once met. This senior brother from the taboo era had unexpectedly fallen into the 9 heavens for some reason. He had stayed there for hundreds of years. Later on, he was wrapped in Genesis Chi and turned into an origin stone, which was cut out in true Immortal Academy. Later on, when he investigated Wuxia's memories, he found that he had only stayed at the edge of a place called Nine Heavens for hundreds of years. Therefore, Qin Wuya didn't know the full picture of Nine Heavens. And after recovering part of his memories, Gu Changa already knew what kind of place it was. The hearts of people yearned for it, and they had always been searching for it. However, that place was a prison, a graveyard, and a home for the dead. The Nine Heavens got its name from the Nine Heavens. It was like a stacked pyramid, with each layer next to the next. There were a total of 9 layers. And each layer was the real heaven. This heaven referred to the heaven that was suppressed in the War of the Heavens. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.